Well, good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Donington Park for our Trackit summer race day here at Donington Park. And as you can see behind us, we are getting ready for some racing action to get underway with the Kumho Tyres Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. With Jordan Pimley on pole position, it's going to start off some amazing racing we've got today from our One Make series with your Mazda Championships. We've got the Modified Fords tomorrow, we've got Production Cup, DS3s, all sorts going on today, and a little bit of endurance racing later on today as well. Now, for those of you at home that have got their screens or perhaps looking on their iPads, you will need to use the zoom function to look at two members of the BRSCC that are racing in the Mazdas this weekend, with Charlie and Luke Souch racing, although they are quite far down at the back. Now, the weather has been so changeable so far today. It was that wet this morning. I'm pretty sure we saw Nessie in some of the puddles down at the Old Hairpin, so we really don't know what the conditions are going to do. The track is dry as it stands with a little bit of damp patches just offline, but as you can see, probably coming up on the screen now are some of the raindrops. So if the rain drops during this race, it's certainly going to be entertaining. It's time to take you to our crack commentary team for this weekend. Mr. Andy McEwen and Mr. Scott Woodwis in the commentary box. They're staying nice and dry.
Thank you, Rob. Yes, pretty comfortable conditions up in the commentary box, I have to say. But welcome everyone to Donington Park. Should be a cracking couple of days racing coming your way, and the changeable conditions, I'm sure, are only going to increase the likelihood of action and drama out on the racetrack. Anytime I see Mazda MX-5s on the timetable, I know we're in for a good day, regardless of the weather conditions. According to my most recent weather forecast that I saw, 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock, there could be showers. Well, it's 25 past 12 now here at Donington Park, and it did look like there was a sprinkle in the air maybe as Rob was chatting to us down on the grid, and possibly some more to come a little bit later in the day. We shall see. One race before lunch, then we'll have a break, and we'll be racing all the way through the afternoon with 9 more races coming your way, and then we do it all again with an even busier second day of the event tomorrow here on the Donington Park National Circuit. Andy McEwen, Scott Woodwis here in the commentary box. Scott, good to have you here. Looking forward to this one.
Absolutely. I think you said it right. When there is Mazda MX-5s in the vicinity, typically brace for excitement and mayhem in all the best action. But I think on top of that, we've got some great action across the weekend. There's Production Cup, there's Fiestas, there's the CNC Head Sports and Saloons. I'm really looking forward to that. You look at the entry list, as you typically would for that kind of championship, if you follow it. If you haven't before, it's variety central with so many great cars in there. And you've got cars you wouldn't expect to go up against each other in that field too. You've also got in there as well ClubSport Trophy, which is our longer race for 45 minutes, and it's going to be quite a nice mixture of sprint with a little bit of mini endurance pit stop action in there too, and starting with the MX-5 Clubman Championship, which is 15 minutes of action guaranteed from start to finish. I do find it quite intriguing though that even though we haven't even gone onto a formation lap yet, Alex Catlow is already aggressively aiming his car at the front of the grid. I think I have an idea of what he's aiming to try and do when the lights go out, when they come back around after this formation lap, wouldn't you say?
Quite possibly, yes. He will want to get into the first corner first, although in Mazda MX-5 racing, that's not always the most important thing to do. We'll get into that a bit later. I did notice he was actually late to the grid. I think that was the issue. As Rob was doing his intro there down on the grid, Alex rocked up after everybody else, and so that's part of the reason as to why he was a little bit out of position, perhaps. Green flag lap then gets underway, and as you can see quite clearly, conditions are a little bit grim now, aren't they? It's raining quite heavily up at the Redgate area of the circuit. Of course, these Mazda MX-5 Clubman competitors all run on a grooved tyre, so no need to worry about tyre changes. Setup, yes, there are things you can do differently in the wet or the dry. They unfortunately don't have that luxury now. Jordan Pimley, though, got the setup right in qualifying. He was on pole position by an absolute country mile, nearly 3 seconds quicker than Alex Catlow, which is very un-Mazda MX-5-like. Then it's Matthew McCluskey and Matt Flowers, row 2. Row 3 for Jack Spooner and Dennis Pilimonkin, if I'm reading that right, with Charlie Vi and Keith Dalton on row 4. Row 5, Ben Hoy and Kevin Dengate. Then Liam Martin Bradley and Harrison Leach with Chris Whitmore and Chris Winstanley on row 7. Row 8, Luke Jeffrey Bashford and Adam Lawrence with Benjamin Amarin Draper and Kurt Anscombe on row 9. Row 10 for the BRSCC Sporting and Operations Administrator Charlie Snell. He's got Zach Hancock's for company. Then it's Simon Privet and Russell Clark with William Tyrrell and the Head of Club Operations, Luke Souch, on row row number 12. He will have his sights firmly set, I suspect, on car 342, a few rows ahead of him. David Scowler and Dale Whiteman are on row 13. Row 14, Simon Browning and Leah Jacobs, with Mustafa Saeed and Patrick Gilligan at the back. Now, Patrick Gilligan will start at the back with a 10-second delay, so he will set off 10 seconds after the rest of the field. That's because he was disqualified from qualifying this morning for overtaking under yellow flags. The car he overtook was car 291, Luke Souch, the head of club operations. If you're going to overtake someone under yellow flags, which we do not endorse, make sure it's not someone who is pretty much in charge these days, if you ask Luke, of the club running the event.
And of course, a clerk of the course in his own right.
Exactly.
So it's exactly what the national competition rules will state, of course.
Yep.
One thing to point out about Jordan Pimley's extraordinary pole lap, have to remember he does quite like the wet conditions. I refer you to the extraordinary drive that he put in at Snetterton a couple of years ago, where he started, I think it was 27th and last on the back of the grid, and came through to take the victory. It might have been possibly one of, if not his very first MX5 victory. One of the most impressive drives that we've seen in this championship. It's the reason why, in the end, he's had the number one on the car. But it's going to be fascinating to see now with the dry conditions, or the slightly greasy conditions that we've now got, with the rain starting to come down, or at least sprinkling in the area, how that's going to change things and how much he might have changed the setup. Cattler, meanwhile, will be in the mix to try and get up front. Of course, he's the leading rookie in the field. And I've been intrigued to what Matt Flowers can do. One notable omission from the grid this weekend, though, is second place man of the championship, Jack Warry. Not here, having scored 4 podiums in a row from the start of the season. So the likes of Keith Dalton, Kevin Dengate and co, and Alex Catlow, crucially, can take some key points off of Jack, but of course he'll use these as his couple of drop scores by the end of the season. Yes,
which does then mean he can't really afford any other bad weekends between now and the end of the season, can he? Jordan Pimley, 4 wins from 4 races so far this season, so he comes into this as the clear favourite, especially after that qualifying performance. What can he do then from pole position? 15 minutes on the clock. The Kumho Tyre Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship getting ready to kick off our summer race weekend here at Donington Park, and hopefully we will get 15 minutes of exciting racing. The red lights go on, they will go out now, and we're racing at Donington Park. Someone's stalled in the middle of the grid by the looks of it. Hopefully they all are able to avoid him, which they have, and it is going to be the pole sitter, yes, car number 1, that leads them down into Redgate Corner. They're 4 abreast for second place, though. This is already getting lively. Who was that nipping up the inside? Couldn't quite see, but it will definitely be Jordan Pimley with the advantage. Cars scatter into the gravel further back. That's Adam Lawrence in the green and black, number 73, who will go gravel tracking. Pimley leads the way. Second for Matt Flowers. Good start for him. And then it's side by side Scott for third.
I think the car which is in the mix might have been the 27. It was an AB Motorsport car, maybe Jack Spooner, but he's dropped back to around about 6th as they slither and slide their way through the apex of the Old Hairpin for the first time. A couple of cars running a little wide. See 27 there, and that's another car that's run way too wide and into the gravel. That is the 3 of Crispin Stanley beached at the Redgate gravel trap. If they can't get that pushed out, that will automatically be a safety car up through Macleans for the first time, giving chase. In third place, it is Alex Catlow. So despite the quick start, he hasn't quite managed to make that one. It might have been actually 94 that had made a good start, Dennis Pillamonkin, but from row 3, because that's the AB Motorsport car on the field. They're all jostling for position at the top of the hill at Coppice. Out around the outside is Kevin Dengate, 178, and he has to his inside, trying to make up the number 2. And that is Matthew McCluckey. He's dropped back from 4th on the grid. So not a great start for Matthew. And also under attack for second is Catlow, under pressure from the 11, which is the Keith Dalton. Great start for Keith, who's come up as high as 4th now when he started back at 8th on the grid. As they come to the end of lap 1, and that's Kevin Dengate going grass tracking. And particularly with the rain we've had this morning, he's lucky not to loop it around, being particularly icy out there at the end of lap 1. But hands up, so it might well be yellow flags, but we're acknowledging the fact there is the live snatch going on at Redgate Corner.
Indeed so. Live snatch, though, means that we don't need a safety car. They can cover that under yellow flags, and the race can continue. I suspect those yellow flags will be gone by the next time they arrive at Redgate, which is good news. There's Jordan Pimley. He's very much continuing the performance that we saw in qualifying. He leads at the end of one lap by 1.6 seconds over Matt Flowers second, Catlow third. Keith Dalton, who is the best of the Masters drivers, is there in 4th. Keith has won the Masters category all 4 times so far this year and has one overall podium, a 3rd place finish in the most recent race to his credit as well, with Pillamonkin completing the top 5, Matthew McCluckey 6th, and the rest all filing in behind. Side-by-side battle here up towards Maclean's Corner. Meanwhile, that's the recovering Kevin Dengate in the 178, who already is starting to regain some lost ground. That's Liam Martin Bradley that he goes past on the way up into Maclean's Corner.
Him starting back in 11th, so staying 11th at this point as they turn through Coppice. There's one of the only handful of Mark 1s that compete in the championship, run by Hills Motorsport, which is Jack Spooner, who's also not a great start for him. 27 cars dropped way back down the order of about 12th. Side by side between, this is Pillar Monkin and Matthew McCluskey trying to pick his way back up through the order. Stuck itself out around the outside and got the line for the next point of the corner. This now gives Pillar Monkin with a little bit of an aid from Catlow, who is... no, it's not Catlow, is it? That is Keith Dalton. So where has Alex Catlow disappeared to? He's dropped backwards somewhere because Flowers comes through, then Dalton, and then we have the through in Catlow back in 7th. You're absolutely right. So whatever happened was... See the McCluskey, she's gesticulating to Dennis, give me room or get out of it, because McCluskey didn't quite appreciate going side by side that long. He wants the position to keep it without getting bothered too much more.
Yes, McCluskey, of course, started 4th. So, yeah, trying to reclaim the position side by side through the Old Hairpin. There's further contact. The 11 car gets sort of knocked out wide of Keith Dalton. And Keith will not have appreciated that one either. They're still debating it up the hill. And now they've got Pillar Monkin joining in. So this is a three-way battle for what is now 3rd position, with the 6th place car catching up as well now slightly, I would argue. So this is getting very, very busy as we round the top end of the circuit.
That's Harrison Leach, who started back in 12th position. He was somebody who did some running in the Winter Esports Series a few months ago, and now he's trying to lead on the inside line of Pillar Monkin. He's taken the wider line, which is favourable in the wet conditions, because you come off the line, but then again, there's not really that much rubber laid down that stayed there, given how wet it's been. And now Leach, with no momentum, has now had to slot back in, and chosen to slot back in behind the 11 of Keith Dalton. That's all changed around. So Flowers now 2nd. It's now McCluskey up to 3rd through that sequence. It's then Pillar Monkin 4th, and then Harrison Leach squirming around as Alex Catlow is also pushing on. That's in the 88 car, back in 7th place. And he's lapping on similar pace to Leach. So those two, if they get an opportunity, Andy, will start to progress forward unless the conditions start to worsen and don't play into their hands.
Yes, I suspect you are right. If they don't trip over each other, that's always a big if, isn't it, in one-make Mazda MX-5 racing. There goes the 42 car through. Ben Hoy, there is car number 1 in position number 1 and in a class of his own, really, at the moment. Jordan Pimley, he is now 5.8 seconds clear of Matt Flowers, who's a fairly lonely 2nd as well. McCluskey up to 3rd, as we've seen already, getting away though from Pillar Monkin and Keith Dalton behind, as we've got some more side-by-side battling further down the order. And who's that you're pointing at, Scott?
Mr. Luke Souch.
Okay, so are we going to see Luke Souch gaining a position here? I wonder. I think he has gained from where he started.
Interestingly enough, on the timing screen, he was ahead of Charlie Snell by half a second. So he's managed to actually not only catch him but pass him on the road. This is obviously his first race in an MX-5, Mr. Snell. Luke has been very well versed in these cars the last few seasons.
So should have an advantage then?
Technically, yes. Oh, and there's one of the red line cars off in the grab. That's 58 that's gone off the road. That is Dale Whiteman that's gone quite well beached into the gravel on the short chute between Macleans and Coppice. Now, the Masters are going to try and push that out, but I imagine that's quite well firmly beached and not able to get out of there. So I don't want to say the words, Mr. McEwen, but I fear potentially a safety car may be imminent.
It depends again whether they've got one of the live snatch vehicles at that end of the circuit that can get to the car. We'll wait and see. 8.5 minutes to go, so hopefully we don't need to eat into that 8.5 minutes with a safety car period. We'll wait and see what happens as down into the braking zone we come, and a battle imminent here, I think. The 291 car of Luke Souch with some defending to do, and Charlie Snell right behind him. So the two competitors who work within the BRSCC are about to engage in some fun and games, I think, on track. All the more reason to hope that we don't get a safety car interruption.
Whoa!
Oh, a major drama for the 68, which rotates under braking into Redgate. That was Russell Clark with a very bizarre moment.
And that was right in front of the 93, which was Zach Hancock's. And both of them actually had the initial spin well controlled and moved out of the way. But Zach Hancock's locked up and couldn't really get the car turned, but he managed to stop it enough, and thankfully that was crisis avoided. Yes. But that was a real heart on your mouth moment under brakes, the rear end just snapping around, and Zach, I think, a very lucky boy to get away with not getting contact in that situation.
Indeed so that could have been a lot worse than it was, as the number 13 car here of Charlie Vi goes on the attack, trying to find a way past the 68 as they head up the hill. There is the live snatch vehicle, thankfully, moving the 58 car out of harm's way. So Dale Whiteman's race is over, but thankfully everyone else's races can continue largely under green flag conditions. I'm sure the marshals will have that car out of the way within the next lap or so. So halfway through the 15 minutes then, Jordan Pimley leads by 9.5 seconds. I'm struggling to remember a time that I've seen such a dominant performance in a Mazda MX-5 race of any kind, Scott. Yes, the conditions are playing into his hands, definitely, but he is utterly dominant at the moment. We had a change for second as well. Matthew McCluckey ahead of Matt Flowers. And what's going on in the private battle between Mr. Snell and Souch, I wonder?
Well, Charlie has more attentions behind him. That's the 666 of Simon Privet going on the attack, and he might well take the racing line, but Simon's not close enough to make a move up the inside. He's tailing Luke at the moment. Luke won't thank me for saying that in qualifying, even though it was the conditions, that Charlie was 3 seconds faster. But nonetheless, in the dry conditions now, this is very much a true test of exactly who has the speed. They were pretty decent in testing yesterday. As you see, Luke is going on the attack. That's the best form of defence. He is now battling with the 18 of Kurt Anscombe. He's looking to the outside line, but this might well give Charlie the chance to go through. He gets the undercut. They both go either side almost. That's almost Hackett and Schumacher style Spa 2000. And now Snell's sat on the outside line for the kink at Starkeys, up the hill towards Schwanzkurve, and then back towards the top of the hill at Macleans. And that move has seen Charlie successful move up another spot. That now gets him into what will be, I think, 16th position. But it also has allowed in that sequence, Andy, Luke to get away by a couple of car lengths. But I think even with 5 3/4 minutes to go, this battle ain't far from over.
No, I think that we're going to have those two stuck together for the rest of the race, because I don't see Luke Souch going anywhere else really now. He's got no one to slipstream from ahead, and so likely Charlie will be able to close in over the next straight or so. Battle just ahead of them meanwhile. That's number 19 of Benjamin Amarin Draper, who has just gained a position, I think, at the expense of Chris Whitmore, who started a couple of rows ahead of him on the grid. So that is for 12th position, which means Luke and Charlie are battling for 15th place. That's not bad going, really. Charlie started 19th. He was the better placed of the two on the grid, so they both move forward quite nicely, and they're about to start battling for a position inside the top 15. As now the sun starts to come out. So again, we're getting every season just over the course of the 10 minutes of this race so far, with the track now hopefully starting to improve ever so slightly.
Still a few sprinkles of rain on the camera lens. That might be a legacy from earlier on. This is intriguing now. A battle of a second place. It's closed up between Matt Flowers, number 22, blue and yellow, the brighter blue number 2 of Matthew McCluckey, and the white MX-5 number 94 with the blue rollover. That is Dennis Pilamonkin. This is over second, third and fourth. So 2 of these 3 drivers will stand on the podium. Which 2 it's going to be, as the sun does indeed make a seemingly very rare appearance this weekend so far at Donington Park. Still with wipers ablaze through the chicane once again. This is at the end of lap 7. The gap now in front is 11.8 seconds. So Jordan Pimley in all weathers is the man to beat. Down towards Redgate Corner. McCluckey picking his spot, looking to the outside line. And Flowers was just moving back to the middle of the road to defend from Matt. But Matt's comfortable enough to go on the outside. Puts 2 wheels over the curb. This now gives Pilamonkin. Now, these two are not friends from earlier on when they made contact. McCluckey's hand gestures was evident to that. There was a little bit of a touching of body panels through the first part of the Craner curves. But Pilamonkin sits back for the moment. We'll try and readdress and get another option later on to try and pass, but keeping the pressure on. But of course, the harder these two fight each other, the easier it is now, Andy, for Matt to start making a breakaway in second place.
Yeah, that's good news for Matt Flowers, isn't it then, who reclaims second position. They're side by side for third again now, with Pilamonkin to the outside at Macleans. Is that where the grip is? Is it wet enough for the outside line to be preferred? Not really. Looked as though McCluckey had a bit more grip on the inside. They're leaning on each other as they head up the hill. Outside line again for Pilamonkin. There's definitely no grip there at Coppice over the blind crest, and so Matthew McCluckey will hold on to third. But you're absolutely right, Scott. Matt Flowers has now pulled immediately the best part of a 1 second gap, I would argue, as they make their way down the exhibition straight and towards the end of another lap. Jordan Pimley, as the conditions continue to improve out there, goes faster and faster, a 1:25.8. That is just over 9 seconds faster than his pole position time, which was 3 seconds quicker than anyone else. So definitely he is finding more space. And in fact, most of the front runners setting personal best laps last time by. So conditions improving and the battle intensifying.
It does. The reason why I'm pointing to it is Spooner gets a 5-second penalty and Pilamonkin thinks, right, I'll try the outside line this time. And it does give him the road position to try and make it through. And again, they're going to go wheel to wheel for the third time in this race. They go out of view from our camera shot. And once it does catch up in a minute, which hopefully it will do in a moment, we'll do so. I was pointing out also on my screen, I noticed we see the Simon Privet car 666 just ahead of them. There has been a change of BRSCC personnel positions because Charlie is ahead of Luke now. So however that happened in the sequence, but this is just ahead of them and behind, just there as it comes into shot. There's the proof. Charlie is ahead of Luke at that point, and now Luke has attentions of the recovering Adam Lawrence, who started his race tracking through the gravel at Redgate Corners. They went through there. He's now challenging for a mid-position spot. So back up to 17th after his early gravel tracking in a 30-car field. That's not bad going from Adams, climbing up through the order as quick as he has.
Speaking of not bad going, Charlie Snell's last lap was about the 5th quickest lap on track. He's absolutely rapid at the moment, so maybe this was all part of the plan for Luke. We'll let the quicker driver through and try and chase him through the order. They're catching the group of cars ahead, so hey, this could be a masterstroke for Luke, and we'll see exactly how far up the order they can get. The trouble is there's only a minute and a half of the race to go, so they're going to have to get a bit of a move on if they're going to improve upon 15th and 16th places respectively. Battle for third heads back down towards Redgate Corner, and there's a bit more breathing room now for Matthew McCluskey ahead of Dennis Pilamonkin, the number 94 AB Motorsport car, which exits Redgate. Still close enough to think about a move maybe on what should be now the final lap of the race, but not quite close enough to do it, I don't think, into the Old Hairpin.
And further back, it's changed around again. Or no, it hasn't. I thought for a second it has. There was the darker coloured car. And only it has changed for Luke because he's now lost a place to Adam Lawrence. So he's like a further place back. So I think in this initial battle of the BRSCC personnel, it's going to be 1-0 to Charlie. Down towards Redgate. He's going for a move now. This is on 551 of Whitmore up at the inside. Whitmore has to turn out to the apex and Charlie goes through. So that puts him into 14th position. And to be fair, as they go on to what will be, I think, the penultimate lap of the race, because as they came across the line, there was about a minute and 42 to go. Lap times are lap 125s. So I'd imagine this is the second to last lap. So really, Charlie's still got a couple of potentials here to gain a couple more spots. And if he does, he could get himself potentially as high as 12th place. And to be fair, where he started and in the conditions, that's not bad going in his first Mazda race as Jordan goes across to start the last lap of what's been a very dominant MX-5 Clubman race for him. And touch wood, all parties okay getting to the flag. This will be another addition to his perfect record through 2026, 5 wins out of 5, provided he gets there trouble-free.
Yes, I'd forgotten, to be fair, how far ahead he was when I said that was the final lap. Oops, drama, that's Pilamonkin, who has had a moment down at the chicane from 4th position. Maybe he was going for 3rd at the time, who knows, but the 94 car has dropped down the order. Where does he cross the line? 7th position, I believe. Yes, 7th place. So up into 4th now goes the 79 car. That is Harrison Leach from 12th on the grid. Brilliant race for Harrison. And Kevin Dengate back into the top 5 as well. He's actually battling Keith Dalton for the Masters win. Those two were nose to tail going on to this final lap of the race. Leader, though, Jordan Pimley, should be somewhere towards the end of his final lap. In fact, here he comes, I believe, up towards us. No, it's not the race leader, I don't think, is it? But he is well on his way to a dominant victory as we get a track limits penalty for the number 21 car. So Liam Martin Bradley, the second driver to be given a track limits time penalty, and both drivers actually to receive them running inside the top dozen. So that will shuffle the order around within the top end of the points. Here comes the leader, though. Oh, Jordan nearly loses it coming out of the final corner, pushing for a fastest lap, which he gets as he takes the checkered flag. Jordan Pimley, a 125.191 on the ragged edge to set that lap time at the end there, but he does manage to claim the victory and get the bonus point for the fastest lap as well. That was never really in doubt. Matt Flowers, a distant and quite lonely 2nd position, and it will be 3rd position for Matthew McCluskey in the end. So McCluskey does get the better of that battle with Dennis Pilamonkin after whatever Dennis's issue was a lap ago here at the chicane. There goes Pilamonkin in the AB Motorsport car to come through in 7th position. Now, we wait with bated breath to see what's going to happen behind. Well, look at that big scrum of cars coming into the last corner. Somewhere in the middle of that, I think, was Charlie Snell. So we'll see where they end up through the final corner. And yes, he's gained some more, I think. One car through the gravel trap, and he is going to get ahead of him. So where is Charlie Snell going to end up in? It's not quite 11th. The top 10, but it's 11th position. Fantastic drive from 19th on the grid. And Charlie Snell, the Sporting and Operations Administrator within the BRSCC, definitely claims a 1-0 victory or a 1-0 lead over Luke Souch, who was a lowly 15th, although still gained 9 positions from where he started.
And that's something even more impressive as well. He was only 0.6 of a second away from a top 10. because he was behind Alex Catler, who fell backwards again. So whatever happened from his good qualifying form, whether that was the conditions that helped him there or not sure, but he didn't quite have the same pace as it started to dry up, and he fell back a little more. His best lap of the race, was a 1:30.149, so possibly benefited from the wet conditions, but in the dry couldn't quite find exactly the same pace or translate the change in setup he needed to be able to be quicker in those dry conditions. I have to say though, this man is proving why number one last year absolutely wasn't a fluke at all. Even if he did win the championship by a single point, he's proven number one in every single aspect, and again he is pretty much firmly stamping his authority again on this championship in 2026. 15-second victory, can't say fairer than that.
Domination for Jordan Pimley, and it continues. His 5th win from 5 races. Matt Flowers 2nd, and Matthew McCluskey in 3rd, ahead of Harrison Leach and Kevin Dengate. Then Keith Dalton and Dennis Pillamonkin. He'll be disappointed with 7th, I feel. Liam Martin Bradley was 8th, ahead of Ben Hoy, and Alex Catlow likewise a bit disappointed with 10th. Charlie Snell, though, will be delighted with 11th. He finished just ahead of the 73 car of Lawrence, and then it was Benjamin Amarim Draper with Luke Jeffrey Bashford behind. Luke Souch 15th position in the end, and then it was Simon Privet, Chris Whitmore, Jack Spooner, Charlie Vi and Kurt Anscombe to complete the top 20. Dale Whiteman was a non-finisher, so too Patrick Gilligan, but only the 2 failing to finish after their early gravel trap excursions. So pretty low attrition rate given the tricky conditions. Jordan Pimley's already got his helmet off and celebrating down in the pit lane, and he's got a smile on his face as well. He might. This has been a perfect run so far. He's clearly trying to one-up or at least match Ali Bray's achievements from the MX5 Championship last year, and that is Adam Sparrow, is it not, coming over to congratulate him as well. Those two are quite good friends, and Adam will see out, of course, later on in the day in the MX5 Championship itself. I could argue really that Jordan Pimley would probably be a front runner in that championship now as well, so would love to see him taking on the Mazda MX5 Championship proper. But the competition level in Clubman goes up every year, and so this is still a very valid achievement for Jordan, who poses on the front of the car and is rather enjoying, I think, this winning streak that he's in the middle of.
Yeah, definitely so. And there's confirmation as well. Fastest lap of the race for him, 1:25.191. I think we can now hand over for the first time down to our esteemed colleague Rob Lewis, who is down in pit lane to have a chat to our rather dominant Mazda MX-5 Clubman winner, Jordan Pimley, once he stops getting hugs from everybody else.
We definitely gets the most out of his sponsors, does Jordan Pimley. I don't think he realised the camera was live then when he splayed across the bonnet. But Jordan, another fantastic win, led from go to woe. What is it about it? Have you just got this car dialed in?
Yeah, I mean, I've been racing this car on and off since 2021. I started from the back and I've worked my way to the front. I mean, I absolutely love the driving style. Absolutely suits me to the T. So yeah, really, really fun cars.
And championship-wise, you've got your championship on track this year. You've been more or less invincible, and that's always the goal. Can you do the Grand Slam this year?
Well, I mean, the challenge is obviously with Ali Bray winning every race in the ADMTR Championship last year. He's always showing me up. So back in 23, when I won from the back, he did the same in the Mark III's the day after. So
he did.
He's always stealing my thunder. So I'm thinking he didn't win every race with fastest lap last year. So there's a challenge, eh?
Definitely a challenge. Jordan Pimley, we look forward to race 2 later on if that's the case. Just a bit about the weather. It's quite greasy there in the first instance. How was the conditions of the first few laps?
Well, I thought I was going to be in the gravel at turn 1. I had a monumental lock-up off the grid. I saw the grid scrambling behind me as well. Quick chance to shout out my wonderful sponsors. Quick Plan, Salters Law, Hot Streak, Della Sport, LB Auto Works, Racing Owl. Those guys keep me on the grid. Yeah. Like I say, I thought I was going to be in a gravel, but managed to keep it and managed to drive away.
Fantastic, Jordan Pimley, a fantastic result there. We look forward to race 2 later in. Now, Circuit Comms have just grabbed our second place man, so we'll be polite and let them crack on. Our third place man in this beautiful blue Mazda MX-5. That was quite a tough battle out there, but you just held on for the podium.
Yeah, I mean, we were, up to second, down to fourth. I mean, at the start, I lost 10 places, pushed wide, but it was really good fighting through the traffic, and as changing conditions, it was really good in general, yeah.
What were the conditions like out there in the first few laps?
Well, it started off quite greasy, so it was unsure, taking some wide lines, different lines, but as the sun came out, my wiper, I didn't realise my wipers are still on, but it started with the rain and finished with the sun, so changing conditions made it nice and a good challenge.
And what about that man on the pole position, Jordan? Can you catch him?
Oh, I mean, I saw him in the distance, and I thought, oh, you know, he's kind of over there. Maybe I can get him, but no. I mean, Jordan just shot off as he normally does. But me and Matt had a good battle, and we were just trying to, obviously, a lot of defending, so we lost a little bit of time. But that's how it goes, isn't it?
Maybe the game plan for race 2 later. Congratulations on a fine podium there, and that's our third place man. And Matt Flowers, brilliant second place. Can you catch Jordan?
That's the question people keep asking me. Yes, whether we can do it the next 4 hours and catch him this afternoon would probably needs a bit more work than that. But it's great to have someone like that in front that you can just it keeps pushing you effectively. So while it was a great result, I know the car can go quicker, so we keep pushing.
Well, Mr. Pimley and Mr. McCluckey were both sort of finding conditions tricky earlier on, nearly going off into the red gate. Was it the same for yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it rained quite heavily on one half of the circuit on sort of the green flag lap, so I took it easy into Redgate, and I think that really paid off, to be honest, because then I was able to get a bit of a gap. But throughout the first sort of half of that race, it was some corners were wet, some corners were dry, and then you come around the next time and it would be completely different. So yeah, it was a really challenging race. Only 15 minutes, but it felt like about 5 hours, I think.
Well, you've got a battle on your hands later to try and catch Jordan, and I wish you all the luck. Congratulations on a fine second place.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Well, that is our first race of the day, but due to some abnormalities in the scheduling today, we've actually got a bit of a lunch break now, which gives the marshals plenty of time to get a bit of downtime, and we are due to start back here. They are going to start the timetable 20 minutes earlier than signposted, so don't forget, go get yourself a nice sandwich, a nice little cup of tea or something like that, whatever you prefer. Get yourself back here in about 45 minutes for some top level racing, including more Mazda MX-5s, we've got Fiestas, we've got ClubSport trophy, we've got all sorts going on. But join us back here in about 45 minutes. Go get yourself some lunch and meet me back here. We'll see you then. And welcome back to Donington Park after a rather abrupt lunch break there for everyone. But as you can see behind me, the marshals are out on the circuit, ready for our first race of the afternoon session post-lunch break. Now, the clouds do look a bit menacing. I'm told the downpour is coming at 3 o'clock, but it's not up to me because Andy McEwen and Scott Woodward will still be in a nice dry commentary box. But our first race this afternoon is going to be Silverlake style, and that is the Silverlake Production Cup and the Silverlake DS3 Cup. And they're getting ready to head round onto the grid as we speak. Now, for the moment, it is time to head back to the commentary box to Andy McEwen and Scott Woodward to take you through the grid and start off this afternoon's racing.
We are waiting for our cars to make their way out onto the circuit then for our second race of the day. Bit of an odd timetable today with that one random race before lunch, but now we're racing throughout the rest of the day. 9 races to bring you this afternoon, kicking off with, as Rob was saying, the Silverlake Production Cup and DS3 Cup. We'll then have a race for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup after that, and plenty more to come later on. Matthew Hollier has pole position for this race by about 3 or 4 tenths of a second over David Lawrence, with David Clark and Tate Taverner making up row 2. Row 3 for Colin Dunn and Nick Gwinnett, with Martin Cully and Josh Hughes sharing the 4th row. Row 5 then for David Richardson and Oliver Devine King, with Henry Swanson and Barry Cully next, then Tyler Bull and Mac McCarthy, with Gerard Merriman and Robert Buckland on row 8. Row 9 for Jake Spencer and Paul Hoggins, with Rich Hockley and Paul Savage on row 10. Row 11 for Kelton Martin, and then there'll be a gap before we get into the Citroen DS3s, which are headed by Aaron Chalk, with Elliot Lettis, former City Car Cup driver, alongside. Then Theo Longman and Andy Hart, with Alex Hughes and Curtis O'Brien and Stephen Oates at the back of the grid. So although we might have had a slight difference on the grid on your screen, I'm realising, so we might have a bit of a shuffle around in the DS3s. Anyway, cars then are arriving on the grid ahead of what's going to be another 15-minute race. All of the races today are either 15 or 20 minutes, with the exception of the SW Motorsport ClubSport Trophy, which will be a 45-minute pit stop race coming up in the middle of the afternoon. So, Matthew Hollier on pole in the Renault Clio, and alongside him, David Lawrence, who was at the front at Snetterton last time out for the Silverlake Production Cup in that Seat Cupra. Then on row 2, a bit of a giant-killing effort in what was a wet qualifying session, admittedly, for David Clark in the Renault 5 Turbo, and he's got Tate Taverner's Honda Civic for company. Then an all-Renault Clio row 3, Colin Dunn and Nick Gwinnett together on the 3rd row. We're missing, looking out of my window, we're missing Martin Cully in the number 10 car in his older spec Seat Leon, which I can't see anywhere on the grid, so we're missing one potentially, and hopefully he'll be able to make his way out onto the track, maybe starting from the back of the grid. So the Silverlake Production Cup, which is a new series within the BRSCC fold, is, as the name would suggest, a series intended for production-based cars, split across several different classes. So, officially speaking, 6 different classes A through to F, and it's all based on power-to-weight ratio, basically. So, the higher power-to-weight ratio cars in Class A, the lower capacity or lower power-to-weight ratio cars running down in Class F, and the cars at the front of the field traditionally will be the Class A cars, but it's not uncommon, especially in changeable conditions, for some of the lower engine capacity cars to get up there and fight for overall podium finishes. We at the moment have a dry track, thankfully, but whether that continues on throughout the rest of the afternoon, we'll have to wait and see, as we've had a fair amount of rain in the area of late, as indeed has been the case across the whole country, really. That heat wave from a couple of weeks ago seems like a distant memory. So, green flag lap then gets underway, and the car's released onto their last sighting lap of the nearly 2-mile Donington Park National Circuit, and at the end of which we will be racing for 15 minutes and expecting some good stuff here. It was pretty close in qualifying between Matthew Hollier and David Lawrence. The races at Snetterton last time out, we saw Lawrence up there contending for race victories on what was at that point the Snetterton 200 circuit. He's going to be wanting to try and do the same again, if possible, here today. See up at the top of the screen there, the massive tent structures. There are a few of those dotted around the venue. That's because Donington's world-famous Download Festival is coming in the next week or two, when tens of thousands of music fans will descend upon the East Midlands-based circuit for a noisy weekend of a different kind. But always fascinating driving into the circuit, seeing them prepping for that enormous festival, and yeah, it gives you a sense of scale. This place is quite a big area that Donington Park covers. It's not just the track, of course, but all of the paddock area, the various parking areas outside the circuit. It's a big venue that back in the day hosted some of the very biggest international level motor racing championships, up to and including, of course, Formula One famously back in 1993. But it is still a hugely popular circuit within national racing circles because it always produces good racing. The national circuit in particular, we're on this weekend, one of my absolute favourites, and I know a lot of drivers' favourites, because it always produces close racing, lots of overtaking, good side-by-side opportunities, especially in one-make racing, and of course that's what we've got courtesy of the DS3 Cup. We're good to have 7 of those cars out this weekend, in which again is one of the latest ventures of the BRSCC, this Citroën DS3 Cup, which is hopefully going to keep on growing in popularity as the season goes on, and who knows, maybe they'll have their own grid in 2027. I know that is very much the plan. Things hopefully starting to head in the right direction. Suzuki Swift there of Jake Spencer pulls into the into the grid markings. There's a great variety of car on the Silverlake Production Cup grid. And the Suzuki Swift will be competing in one of the lower classes, and starts from 17th overall on the grid. So, almost ready to go. And it takes a while to get the nearly 30 cars in total into position, but once they're there, we will get our first 15-minute race of the weekend for the Silverlake Production Cup and DS3 Cup underway. A magnificent sight they make on this side-by-side staggered grid. A very congested run into Redgate Corner, I think, is coming. Who's going to have the power off the line, and how different is the race pace going to be compared to qualifying pace, where I think we had quite a few of the lower engine capacity cars qualifying towards the front. Well, it's time to find out. Away we go. Matthew Hollier's Renault Clio, an example of a lower-powered car that qualified very well. Initially leads off pole position, but now the more powerful Seat will drag ahead into the lead. So David Lawrence gets the advantage and actually brings with him Nick Gwinnett, I think that was, from the third row of the grid. So Nick Gwinnett's Renault Clio going well. Matt McCarthy is sideways in the Ford Fiesta. He bounces through the gravel trap and just about manages to gather it together, but he'll drop right to the back of the Production Cup grid anyway. And I did anticipate a fair amount of shuffling around here in the early stages because of that topsy-turvy qualifying session, and that's exactly what we are getting. The Peugeot, for example, there, the number 17 car of Henry Swanson, a lot further down the order really than he should be, and one of a number of drivers, I think, who are going to be spending the majority of this 15-minute race getting themselves back towards where they ought to have started had, Scott, it been a dry qualifying session.
Yeah, lots of mixtures in where places are. I see Joshua Hughes there in the almost slightly unique in these ways in club racing Honda Nissan 350Z. It's being battled with one of the Audi TTs, that being Oliver Divine King, who was up there towards the front the last time we saw Production Cup at Snetterton. We've got, well, DS3 Cup cars at play, that being the pole sitter from that category, Aaron Chalk, but I suspect this will be the runaway leader, David Lawrence, in a incredibly powerful Cupra. There's one of the more unique cars on the grid. That's David Clark's excellent little Renault 5 GT Turbo. As the pack winds its way through, and also quite further back than he would expect to be is Rich Hockley. He started back in 23rd, but he's definitely one of the leading cars in Class A from previous races. He's already up to 10th, so he's made up 13 spots on the opening lap of the race, side by side between Henry Swanson's Peugeot and another of the Audi TTs, which is number 50, being driven by David Richardson. He's a bit further back than he expected to be also. So that qualifying session, Andy, in the wet, it definitely did mix things up, as we've got a trio of Renaults down towards the Old Hairpin being led by the older Renault 5 GT Turbo. It might be a little diminutive machine, but it's got some power in a straight line.
evidently it's not plummeted down the order, has it, after qualifying? That has to be said. Matt McCarthy there just regaining some lost ground after his Turn 1 Redgate corner moment. There's one of the plastic markers goes flying up at Macleans. But yes, good little Renault Clio Cup battle going on here, isn't there? The two Clios, the sort of natural successor of the Renault 5, really, being caught by Oliver Devine King, who was the busiest man at Snetterton a few weeks ago, wasn't he? Racing in all of the Production Cup races and in the VW races that we had, VW Audi Racing Championship event that weekend too. He got 5 races in over the course of the weekend, all in the same car, and he's now joining in the Renault Clio battle, which all got a bit congested through the chicane. Bouncing over the curb went Colin Dunn, and that will open the door nicely for Devine King. And someone else joining in the fun is that Rich Hockley, it is, isn't it, who was well out of position. That car, we know how quick it is, and he's starting to show that now, marching towards the front.
Yeah, that's another few places gained up into the top 10 now. 7th place for the EK Honda Civic. Out of Redgate they go. Also moving up quickly is Henry Swanson in that Peugeot. It's another car that was out of position, given that started not too much out of position in the wet conditions. 11th, but it's now into 9th at the moment, made up a couple more places. Oliver Devine King a little wayward on the inside line, slightly tighter into the old hairpin. Further back, we've got Matt McCarthy leading a quartet. We've got a shorter tail 3 Series BMW there. That's the 100, which is Tyler Bull. And then just behind them, you've got one of the McCutley Cullies, which is Barry Cully in his Seat Leon. Oh, and that's his Suzuki Swift Sport versus DS3 Cup cars. And it's the Swift that's winning out at the moment, ahead of the leader, it looks like, in that one. And that's Rich Hockley. Yeah. So, what was a grand start for the Civic, unfortunately, the unreliability which has not plagued that car, but it has been present on and off in the times that's raced, unfortunately, strikes here at Donington Park. It leaves a plume of, I'm sure, engine-related smoke when it's come off the road. And just as we're watching that, the DS3 versus Swift battle comes straight into view, and it's a Swift that's now being chased by a phalanx of DX3s, which is headed by the number 3 of a certain Elliot Lettuce, former City Car Cup champion. Yes,
and Theo Longman through into second, so Aaron Chalk in the Silverlake car, who was leading the class when we last saw him, is now down to third. Rich Hockley is very keen for a marshal with a fire extinguisher to get to his car. He's a bit worried about that going up in flames, understandably, as Elliot Lettuce outbrakes the Swift ahead of him, but wasn't expecting to, so nearly ran into the back of it as they came through the chicane. But this is a fascinating battle, and this is why I really do hope the Citroën DS3 Cup takes off, because look how close the competition is. OK, they've got the Suzuki ahead of them of Jake Spencer, who's perhaps the cork in the bottle, but it's incredibly close between the leading 4 Citroën DS3s at the moment, and it's about to get closer because the safety car has been scrambled, and that's a shame. That will be because of Rich Hockley's car, and dramas is that for the Clio.
Nick Winnett.
It was, yes, who's slowed or had a moment up at Macleans. Is that oil on the track, perhaps, from Rich Hockley's car?
Some kind of fluid that's gone down because of what's happened with Hockley's engine, so I suspect, and it's caught out at least Nick, who is in second place. And I'd have to wait and see where he drops down to in the timing screen to how much time and positions he's lost. But you can see the marshals already getting quickly to extinguish whatever the issue is. Another car's off, and that is a Audi TT, and it is, I think, the 58 of Paul Hoggins who is out as well. That's up at Macleans. Now, I'm not quite sure. Now, Nick Winnett was nowhere near Paul Hoggins, so that suggests it's a separate.
And would perhaps lend some support to the theory that there's something on the track. If 2 separate cars have had moments, which would appear to be the case anyway, up at Macleans, we could only speculate. We didn't see it happen, but it does seem a bit of a coincidence, doesn't it? That car's properly buried. I think he's tried to drive it back out of the gravel trap, and it's started to submerge itself under the gravel slightly. So that car's going no further, and that's going to take a good few minutes now, I suspect, for the marshals to deal with. They've got 2 cars now, and possibly some fluid to clear from the track up at Macleans corner. And so the Jaguar safety car with its new livery for 2026, a really good looking livery. This is my first time seeing it in the flesh, and have to say I'm very impressed. The old livery that they had on it was quite understated. This now, it looks a little bit like a Jaguar racing car actually, which is I'm certainly a fan of. So the Jaguar safety car leads the field around. David Lawrence leads. It is now Tate Taverner up into second position in his Honda Civic Type R. Third then for David Clark. Fourth, Oliver Devine King, who's come through the field nicely, having started 10th. And 5th position then for Henry Swanson, who started, I think, even further back, didn't he? Yes, 11th on the grid. So those two have really charged up the order. Class leaders, Class A led by Lawrence, Class B by David Clark in third position, Tate Taverner in second, leading Class C. So the top three are all class leaders. Class D is led by Tyler Bull in his BMW 3 Series, which we've seen out there. One of the only a handful of rear-wheel drive cars actually on what is predominantly a front-wheel drive grid. He is running in 12th position overall. We don't appear to have any Class E cars, and I think we've only got the one Class F runner, which is Jake Spencer's Suzuki Swift, whilst in the DS3 Cup it is Elliot Lettis still leading from Theo Longman, and Aaron Chalk, the pole sitter, an early race leader, down to third.
As anticipated, David Lawrence's car is the pace setter, given how quick it has been before and how quick it was and dominant it was. We saw it last time in the Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship. 3 victories, quite a canter back at Snetterton. Good to see Tate Taverner's GT3 Honda Civic doing well in second place. Again, David Clark still ran a GT5 service. Giant killer, that car. Up in third position. Nick Gwinnett down to 6th, we mentioned, after he was high second place. There's the 350Z that's gone through the field in 9th place of Hughes. I'm intrigued to see as well when it gets restarted how this DS3 cutback also continues itself, because as we said, Aaron Chalk was pole sitting where then on that moment battling with Suzuki shortly after that the change where Chalk lost out to Lettis, then picked his way through as well. So together now. See how they're in one line astern if these 4, if not 5 DS3s that will wind up behind, line astern behind each other, are going to be able to put on a good battle. As Paul Hoggins' car makes a rather sorry sight, unfortunately, he gets dragged rearwards through the gravel by the snatch vehicle back to a safer spot to get us restarted.
Yes, thankfully I can't see any damage on the car, so I suspect that was a self-inflicted moment, perhaps because of fluid on the circuit. But at least the team will just have to clear the gravel out of the car and it should be ready to go again. Although I say just clear the gravel out of the car, that's not the work of a moment. It gets everywhere, that gravel, and you've got to make sure that it's completely cleared. Otherwise you can start doing further damage to the car if it gets stuck in the engine bay or in the brake system between the calipers and the discs. That can cause you problems. So the team will go to work as soon as it gets returned to the paddock area. There the 189 car heads through. That is the Nissan that Scott was mentioning. 9th position at the moment for Joshua Hughes. And that car running in Class B, interestingly. So again, although you'd think that might be a more powerful car than some of the others out there, because it's power to weight, that dictates the classes. It's only entered into Class B. It is a Class A car that leads the way in the shape of David Lawrence, and he is going to be keen to start building that cushion that he had before the safety car came out. Now, when will the safety car come in? That becomes the next question. Not this time is the answer. The lights are still very much flashing. So, at least one more time around, and hopefully it will only be one more time around behind the safety car, as much as I'm enjoying seeing the new colours of the Jaguar safety car. I'd quite like it to return to the pit lane so that we can get the race back underway. But by the time we do, Scott, I suspect we're only going to have time for maybe a couple of flying laps.
Definitely Henry Swanson up 6 spots from where he started back in 11th. A couple of the Class A cars were quite far back down the order initially. Rich Hockey's car was. So wait and see. There's the DS3s. Elliot Lettuce from Theo Longman and from Aaron Chalk. The 113 car, which is of Stefan Oates.
Yes, indeed so. Well, there is the Aaron Chalk car, which started from pole in the Citroen DS3 element of the race. He's going to have a fight on his hands now to try and get himself back to the front of the group. I think if we go racing this time, we should have time for 2 flying laps, I reckon. Fastest lap of the race, 1:16 for David Lawrence. A couple of seconds quicker than anyone else has managed. So I anticipate we'll have time for 2 more laps. It should be that we go racing this time. I see no reason not to. So the field makes its way up through Coppice Corner, and next time we see that Jaguar safety car, I'd imagine the lights will be off. You can see the dark clouds still looming off in the distance. That's actually the direction that the weather is going, though, so that's going away from the track. I mean, there are dark clouds coming the other way as well, so who knows, we could have more rain on the way, but we do have more racing coming. We've got the safety car coming in, we've got 2 more laps to go, and David Lawrence has stepped on the loud pedal already. A really good restart, and he's given Tate Taverner no opportunity to challenge him down into Redgate Corner. Tate, to be fair, gets away from David Clark. That's the first of the battles, really. Clark in the Renault 5 has got, well, actually, no longer Oliver Divine King behind him, but actually Henry Swanson, who gets the number 17 Peugeot up the inside and into 4th position. Now, one of the oldest cars, if not the oldest car on the grid, about to try and fend off maybe the newest car on the grid here for 4th position, and it looks as though the Peugeot is the one with the pace advantage. Swanson looks to the inside at the Old Hairpin and will indeed go through. Swanson, though, remember, is a Class A car. That brings Oliver Divine King with him, and so unfortunately for David Clark there, he loses a couple of positions, but none of them to cars within his class, so he still leads in Class B.
And also, I'm keen to watch how Nick Gwinnett moves on this final couple of laps, given his mishap right here up at Macleans when we had the original issue for Rich Hockley's car. So Clark down to P6, Taverner trying to escape, but I wonder if Swanson's got enough pace to try and catch him with this lap and a bit to go, as Clark almost 3 wheels the way the Renault 5 through Coppice for the second to last time. Here comes David Lawrence, who will indeed get 1 more lap to go through, such as the pace of that Cupra. And Swanson's getting closer. If you look at the best laps, yeah, 118.7 best lap for Swanson compared to a 120.3 for Taverner. Unless Taverner finds 2 seconds of that quicker on this final lap, unless he really gets his elbows out on that EP3, I'm not quite sure it's going to hold him back as we move on to that final lap of the race. And also, one that could be closing in is a fight for ninth between Colin Dunn in that trio cars in the mix and the Hughes. Meanwhile, we've got, once again, DS3s at play, chasing a rather pesky Suzuki Swift in front of them. It's not for its overall position, but not for class. Elliot Lettuce, though, will be keen to keep himself ahead of that DS3 group unless he gets held up, making an attack on the Suzuki on the final lap.
Yeah, frustrating this for Lettuce, though, because he is quicker over a lap, I think, than Jake Spencer's Suzuki Swift, but the Swift is better in a straight line, and so it gets away from him slightly down the straights, and then he closes back in again through the corners. Look how much closer he is to the Suzuki, and that's what's then backing him up into the other Citroens behind, with whom he is battling for class position. Wide goes the 75 Renault Clio. That's again up at Macleans, where the track perhaps is still a little bit slippery. Managing to gather that together, that was Robert Buckland, who is one of the many Renault Clios on the grid, and I think he might have lost a position or 2 overall. David Lawrence, though, well, he has never been headed in this one. It's a lights to flag victory in the Silverlake Production Cup. David Lawrence claims the checkered flag. It is going to be Henry Swanson second. Is Tate Taverner going to be third? Maybe not. Nick Gwinnett gets alongside him, and through will go the Renault Clio on the line to claim a podium position. Brilliant last lap there for Gwinnett, who we know had podium pace, and does indeed manage to reward himself with a podium finish, and it means all 3 of our overall podium finishes will be Class A runners. Tate Taverner wins in Class C. David Clark just about held on to the Class B victory, as there's more action behind at the chicane.
Yeah, and it has got past the Suzuki, but now it's the fight for second that's really stacking them up, and Aaron Chalk might get a run here on Theo Longman. Nick Gwinnett, it's going to be a sprint to the line in the end. Elliot Lettuce will win the DS3 Cup. For second, it's going to be neck and neck across the line, and I think Aaron Chalk just got him. He did. No, he didn't. In fact, I thought visibly it looked like he was in front, but by 32 1,000ths of a second, Theo Longman holds on to second place in DS3 Cup by the narrowest of margins.
Yes, only just. That was pretty close, but good battling all race long there between the DS3s. So really promising new series. That I think if we can get the grid numbers up a little bit more, that would make a very good grid of Citroen DS3s if they could get their own standalone races perhaps in the future. David Lawrence, well, he was in a race of his own really. After just 2 laps of racing after the safety car, he'd already built a 7-second lead over Henry Swanson, who finished second, and Nick Gwinnett in third. All of them Class A runners. The Class C win went to Tate Taverner by only 0.7 of a second in the end over Oliver Divine King, who was 5th. 6th position then the Class B winner, David Clark, and again that was a fairly narrow victory with the 75 car of Robert Buckland catching him from behind. Maybe would have got him actually had it not been for that moment up at Macleans, with 8th position going the way of Matthew Hollier, 9th for number 19 Colin Dunn, and the top 10 completed by the Nissan 350Z, the number 189 car of Joshua Hughes. Other class winners, Class D went the way of the number 100, that was Tyler Bull, who we saw in the BMW. 1.8 seconds clear of Matt McCarthy, who had, I think, started ahead of him, but had that drama at Redgate Corner. And as we said in the DS3s, it was Elliot Lettis who managed to get himself the class win. Right then, down into the pit lane. Let's hear, shall we, from Rob Lewis and our podium finishers.
Okay, and as I'll be honest, I had a bit of a giggle there at Nick Gwinnett, who stalled it coming into third place. What a result there for Nick, just nicking it off the line. But that Production Cup race, as well as the safety car, was about this man here, David Lawrence. He led from lights to flag, and especially through that safety car period. Let's grab a quick chat with him, who I have a feeling is using this as a bit of a test this weekend. We're just trying to get some DS3 runners. David, are you kind of using today as a bit of a test? It was a great win, led from go to woe, but you've turned it down and given it a bit of a show in this one.
Yeah, it's just thought I didn't get no practicing from the last race last month, so thought I'd try and get a bit of practice in today, so ready for tomorrow.
You do like Donington, and you're enjoying doing a bit more door-to-door racing with this car.
Yeah, I did door-to-door a few years ago in a cheaper vehicle, so I really enjoyed it, and I thought, right, I'd try and give my pride and joy a good race for its money, so yeah, I'm enjoying it.
And a bit of the same, hopefully, in race 2 later.
Yeah, I'd hopefully I can see a few more cars try and keep up with me, but yeah, try and give me a good run, but yeah, we'll give it a go.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a great result there. That is your Production Cup winner, Mr. David Lawrence. And one of the other charging cars coming through in this beautiful chrome liveried Peugeot, Mr. Swanson. That was a fantastic second place.
Oh, honestly, it was a bit scary. At the start of the race, I got hit by the Fiesta, and I think I got a bit of damage on the front left. But other than that, I just wanted to carve through as fast as possible, try and catch him, try and catch Dave. But unfortunately, because of the safety car, I was in the middle and couldn't get him.
You had that charge though, and it did look like quite a lot of fun. What can you do in race 2?
I think I can put up a bit of a challenge to Dave, but honestly, I'll take second place if I can't. I'm happy enough with this race to walk away satisfied.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb result. And our final pole sitter after nicking it off the line. Nick, you've been racing for quite a long time now. Great result.
I was hoping for the second, to be fair. I saw the slippery surface flag round the back, and I was like, what's slippery? And the brakes and flew off, didn't I? So I went from second to 7th.
So that was tripping up, obviously, on Rich Hockley's Civic. Much damage to the car? Is it something you've got to look out for later?
That'll be fine, won't it? Just be fine, get the stones out of it, I guess.
You've been racing for quite a long time now in other series, and you found yourself a Production Cup. What is it about the series?
It's just a good friendly paddock, like most of them, to be fair, but it's just quite big grids now, aren't they? They're building up different cars, so you know, yeah, it's a good place to be.
Fantastic. Well, I will let Nick crack on, and the cars will head their way down to Park Fermi. Now, I was hoping to bring you some DS3 Cup winners as well, but they don't want to talk to me today, so they've headed down to Park Fermi, and hopefully we will grab a chat with them later. Now, I have a feeling there is some more track action to come with some Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. I might be wrong, but to take you through the grid, it's back up to the commentary box to Andy and to Scott.
I hope you're right, because otherwise we've had a very short day if that's our racing done with. It very much isn't. We've got 8 more races to bring you, and it is indeed the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship, to give it its full title, which is coming up next for the Mark III and Mark IV Mazda MX-5s, with a couple of invitational class cars. The newer shape Mark IVs tagging onto the back of the grid. Been a competitive season so far, a bit of an up and down season actually in the MX-5 Super Cup. They had 3 races at Snetterton at the start of the season, 2 at Alton Park a handful of weeks ago, and it is William Antrobus, who leads the way in the championship. He's had 2 race wins. He actually won the first race of the season at Snetterton and the most recent race at Alton Park, but Ollie Hall has claimed a win, and Tom Langford has claimed 3 race wins, but had a non-finish in the first round at Snetterton, so he's a lot further down the points than he should be. But Tom Langford, we know, is a capable driver in the MX-5 Super Cup, and there are plenty of others, I think, who could steal a win, including maybe Dan Parron-Smith, who gets... I'm going to hazard a guess, his first ever pole in the category, with Kamal Khalsi alongside. Will Antrobus, the championship leader, is 3rd alongside the aforementioned Tom Langford, with Alistair Dendy and Sam Middleton on row 3. Row 4, Lee Dendy Sadler and Scott Wright, with Jim Barrett and Martin Tolley completing the top 10. Steve Kite and Robert Way on row 6, with row 7 shared by Richard Moore and Alex Jones. Graham Rumsey, Christopher Ginn and Jonathan Christie Rundle are next. And then we've got the 2 Mark IVs at the back, Zihai Wang and Ben Taylor at the tail end of the field. So 19 cars. Good to see the grid number starting to grow again in the MX-5 Super Cup, a championship that I've always had a bit of a soft spot for, mainly because it's one of the few championships really I can remember being around when it started back in 2013. It was a fairly small grid at the start of that season, but even by the end of that year the grid had doubled. We've always had competitive racing, and some really talented drivers have come through this championship, and it's good to see that not only is the grid number increasing, but the level of competition out there, seemingly from the 5 races this year, Scott, has not dwindled one bit.
Yeah, it's been a pretty particularly competitive front-running 5 or 6, at least in pro class, from those that you look at. You look at the drivers and the points in that standing. One driver's prize is not here this weekend is Ollie Hall, who's second in the points coming into this weekend, and he's yet to win a race so far. He also holds a stat which I've managed to collate, which is apparently not a stat he will be thankful for me to point out. He's currently the driving. Right now, he leads in Supercup history with the most amount of podium finishes without a race win, which is 12. So I'm sure he would have wanted to try and correct that this weekend if he was here, but we shall wait and see.
Yes, I was getting confused because he scored 100 points in the first race at Alton Park, and I was about to come crashing all over your stat, but that's because he finished 2nd with fastest lap and pole position. The win went to Tom Langford in that race, so yeah, continue as you were, Scott, you're absolutely right.
Yes, but in terms of Ollie Hall, he's definitely one of those drivers who you think it's a case of when rather than if he gets a victory. And I would put Dan Parron-Smith in there as well. If I'm right, looking at that car, unless it's just a different car that's been wrapped in the same livery, it appears to me as if that looks like it's a certain Aidan Hills' older car from a couple of years ago, which he at least won a title in. Of course, he's won titles in both Mazda MX-5s and other similar Mazda MX-5 championships elsewhere, shall we say. He won basically Mazda MX-5 titles 3 years on the bounce, which is quite impressive in that sense. So Dan, of course, has got a good caliber car, a good caliber team around him, of course, the Hills Motorsport. There it is, right on cue. And as they make their way to the grid. Will Antrobus is also someone who's quite intriguing. He won literally on his Super Cup debut. And not many people can say that when they've done it in a championship as competitive as this. And obviously, you having commentated in the Ginetta paddock, I'm very certain to believe he's doing a dual campaign because he's also racing in Ginettas as well. So that's 2 platforms, both Mazdas and Ginettas, where he's getting quite a good grounding in what I presume will be the start of quite a budding sports car or GT career, or further afield if he wants to go there. Tom Langford would have wished that his diff didn't explode in race 1, which is the reason why he retired, but he managed to power his way back through and take those 2 victories, starting 4th, and of course that will act as a drop score going forwards for his championship total later on. That sort of front 5 or 6 of Parron-Smith. I'd put Kelsey in there as well when he's decent on a good day. Now in the pro class, Antrobus and Langford definitely. Dendy's also quite quick, and Sam Middleton, who was last year's club class champion, naturally moves up to pro because he was always up there towards the front. I'd also put in the lead Dendy Sadler as well. He's usually been a Fiesta racer, raced in compact cut when it was, and he's not unversed to rear-wheel drive. But definitely getting grips with that, and with Hills Motorsport too, should be quite fascinating. Also, good to see Steve Kite, who I saw him Goodwood last weekend. He works at Goodwood, leading the club class as well for Misty Racing, from Jim Barrett and Kristen McGinn, and good to see those cars also pushing forwards as well and getting a little bit more competitive. Steve qualified 11th behind Martin Tolley, but it was Jim Barrett, ex-BMW Compact Cup racer, who put himself on the club class pole as well.
Indeed so. Of course, Tom Langford, a former front-runner in the Compact Cup as well, so a bit of crossover within BRSCC championships, but a few of these drivers very much now making a home for themselves in the MX-5 Super Cup, which has always been a hugely competitive championship. And who is going to come out on top, I wonder, in this first 20-minute race of the weekend? This is the first 20-minute race of the day. We will have a 20-minute race later on for the CNC Sports Saloons as well, actually. Everything else 15 minutes apart from the 45-minute pit stop race for the ClubSport Trophy. So green flag lap then will begin momentarily. And Dan Parron-Smith, who I'm just going to say, at some point I'm going to call Aidan Hills. I'm just going to put that straight out there. I will misidentify him as Aidan Hills at some point in this race, because you're right, it is definitely an ex-Aidan Hills car. And with exactly the same livery that carried Aidan to a title in the MX-5 Super Cup, as he said a few years ago. These days a hugely successful preparer of cars as well. When he first came into the MX-5 Super Cup, Aidan, he was the small sort of privately run team, if you like. It was just him, one car, and he was taking the fight to some much more established teams like Paul Sheard Racing and Rob Boston Racing, who have been mainstays of Mazda MX-5 championships for years and years and years. And Aidan came along in about 2017-ish, wasn't it? Yeah. And then 2018 really started winning races, the year that this championship was a support series for TCR UK back in its first season. And again, was going up against much bigger teams, and he now has expanded to run his own team, running multiple cars in various different championships, as you quite rightly said. So he's really come a long way, has Aidan, from where he started, and now his car could potentially be on for another win with another driver at the wheel.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think it's also quite interesting that he came into SuperCup straight out of Junior Rallycross. So he came straight into that. He was Rookie of the Year in 2017 as well. He was the best rookie. And then just from there it started to find more pace, and of course won 2 MX-5 SuperCup Pro Class titles. To win the championship once is impressive enough, given how tough the championship is. To win it twice, that means you're definitely one of the drivers who can master it pretty well. Then to do that again in another Mazda championship a year later, to win 3 Mazda titles with these kind of cars on the bounce, shows that you, in terms of talent-wise, you're doing something special. What he's doing this year, he's moved on to nightly racing in Brit Car, where he got a class podium in Spa the weekend just gone.
Oh, yeah.
But he also, as well, made a guest appearance, a one-off appearance cameo in Legends at the Support for GT World Challenge. Ironically, he was classed as a rookie in that championship side. He had to start all his races from the back of the grid, but at one point, he was given driver of the weekend, because at one point he was actually came to his highest lead. He was leading into the final out the final corner, but then eventually had to finish second and third because of how close it is in those Legends cars, as people know. So he's an exceptional racer, is Aidan. Of course, he runs that team with his dad, Darren, and it's also a very well-established car. They run Mark 1s now as well, which is good.
Yes.
Expanded to Mark 1s. They have done it for a while. And very competitive team, and always bring plenty of customers along, and there's a reason why they run with him, because not only can he prepare cars, but he's a pretty damn handy peddler, as the titles firmly validate too.
Indeed so. So is his car going to win this race, or will someone else come through and take the fight to Dan Parron-Smith, I wonder? We're about to find out, because the 19 cars, including those 2 cars at the back, the Mark 4s, are about to pull into position with Zihai Wang and Ben Taylor at the tail of the field. I think they're more or less where they ought to be. And we are ready then to go racing for 20 minutes in the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship here at Donington Park. Red lights go out now, and it's a good start made from Kamal Khalzi on the outside of row 1. Kamal Khalzi will get the lead on the run into Redgate Corner as they head into the braking zone at the right-hander for turn 1. We've got Alistair Dendy making moves there in the 18 car as well to third up the inside of Tom Langford, so it's all changed as we round the first corner and head down through the Craner curves for the first time of asking. So it is Khalzi who leads, Parron-Smith second, Dendy up into third, and side by side then between Tom Langford, who I think is just going to get the better of that battle for fourth, is he? Maybe not, actually. Will Antrobus, I think it is that he's scrapping with, and Antrobus will actually get the better of Langford. Neither of them, though, Scott, having a particularly good start.
Now, all the top three have never won a Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race outright, so either Kelsey, Parent Smith or Dendy can manage it. And despite starting from pole and losing the spot to his Hills Motorsport teammate, straight on his toes as Langford gets spat out to the outside line. He loses spots to Middleton and also now to Dendy Sadler and also now to Scott Wright, former club class champion himself. Could see him back in the championship this year, and now Langford really is losing a bit of momentum. He gets elbowed out again over the curb. He's going to lose out another spot to the club class leader. In fact, he's tumbling down to the bottom of the pro class running. The only car that hasn't got past him in that class, two in fact, are Martin Tolley and Robert Way. Leaders go into the chicane. Oh, Kamal Kelsey, massive clip. He's so close. There's cutting it close like Monaco at the barriers into the swimming pool chicane, and there's that. That was pretty tense to get through. And also getting up there as well from the back of the grid, showing the pace of it. Jihai Wang in that orange Paul Scheer prepared Mark IV. So getting up there pretty well. But out in front, Kamal Kelsey leading his teammate. But Dan Parent-Smith on a mission, not letting his teammate get away that easy.
No, definitely not. And as always is the case in Mazda MX-5 racing, or usually anyway, it's very hard to break away at the front of the field because of the power of the slipstream. No one told Jordan Pimley, of course, who dominated that MX-5 Clubman race earlier on. But now in drier conditions, I do expect some more typical Mazda MX-5 action, as there is a typical Mazda MX-5 move up the inside for Tom Langford. Now, what is Langford doing down in 10th position? I know he lost some ground on the first lap. We saw him go wide up here at Macleans, but Tom Langford, who on drop scores, if you like, would be the championship leader right now. It's only that non-finish that sees him arrive at Donington 6th in outright points, is a long way out of position, I would argue, at this stage, Scott.
Yeah, it possibly looks like he lost momentum all the way back at Maclean's and then tried to regain it all the way through to the pit straight where he was stuck on the wrong line. People just kept training past him one after the other. Eventually the momentum stopped of cars passing him, and he's had to try and regroup himself. That move up the inside for 10th on Steve Kite would have certainly helped set that one back off. Let's look at his time, see what he can do. He'll be helped by the scrap that's going on between Martin Tolley and Jim Barrett for position. Kelsey sets the fastest proper flying lap of the race, which gets beaten by Lee Dendy Sadler. The rest of the pack comes streaming through. There goes Chris Ginn. And Martin Tolley, who is not in a typical livery for himself. He is in what was, I think, Nick Grindrod's old car. Yes, in terms of the colours. Of yellow and red. There's Jihai Wang, who's running quite well. And as I talk about Martin Tolley, he's run wide at Redgate, and through goes the Mark IV. Got good pace. In fact, if you look back at Alton Park, that car set the overall fastest lap of the entire weekend, is Jihai Wang. So good potential for the Mark IVs, and seeing how they mix amongst these Mark IIIs in the more natural habitat for the Mark IIIs on the SuperCup grid.
Yeah, it'd be good to get a few more of the Mark IVs out there. We've seen them sporadically appear in BRSCC circles over the years, and who knows, I know there are more of them out there, so it'd be good to get them out on track racing with us if possible, as Martin Tolley in the Go For It racing car has some defending to do up at Maclean's corner. That's Steve Kite trying to slip through, to no avail at this stage, and then also the 76 car right behind them, making that very much a three-way fight. And that is Jihai Wang in the 76 car. So down into the chicane with three abreast here. This has got trouble written all over it. A really feisty move for Will Antrobus to get to the inside of two cars there through the chicane. One of which was Sam Middleton's white and pink example. The other was Lee Dendy Sadler, I think, who was very nearly caught up in some contact. And now we've got another car joining in the fun. That's the 88 machine of Scott Wright, the red car. So four cars battling away for fourth position. There are the leading three, though, and Kamal Kelsey, Dan Parent-Smith and Alistair Dendy getting away now from maybe a few more of the established front runners in this category. So good chance, as you alluded to, Scott, that we're going to add a new name to the winners list if they carry on like this. They are charging away from the chasing pack behind.
Speaking of charging, the Mark IV certainly motoring along. It's just past Tom Langford on pace and also set the fastest lap of the race. So Jihai Wang is moving along quite nicely in now, what's that, 8th position, ahead of the former Mark I champion. As Dendy Sadler getting used to rear-wheel drive again, and the momentum that he lost, and he gives that to Sam Middleton on the outside line. Easily slots in now in front and now behind Old Antrobus. As now Jim Barrett's getting back into this now. He is the leader in the club class from Steve Kite and then Richard Moore, who's in the yellow and purple number 16 car in third in class. Leaders go back into the chicane now at the end of lap 4. And we've got 3 battle packs going on, and Middleton got very sideways, clipped the curb on the inside and got loose. That now gives Lee Dendy Sadler the chance to try and close back in, but they're all starting to stack up a little bit here as we've got Scott Wright and Jihai Wang in the Mark 4, and he's now thinking, not just thinking, going for it down the inside of Scott Wright. Has no option but to rethink the turn into his apex, and through goes Wang into what now puts him into 7th position overall. He is the fastest man on track. He's in a 1:22.255. That's at least a couple of tenths quicker, at least, than the 3 cars in the lead group. As they head down towards the Old Hairpin, there's battles galore as that's now Kite and Way for position, but it won't affect Kite's position in the club class. He still leads.
Indeed so. I'll tell you what, Zihai Wang is going to be thinking about the win here, I think, isn't he? Because you're right, he's quicker than the leaders. He's carving through the order quite rapidly. And I think if that orange Mark 4 gains a few more positions over the next lap or so, he could well have time to close in on the leading group, which would be a turn up for the books. So through Maclean's corner comes this midfield battle. The 72 car there of Steve Kite having lost out, and there is Wang gaining another spot now up at Coppice corner. So he's picking them up and putting them down quite quickly. He's knocking on the door now, Scott, of the top 5.
He is. That's partly Dendy Sadler up at Coppice. So that means now he's starting to push his way forwards. And of course, as I've said so many times, if the harder these 3 fight each other, the easier it's going to be for him to make more progress. Dendy Sadler tries to come back at him at the apex at the entrance to Roberts chicane, but there's no doing. So he now finds himself under threat from the recovering Langford after his wayward first lap that saw him down outside the top 10. There's the other Mark 4, the black number 64 or 84 of Ben Taylor, who was a regular in the Evolution Trophy when that existed. And there goes Thomas Langford, also picking up another place on Lee Dendy Sadler, and that puts him up into 7th place, so steadily moving forwards, trying to go with Jihai Wang, as there's Martin Tolley going rally crossing through the gravel, and fair play for keeping his foot in. He wasn't like getting stuck in, he simply just tried to carry on. But immediately you can see here, Andy, Jihai Wang, you're absolutely right. He's right on the back now of the fight for 4th between Andrews and Middleton. And given we haven't even hit half distance yet, you'd have betting that at the very least a podium could be in the offing here. He's going on the attack towards Maclean's.
Yep, to the outside of Middleton. Then this for 5th position. He's later on the brakes, tries to carry the momentum round the outside, but didn't really have the grip available to him there. But yeah, I think when he gets past Andrews and Middleton, which I think he will do imminently, it's going to be really interesting then to see what pace he's got in clean air. How much quicker than the leading 3 is he capable of going with no one in front of him, because those leading 3 are 4 seconds or so up the road from this battle pack for 4th position. So there go the leaders through the chicane, and then in the background there you can see the battle going on for 4th position, and it's a change, is it? No, Andrews defends from Middleton into the right hand element of the chicane. That will slow Middleton down on the exit though, and so here comes Wang, here comes Langford, and here comes Lee Dendy Sadler as well. Wang to the inside of Middleton, and in fact has a go at Andrews, who slams the door decisively in his face, but I think Wang will still gain 1 position. Indeed he does, and William Andrews is not going to move aside here for the quite clearly quicker Mark 4. He's going to defend that position for as long as he can.
It will give a little bit of respite to the top 3, who are in a world of their own still at the front, because Wang hasn't got past all the cars in this group just yet. He has got dispatched Middleton, and here comes Langford slotting his way through beautifully up the inside of the club class champion from last year. Middleton will have a little bit of momentum as they go up the hill to try and get himself around the outside for Schwanzkurve. It'll put him on the inside for the right-hander at Maclean's at the top of the hill, and Langford has to give him the room, leans on him slightly, and as they come back out into sight, he's given up the ghost and decided to hold back for the next opportunity into the chicane at this time. Right, there's Jim Barrett, who is still the club class leader, and then Steve Kite will come through eventually. He's behind Robert Way now. There's been a change for position, which will have held up Steve even further. Steve, the club class points leader coming into the weekend. There goes the top 3, and Wang has got through, so the momentum he carried has pushed him past Androbus. Now the question is, will he pull away from this group, or will he start to bring this train with him towards the top 3? They've calmed down at the front, but there's still 10 minutes to go, and if he can bring them through, and particularly with the pace that Langford's showing, as Scott Wright's out of the race, which is a shame, so issues for him. I can't tell whether he's whacked the barrier or not. No. That is Langford and Androbus off the road. That was Langford out of control, straight into the front corner of Androbus, into the gravel, gets back onto it, but as we cut back, the camera won't give us the answer, but what on earth was happening there?
That was bizarre, wasn't it? We'd seen Antrobus make a late defensive move against Wang a lap ago, and I have to wonder whether he and Langford maybe found themselves side by side, and there wasn't quite space for the pair of them. There's damage to the right front corner of Antrobus's car, and he's lost a lot of positions as well, but not quite as much ground as Tom Langford lost, so another bit of a disaster then for the three-time race winner this season, Tom Langford, but he just can't seem to piece together a consistent run of results at this stage, and it looks as though this one's going to be perhaps another disappointment. Still got nearly half the race to go. Don't know how much damage was done to Langford's car. Antrobus's car doesn't look great, but is still going quite quickly, as demonstrated by the fact he just made another move up into Coppice corner. But a little bit of drama then among two of the championship front runners at the front of the race. It remains a three-way fight, but I'm going to watch with interest now the lap time of Zihuai Wang and see whether or not he's going quicker than the race leaders. The leaders then come across the line. They're all in the high 1 minute 22s, 22.8 for the leader. Wang a 23.6. So at the moment, without a slipstream, he's not quite quick enough to bridge the gap to the leading three.
Yeah, that outright pace certainly working well. There's the evidence of the contact between Langford and Antrobus. That's looking a little less showroom spec, shall we say, on the front of Antrobus's car. He's dropped back to 7th and now having to hold off Jim Barrett. We're side by side behind that scrap. This is Steve Kite and Robert Waite, not in the same classes. As off the road goes Alex Jones in the Bromley Motorsport run car. Amble's back on, and that puts him back in 15th place. And there is Thomas Langford, who's severely lost a lot of pace, and unsurprisingly will bring it to pit road, and that might well be, that's what any suitable result for him is completely gone, so this will have to be, as you say, another drop score, and that will put pressure on him early on, because he's now had, this isn't an official DNF yet, but of course it's going to be a non-score, a minimal score based on where he is. With the DNF from race 1, it means that he's really on the back foot, so he's going to have to rely on good, clean results, and he can only afford one more DNF before he starts eating into the points that he's had, because apart from that, if you get 3 DNFs or non-starts or non-scores, that's it. They have to be mandatory ones that you have to use, that they're your 3 worst results because you either didn't take part in the race or you didn't finish. So that will mean that he's going to have to really be on it and hope for good luck all the way through. Otherwise, his charge for the title might well derail faster than he hopes.
Yes, that's definitely the danger, isn't it, for Tom Langford. And we'll wait and see whether he can get back out there on track. Worth doing, as you said, to try and just score some points, although it will likely go down as a drop score if he ends up having to fall back on this finish. He'd rather have some points to fall back on than none. So, leading 3 then, down through the Old Hairpin. Now, this has been quite well behaved at the front of the field so far. Kamal Khalsi's led since getting the lead off the line. Dan Parent-Smith seemingly has been quite content to sit in second position since then. And Alistair Dendy, you feel, is just keeping a watching brief in third. But at some point, you have to feel that Dan Parent-Smith is going to have a go at getting the lead here. Such is the nature of MX5 racing. As we mentioned a couple of times, the power of that slipstream means that you can just sit behind other cars for a while and decide to make the move when you want to. Normally that comes in the final third of the race. Well, guess what, everyone? We are at the final third of the race, and I think it's almost time for there to be a move, although Alistair Dendy's chances of winning the race have just taken a knock. He's been given a 5-second track limits penalty, and so the third car in this picture then, the white-fronted car, is not really a contender now. 5 seconds to be added onto his time at the end of the race, and so now it's really down to the 2 drivers ahead, Kamal Khalsi and Dan Parent-Smith. When does Dan elect to make his move? I'm sure he's not going to sit in second place till the checkered flag without at least trying something.
It certainly could be the case. I'm certain that the person whose probably heart rate is higher than anyone else's is Aidan Hills, watching both of his 2 leading cars in the mix. I would imagine that the penalty has flashed up on the electronic board that's on the timing screen to see if it's come through. And Dan Parent-Smith's been given a time penalty as well. So at this rate, Kamal Khalsi, provided he stays where he is, regardless of what happens, is effectively on course with 5.5 minutes to go to pick up his first MX5 SuperCup victory. The only caveat where that might not happen is if he gets a 5-second penalty, which means they all stay in the same order. Effectively, whichever order they stay on the track, it'll just bring 5 seconds back towards everybody else. So, and that will, on the timing screen, brings Zihai Wang closer, but still some nearly 8 seconds back from the lead at this point.
Yes, he could gain though, of course, if these three start to fall over each other, so don't count out a Mark 4 victory just yet. It could come courtesy of track limits penalties, but that all hinges on Kamal Kalsi picking one up, which at the moment he has not, and let's hope that the team can get the message over to him somehow that the two cars behind him, two drivers behind him, do both have penalties. He could afford now to let Dan Parent-Smith and Alistair Dendy through and just stay with them and claim the victory anyway. So across the line they go. Top three covered by 0.8 of a second on the road, but quite a bit more than that on corrected times. It is advantage Kamal Kalsi, courtesy of being the only one of these three not to have a 5-second penalty heading his way. Wang, by the way, is almost exactly matching their pace. In fact, he was only a couple of hundredths slower than the leader last time by, but that means he's not bridging that gap, so 7 seconds further back in fourth. A bit of a lonely fourth now. Same true actually of Sam Middleton in fifth, who's got about 3 seconds over lead Andy Sadler. Who too is getting away actually from William Antrobus's slightly damaged car, so it's all sort of spread out a little bit in the midfield. This perhaps now the better of the battles, isn't it, with Steve Kite trying to defend 9th position from the number 98 car of Robert Way. These two were very evenly matched in qualifying. They shared the 6th row of the grid, and they're nose to tail again now with just under 4 minutes of the race remaining. Indeed.
Overall position, so they're both different classes. Robert Way, of course, he was he's a former club class contender, if at least I think he was the champion at one point in club class, so battling the current club class championship leader in Steve Kite, of course boss of Misty Racing. They've been running cars a lot in themselves in Mazdas before, but decided to jump in and have a proper full season himself in a Mark III. See the Clapham North decals on the back as they make their way down towards the Redgate corner.
Kamal Kalsi, 5-second penalty for track limits. So
game on.
There we go. It's all matters again now. Who gets in front? Sorry, Scott. I just saw that pop up on the timing screen. It's not yet appeared on our screen, but I just saw a message. Yes, number 64, time penalty, 5 seconds, exceeding track limits. So all he had to do, we were saying, was not exceed track limits, and he had an easy race victory. Now he's got a fight on his hands again.
Yeah, and of course this has been another key factor. What does this car do? Because of course if this car gets within 5 seconds, then none of them are going to win the race because it'll go through. And he has just set the fastest lap of the race at 1:22.231. So he is motoring along, and the gap at the moment now across the line, as Ben Taylor comes into the pits, the other Mark IV that's been having one or two issues it seems, gap is now 7.3 seconds off the lead. So, and he's 6.2 seconds behind third place. So if he gets one of the 1.2 seconds to close in these next 2.5 minutes or so, and if Denny starts falling back further on, he could end up ending up on the podium overall as another penalty comes up the ship of Martin Tolley. Hand him out that sweet at this point rather than anything else. But it's quite ironic that the top three all have 5-second penalties, so the order won't be the same. So literally, if Parent-Smith passes Kalsi, he will be, once again, 4th position for the victory. It just will bring them closer to this man in 4th position. He works his way through. And meanwhile, behind them, it's all spread out very quite sort of Grand Canyon-sized gaps. You've got Steve Middleton in 5th position in no man's land. Dendy Sadler in 6th. John Christie Rundle has another 5-second penalty. So again, another one being handed out for track limits. You've then got Antrobus 7th. Jim Barrett, who leads club class in 8th from Steve Kite, who's now still ahead of Robert Way in P10. So lots of very busy race control in these last few minutes, handing out penalties, but it's quite ironic that all top three will stay in the same order despite them all getting penalties.
Yes, indeed so. So now, Dan Parent-Smith needs to try and make a move if possible. He needs to do it without losing too much time to Zihai Wang, who's charging behind.
I should say at this point now, Wang will be third because the gap between himself and Dendy is 4.4 seconds, so he will push Dendy off the overall podium.
But he's taking at least half a second a lap all of a sudden out of the leaders, and they're going to have another lap after this one. This is going to be very, very tight. If he keeps on taking that sort of time out of them, it was 6/10 the last time, it was half a second the time after that, he could get within 5 seconds of the leaders, especially if Dan Parent-Smith has a go at Kamal Kalsi, although that's looking less likely. Kamal Kalsi's now put his foot down and has started to gap the second placed car. Does that mean, though, he's now going quicker than the 4th place man on the road? This is fascinating.
So the gap we need to watch, it was 6.8 seconds between Wang and the lead car of Kalsi. We need to see what the gap is now when they come across the line between 1st and 4th to determine if there's going to be any more changes. It's gone up, it's 7.1. So he is, I think he's close enough to deny, no, he's not close enough to deny Parent-Smith second. He's close enough for third, that's fine, but second place is a bit too far in front to make that happen.
Yes, 4 now, but could that change? Can Dan Parent-Smith catch Kamal Kalsi? He's just about within slipstreaming range, I would argue, and he's putting together a good first few corners here. Really takes to the inside curve through the Old Hairpin, and this is where that slipstream really starts to take effect now as they climb quite steeply uphill here through the left-hand kink at Starkey's, the next one at Schwantz Curve. And then through the first of the 2 right-handers at the top end of the circuit. Macleans, the first one, the more sweeping right-hander. And then up to the highest point on the circuit at Coppice, which is this really tricky blind right-hander. It's a small apex that you've got to aim for. You have to commit to the corner before you can see it. And Dan Parent-Smith has done a good job there. Kamal Kalsi a little bit slow off the corner. And I think Dan Parent-Smith might have a go here down into the final corner. Kamal Kalsi is defending. That's going to slow them both down if he continues to do so. Parent-Smith to the outside is very late on the brakes. He's not going to go through on the way into the corner. Can he get the better exit and try and beat him in a drag race to the line? I don't think he's quite going to get there. Kamal Kalsi is going to win on the road. How much time did that little defensive move cost them? That's the question. Across the line in third on the road will go Alistair Dendy, and it is going to be 4th on the road, but 3rd on corrected times for Zihuai Wang by a second. Kamal Kalsi managed to keep him behind. So Kalsi and Parent-Smith will be the top 2, and Wang just needed to gain another second there in the closing stages, and he would have claimed the overall victory. But in the end, the Mark IV driver has to settle for 3rd position. But that was a bizarre final half a lap. Kamal Kalsi really lost ground up through Coppice Corner.
Whether he missed a gear or something happened, which was a glitch of some kind, but he found enough pace to get back as there's more scrapping to the line. This is Alex Jones and Graham Rumsey to the flag. It's going to be very close in the end across the line, and it goes the way of Rumsey by 0.160 of a second as they come through. But what matters most is where you're up the checkered flag, and even though Kamal Kalsi, I'm sure, will mention to Rob Lewis exactly what happened on that last lap that saw Dan go for that last gasp attempt to steal the victory, he managed to hold on. And that is, for him, a landmark victory. That's his first overall Mazda MX-5 SuperCup victory, and very well earned from a good start from the front row of the grid. And despite the pressure from Dan all the way through, managed to gap him enough, and even with the 5-second penalty, held him off and pretty much took a Leicester flag win, which is an excellent run for him. And that will be a culmination of lots of hard work. He was always a quick club class driver, moved up to pro, found a bit more steady pace. This has been the year he's found a lot more underneath him, and so he'll be hoping that he can keep that up and keep that momentum going throughout the rest of the weekend.
Indeed so. So the cars then make their way back to pit lane after a nail-biting conclusion to that MX-5 SuperCup race, but it is Kamal Kalsi who manages to claim the victory. Dan Parent-Smith, interestingly, is ahead of him on the way into the pit lane, but Kamal Kalsi definitely got to the checkered flag first and claimed his first victory in the championship. Really good result that for him, having started on the front row of the grid, and in the end led from lights to flag with Parent-Smith second and Zihuai Wang in 3rd position in the Mark IV. Then Alistair Dendy and Sam Middleton, with Lee Dendy Sadler and Will Antrobus next in line. Jim Barrett, Steve Kite and Robert Way completed the top 10 ahead of Richard Moore and Martin Tolley in 12th position. 13th was Graham Rumsey, then Alex Jones with Christopher Ginn, Jonathan Christie-Rundle and Ben Taylor next. Tom Langford, a non-finisher, significantly perhaps in the context of the championship for the AB Motorsport driver, and Scott Wright for Paddock Motorsport, also failing to get to the flag. His car stopped at the side of the road up at Maclean's corner. Right, some very happy drivers down in the pit lane area, and in amongst them somewhere is Rob Lewis. Let's hear from him now.
And I'm down here with a very, very excited Mazda MX-5 podium where our third place driver, very, 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 very happy. And one man that's very, very happy, I'm going to try and grab a word with him here. He's getting handshakes around. His first win, Kamal Kalsi. Fantastic race, and it got a bit tasty there in the final corner.
It did get a bit tasty, track limits and all that. Dan is, of course, extremely quick, but it's been, great weekend. Good start to wet qualifying, so very, very good. And Hills Motorsport, of course, great job building the car. Thanks to everybody, family back home, quad, everything is good,
Fantastic. And you've been racing in the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup for a few years, and you've worked your way up through the ranks. How does it feel to get that first elusive overall win?
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. It's such a great championship, especially you can come in and progressively grow. The standard is extremely high, so but with a great team, a great coach like Aidan, you can it's all possible.
Certainly one of the best. Congratulations, Kamal. I'm really happy for him. Let's grab another chat with another Hills Motorsport driver here. He's just getting himself suited up and looking smart. And Dan, fantastic race. You couldn't quite get Kamal there, but it's so close.
No, yeah, brilliant race. I wanted to, Kamal's not in for the championship. He's only doing a few rounds, and obviously I'm doing the full year. So I thought it'd be smart to sit behind him, get the first points, and just bring it home. I know we had a massive gap. So yeah, a really good race.
And what's it like having a former champion Aiden in your corner?
Yeah, it's unreal. I mean, me and him are like, son and father, same car, same suit. He coaches me wherever I am. I drive like him as well, so just got to get on the top step and then I'll be exactly like him. So.
Fantastic. Well, a great result there. That's the second place, and I think it's not going to be long until he is on the top step. Now in third place, Suhai Wang. What a fantastic race, and getting the Mark IV Mazda onto the podium. You were very happy when you got out of the car. How did that feel?
Yeah, I felt really good, because like last time I got podium was in Chinese F4 a year ago, and just coming here to the UK and studying university alone, I had I just want to continue my motorsport dream here in the UK, and here I am pursuing it, and it's wonderful. I know I had to start last every race, but it's amazing that I never expected I could have even a chance at podium, but Donington's my favorite track. I think it just blessed me in some way. So yeah, huge shout out to my team, huge shout out to BRSCC for hosting such an amazing race. So thank you guys so much, and yeah, it's amazing.
Congratulations there, a debut podium in the UK. Now, we have got Fiestas out on the circuit for the ST150s. It's a big grid to go through, so it's time to hand in to Scott.
It is a big grid to go through, I have to say. 23 of the ST150 Fiestas hopefully set to take the start, and some familiar faces at the front, a couple of new names as well, up and down the order. But it's Michael Blackburn who has got the pole position. Dan Robinson is the championship leader after 4 races so far this season. He's claimed 3 wins from those 4 races. The other one going to Spencer Lane, the second race at the Brands Hatch season opener. And Michael Blackburn, only 4th, still hunting a first victory of the season, but he's an extremely experienced driver. He's Michael Blackburn. He knows how to get it done, knows how to win championships, and he's just sort of slowly but surely banking the points. And I'm sure as the season moves on, we're only about a third of the way through the season for the ST150s, he is going to become more and more of a factor in the championship, and he'd love to kick-start that championship challenge with a race victory perhaps here this afternoon. So good to see a big grid of the ST150s. This championship that's grown and grown over recent years. When the ST240 category was introduced a number of years ago, there were fears for what would become of the ST150s, but actually it's become a hugely popular championship, merged initially with the XR Challenge, which was predominantly a Northwest-based series for the old XR2s and XR3s. Those, unfortunately, have died out now, but replaced by the ST150s, and great little racing cars, these. They're quite skittish, they're quite short wheelbase, stiffly sprung front-wheel drive hatchbacks, but they always do provide some really good racing, and Michael Blackburn has been regularly a race winner in this category. He's got Oliver Sweetman alongside him, though, who is one of the newer names to the championship. Oliver Sweetman in qualifying about 0.3 of a second, just under 0.3 of a second slower than Michael. And I'm sure we'll give him a run for his money in this 15-minute race. So, Blackburn and Sweetman, row 1. Row 2, Dan Robinson and Stephanie Saw, with Colin Smith and Sam Watkins on the third row. Row 4 for Robbie Harrison and George Foxlow, Spencer Lane and Jake Humphrey on row 5, with Tommy Bruley and Aidan Vickers completing the top dozen. 7th row of the grid then for Daniel Maguire and Mark Webb. Mark Blunt and Joseph Ming are next, ahead of Jessica Fitch Hall and Graham Malin, with Ryan Matthias, Alan Darlington, Ron Lufstad, Remy Beadle and Caroline Lufstad at the back of the field. Caroline making her debut, question mark? Yes, I think so, in the championship, yes. So Caroline, some relation to Ron, and I have to say I don't know exactly what the relation is. I'll go and find that out hopefully before race 2, but Ron Lufstad, who's been racing in the championship since it was the XR Challenge, he was a regular in the XR3 class, I seem to recall, and now another Lufstad joining him on the grid. Caroline, she running with a novice cross, makes her debut in the championship. So, big grid, competitive race hopefully in the offing, and Dan Robinson, who's been the form man so far this season, Scott, having to start this one from third on the grid.
Of course, the wet conditions would have mixed things up a tiny bit. As you see there, Jake Humphrey in the number 51 machine. Yeah, Dan will have to come from the second row of the grid. He's got, of course, Michael Blackburn, former champion, on the front row alongside him. I'd also be intrigued to see how a couple of the cars from 6th to 8th get through as well. Sam Watkins, who's been a former champion in Fiestas 2. Robbie Harrison, who is the younger brother of Danny Harrison, who was a quite prominent Fiesta junior and I think at one point Fiesta racer himself. And great to see George Foxler back on the grid as well. He was doing a dual campaign last year in ST150s and ST240s and had that rather heartbreaking moment where his championship quite literally fell apart before his first race of the weekend at Brands Hatch last year even started. He went onto the formation lap and something sheared on, I think it was his rear wheel, that came off and he ended up skittering into the gravel, and that was it. Championship chance at ST150s was over before he'd even started a race, which is a real shame. Of course, he's been plying his craft still mainly this year in ST240s, but jumping back into, I think, the same ST150 if I'm right, unless he's in a new one for this weekend. No, he's a different one for this weekend, but he's not in the same car that he was running before, which he started his racing career in the Fiesta Juniors when they still had ST150s and still was then reusing that car in the senior level. And so pretty well versed. The last few cars get into position. See how we get on from 8th on the grid. Got some work to do. Maybe the conditions didn't quite favour him in the wet earlier this morning in qualifying.
Yep, well, could be a different story in these, for now, dry conditions here at Donington Park. The back few rows of the grid now more or less in place, and Michael Blackburn and Oliver Sweetman will turn their eyes to the starting gantry. 5-second board is shown, so the start of the race is imminent. And who is going to win the race into Redgate Corner, and can they then control the race from there? Let's find out. Lights out. Good start by Blackburn. Good start by Stephanie Saw as well from the outside of row number 2. And she will draw level with Oliver Sweetman, perhaps ahead of Oliver Sweetman. In fact, she's level with the leader into Redgate Corner. Blackburn will defend that lead on the inside line, but Stephanie slots into second position. Contact further back. The 14 car of Mark Webb was sideways. Well held. Someone else goes bouncing through the gravel trap in avoidance, but that could have been an awful lot worse. Blackburn leads then. Saw second. Sweetman third. Great start that from Stephanie from 4th, found the grip on the outside line, and she's going to do her best now, I'm sure, to go with Blackburn, who himself is sideways at the Old Hairpin.
This could be a good charge. She can maintain this in the opening lap. There goes, well, I suspect actually might well be George Foxlow's old car from the ST150s. That's number 11 of Daniel McQuire. Dan Robinson, the championship leader, already trying to get onto the tail of Saw as they come up towards Macleans for the first time. So Blackburn from Saw from Robinson, then in 4th place. In fact, no, is that Robinson? That might be. It's Sweetman in third place now, ahead of Robinson. So Robinson's still in 4th position as they turn in. No, I'm trying to work out the numbers because it might well not be, because there's 2 cars that have very similar numbers. We'll work them out as they come across the timing screen. We'll get to that. Also in there looks at Watkins in 5th position, and there's a few more red Fiestas that all look the same behind. So you can't quite tell who they are until we get to the chicane. Now we're going towards the braking zone, and Blackburn pitching the car. His car's slightly a bit more nervous, it seems, when turning in. Across the line they'll go. Yeah, there's 2 cars with 69 on the window. That's the reason why I was getting confused, because they both got 69 on the top window. It's Sweetman ahead of Robinson. So it's Sweetman who's in 3rd, Robinson 4th. Then it's Watkins, Smith, Foxlow, Harrison, Humphrey, and Vickers the top 10. As now we see them go side by side. Ooh. And close. Oh, it's 09 and 6. That makes it even more confusing, that side. It was just putting the 9 would have been enough, but they've gone 0-9 for that instead of almost sort of US racing style. They're 3 abreast further back in the midfield, so even on this start of the second lap, there's action stations in the top 10 everywhere you look as they come down to the Old Hairpin.
Oh, and lots of inside curb taken there by Daniel Robinson, but I don't think that actually helped him to gain the position, so I think he might even lose a spot now, in fact, as they head up the hill to Sam Watkins. Yes, the red car alongside him now as they head up towards Starkey's and Schwantz curve, and through the right-hander at Maclean's corner. Yes, to the outside line will go Watkins. And is he going to be able to complete the manoeuvre now as they head up into Coppice corner? He's got the momentum, but not really the preferred line. They're almost leaning on each other. Foxlow there in the 144 car behind as well. I think this will work out in the favour of Watkins, but will Foxlow be able to go with him? He's giving him the bumper, I think, down the exhibition straight. This is getting very close indeed, but it will be Dan Robinson that ends up losing out. I think he was rather freight-trained there and will, yes, emerge behind the 2 red cars. So not a good lap that for Robinson. Good move, though, for Sweetman to get himself or hold on to 3rd position, but immediately coming under threat here from Watkins.
Meanwhile, that's been happening. Michael Blackburn set the first proper flying lap of the race. That was immediately beaten by 4 tenths by Stephanie Saw. So she's really charging along at the moment as Watkins was sniffing around the rear bumper there, and that's sideways on the apex there for Spencer Lane, nearly leading on the 11, the blue car with the yellow trim on the top of the roof, that being Daniel McQuire. But this is the leader, Stephanie Sword, her most competitive running so far on ST150, giving the former champion, Michael Blackburn, the runaround here through the Old Hairpin. They're all stacking up for third place. This is Sweetman heading up, Watkins and Foxlow, and Robinson in there too. And here comes Robbie Harrison arriving in his orange Fiesta in 7th position. Still got the rookie cross on the back, which should be coming off because he's definitely not a rookie. He's done at least a season in this championship. Through the apex of Macleans they go. And yeah, this group of cars is getting bigger and bigger now as Robinson has Foxlow to his outside as he goes on the attack to try and reclaim the position. As now look to our leaders again, they're all over each other again through Coppice Corner. Harrison has got himself ahead and staying ahead of Colin Smith. And then behind them, they've got Vickers and Humphrey and McQuire. So this group of cars for third place is getting bigger and bigger and bigger whilst the top two escape up the road.
Yes, it's stretching all the way back towards about 12th or 13th place, I think, now, that queue of cars. So great racing, but they are letting the cars ahead of them get away, aren't they, ever so slightly. Foxlow there successfully defends 5th position from Dan Robinson, as Michael Blackburn reclaims the fastest lap of the race, but only about 3/10 quicker than second place Stephanie Saw. And then third position battle heads towards us. Sweetman with Watkins behind. I would argue Watkins is the one with the pace here, though. As soon as he got past Foxlow, he tore straight onto the tail of Sweetman within a couple of corners and now looks the quicker of the two. So Watkins for third place could be coming shortly. Maybe down here at the Old Hairpin. Is he close enough to throw it up the inside? No. They're both backing into the corner. In fact, a bit too much speed there for Sweetman. Watkins will have a better exit, and I think we'll get alongside the third place man as they head up through Starkey's and Schwantz curve for the fourth time. There are the leaders. It is side by side. Is it for third? No, not quite. Sweetman hangs on, but that one little moment has brought them back into the clutches of the pack behind them.
It's so important to keep the momentum going as much as you can in order to keep the pace up and to not allow others behind to gain a key advantage or a keen opportunity to sweep past. Well, Sweetman, one of the rookie drivers in the field, but not driving like a rookie, certainly keeping some very experienced drivers on his tail. Sam Watkins and George Foxlow and the champion leader Dan Robinson. You're looking at the next group behind them with Robbie Harrison defending sturgently from both Colin Smith, who's been falling back a little bit from where he started, and also in there too Spencer Lane as Sweetman takes a slightly deeper run through the chicane. This will give momentum to Watkins, but also a double toe to George Foxlow and a triple toe to Dan Robertson. He might be the ultimate benefactor. Just peeking out, looking one way then the other. Which way is Watkins going to go on the brakes? He chooses the outside line, and now on a double pincer movement, Foxlow looks to the inside. There's a little bit of contact, or at least a tiny bit of a tail slide as Sweetman looked one way then the other, didn't know where to go, and there's a bit of a pendulum effect. And almost, Sweetman kind of got away with that initially, but they're 3 abreast down the Craner curves. What you never really want to be in this situation. Sweetman right in the middle, trying to be very careful. Watkins backs out of it. This gives Foxlow the inside again, forces his way up the inside for third place. Sweetman fights back, wheel to wheel through the Old Hairpin. Foxlow gets through. Then the momentum now gives the run for Watkins, and they're all stacking up behind. Look at it, you've got Robinson, Harrison, Smith, Lane, McQuire, Vickers, Webb. They're all in the group together. This is all for third place, all while the top two stretch further away. Fantastic Fiesta ST150 racing, and there's still more than half the race to go.
And this is why I've always said the Donington Park National Circuit, for me, is the best circuit for one-make racing, because when you've got cars that are near identical in performance, as soon as one driver starts defending from another, it just bottles the whole field together. It's a momentum circuit, Donington National, and by defending, running side by side, you slow yourself down, and it brings so many other drivers into the equation. It's fantastic entertainment for us, although I suspect a few of the heart rates inside the cars are starting to skyrocket now as they get so close to each other. So Foxlow comes out of all of that in third, Watkins fourth, and plenty of changes behind them as well. The big loser really was Sweetman, wasn't it, who drops down 4 positions on that lap from third all the way down to 7th in the 09 car. Sam Watkins to the inside of Foxlow. That was a late lunge at Redgate. They almost tangle, and now we're going to do it all over again, because again they will lose momentum down the hill, and Daniel Robinson in the black car looks to try and take advantage. They've got a back marker to deal with as well. That's Caroline Lufstad, and that's not a good place to catch a slower car. She's doing her best to stay out of the way, but where do you go that's safe from this baying pack?
She was safe for a moment. Now she might be absolutely terrified seeing that part tearing past her. But good drive from Caroline to keep her line, let the faster cars take the run through. That's exactly what you do if you are being passed by faster cars in that sense, and they are putting a lap on you. So good drive from Caroline in her first Fiesta ST150 start. Bear in mind, of course, these two are teammates, of course, in the same squad for 2010, so there's going to be antics at play between both of them, and both in red cars, which means you have to look very carefully to find the differences. You can see the Welsh flag of white and green just adorning the top of Watkins' car, and that's Oliver Sweetman a little too sideways, and the trouble is, if you go out too wide, it will pull that car right off onto the grass with the momentum that you have. Back to the leaders, and Stephanie Saw is not letting Michael Blackburn get away too much. She was a bit more aggressive and full of pace, trying to keep up with him through the chicane as the fight for third backwards continues on, and it's starting to break up a little bit here because you've now got this breakaway 4 that are leaving Oliver Sweetman behind into a little bit of no man's land, with Dan McQuay, who somewhere's got up to 8th position, ahead of Harrison, as now we see Aidan Vickers is dropping back down the timetable. He's had an issue somewhere, or dropped right down the screen to 16th.
Yes, not sure what happened to him.
In fact,
there he is. That's what's happened. He's off at the chicane, isn't he? Pointing the wrong way as well. So he's had a spin at the final corner. Yellow flags out there. Now, 5 3/4 minutes to go. He's getting out of the car, so it will need to be recovered. They've got two choices, really. They either leave that to the end of the race and cover it under yellow flags, or potentially they throw a safety car so that the marshals can get out on track and help with the recovery. But then, would we have time for a safety car without it taking us right to the checkered flag?
I don't think so. They might well cover that by yellows, which might be the safest thing to do, is what might not be so safe is Dan Roberts trying to throw that car up the inside past Watkins, but thankfully he thought discretion was the better part of valour on that side. It has now brought Spencer Lane to play here. He's been probably watching all this thinking, I might get a top 5 at this if I play my cards right, and he is certainly giving the pressure on the championship leader to try and force him into a mistake. There will be yellow flags down here, of course, which means that no opportunity to overtake for Stephanie Saw. Top 2 turning in. Of course, Michael Blackman's car blue with the yellow flashes on the bonnet in the front wing, and it's Stephanie's car being predominantly blue and red with some black tones on the side of it as well. And they've got a huge gap now of over 5.5 seconds nearly to the fight for third. Now side by side for 5th behind. That is Spencer Lane in the outside in white and black, and Daniel Robertson trying to fight back. And if it stays as it is, I think this will be the first week at a meeting that he'll have been involved in which he will not be standing on the podium, I think, in this race, because we're looking back at the championship standings, as they're now really nose to tail for the lead. Yes, you'd be right. So if he doesn't finish on the podium here, for the first time since the start of the season, he won't have finished in the top 3. So if he can get himself past, keep him ahead of Spencer Lane, and then try and get back up towards Watkins and Foxler, there's hope for him yet, but time is running out with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, definitely so. Looks like they are going to deal with the chicane incident under yellow flags. That's good news. No need for the safety car. Time penalty for car 60 for track limits. It's not one of our front runners by the looks of it. And plenty of others being warned about track limits as well, so then we'll wait and see if that starts to affect some of our front runners, as it did in the MX5 SuperCup race earlier on. So lead us down into the chicane, and Michael Blackburn's windscreen wipers are on, so is it just starting to sprinkle with rain again out there, I wonder? Nothing too heavy, but yeah, possibly a few spots on the camera lens there down at the chicane, so that could throw an extra spanner in the works if we do start to get any rain. In fact, that is now a 5-second penalty for number 60. I can't actually see a number 60 on the running order, Scott, unless I'm being blind. We'll investigate that further, as 69, Dan Robinson, has got other concerns in the shape of the car behind him trying to find a way through. Stephanie Saw, meanwhile, has closed right in on Michael Blackburn. It's absolutely nose to tail for the race lead as we drop down through the Old Hairpin for the 9th time.
I wonder if that penalty is a remnant from somewhere else, because you're absolutely right. Looking on the timing screen, there is no car 60.
No.
So that must be a glitch on the software or something that's reading an old penalty from somewhere else. So there is nobody with a time penalty, and it's not picking up anything on the actual running order on the TSL timing screen. So it looks like it's a glitch somewhere that's forcing up a ghost penalty for a car that doesn't exist in this race, which is intriguing. Less than 2.5 minutes to go, so I favour we're going to get 2 more laps this one, because the leaders are doing 125s, high 125s, 126 is their best laps. Down the back straight for the 9th time of asking in this race. I wonder if Stephanie Saw, she's obviously figured out now that the yellow flags are probably going to be, well, they're in now, so they've been brought in. So if she does get an opportunity to try and attack for position, she's got 2 more chances to do it, provided nothing happens. Touch wood into the chicane. Foxlow now holding on from Watkins, and because Robinson has managed to hold off Spencer Lane, he's trying his best to keep with these 2 as they come down the pit straight once again. So 2 more laps to go in this first ST150 race. Dan McQuire from somewhere has popped in the fastest lap of the race with a 1:25.875. Very sort of random, although he is kind of got a bit of clear air between himself and Spencer Lane in front. He's got past Oliver Sweetman as a result of that to come through. But now down through the crane of curves again. Stephanie loves this part of the circuit. Once again, harrying the former champion down towards the Old Hairpin. I suspect she's biding her time a little bit here, but enough to just sit there, put the pressure on. And these last couple of laps might well be the opportunity. And if she's going to really go for it, to pull the pin in this last lap and a half and possibly challenge for what will be, if she does it, her first ST150 victory. And there are the wipers once again in Robinson's car.
Yeah, and I think that's playing into this a bit as well. If it is starting to drizzle out there, Blackburn, is the leader, is the one who's sort of venturing into the unknown a bit more, doesn't really know what the conditions are going to be like when he commits to a corner, whereas Stephanie can rely on or respond to what the car ahead of her is doing, perhaps. So that's a bit of an advantage, maybe, to being the second-placed car in a situation like this. Down towards the chicane we go. Blackburn defending a little bit this time. He's much later on the brakes into the chicane. Is that too late? No, hits the apex nicely. There's traffic on the horizon as we begin the final lap, so there are still some complications to be overcome here for our leading two as the battle for third continues to rage on as well. Foxlow, Watkins and Robinson absolutely nose to tail. Penalty for 96 for track limits as well. That's another driver further down the order, Tommy Brewley, as Watkins defends fourth position now from Dan Robinson, so that takes the heat off Foxlow slightly. And his third position might be more secure. Lane now gets a run on Robinson off Redgate corner. Did he go through? Yes, he did. So in the background, the white and black car manages to gain fifth position. The leaders, though, Scott, are about to encounter traffic.
Blackburn was a little wayward off the apex through Old Hairpin, so that might well give Steffi the run to go through. The battle for third is now going right past, for fourth, in fact, going past and through the back markers here. Blackburn trying to pick his way through to pick up a better position. Is a little sideways, going wayward off the apex as the back markers try to move out of the way. That was 83 getting out. I think that is Ron Lofstad, no, 83 is Beadle, and Lofstad also gone through as well. On towards the back straight for the final time. And we'll see if whether or not we one last gasp attempt as Watkins still defends from Lane, who has the fast lap of the race now on that last time by. And he's now ahead of Robinson with McQuire up behind them as well. So Robinson's back down to fifth, but down to the chicane for the final time. It was a good effort, but it looks like Blackburn will take the victory. But a good effort for Stephanie too to pick up, I think, a second podium in Fiesta T150 history.
Yes, from fourth on the grid. Really good effort. But Michael Blackburn is going to claim his first victory of the season. Flashes the lights in celebration and claims the victory. Stephanie Saw second. Third will be George Foxlow. And then a bit of a gap back in the end to Watkins fourth, Lane fifth, Robinson sixth, McQuire in seventh. Sweetman only eighth in the end, so he dropped down even further at the checkered flag. And he will end up in 8th position, still in the top 10, but a lot further down than he should have been, really. Mark Blunt here comes through the final corner, and the number 33 car will take the checkered flag in 15th place. And still a handful of stragglers behind. So just the one time penalty in the end, going the way of Tommy Brewley. As their number 3 next through is Jessica Fitch Hall. Jessica in the 10 Sport prepared car will finish in 16th position. Next should be Ryan Matthias, I think, although Ryan was battling with Graham Mayland. In fact, Mayland's gone through and has a bit of rear bodywork trailing in the wind. I wonder if that's a legacy of the pass or something that happened earlier on. Mayland then takes 17th, Matthias 18th, and Ron Lufstad will be 19th, but I believe... no, still on the lead lap, actually. There goes Ron in the background. Here he comes. Last car still running down into the final corner. And Ron Lufstad, as I said, veteran of this championship and the championship that preceded it, the XR Challenge, turns his way out of the final corner and sees the checkered flag. So Ron Lufstad, last car to see the checkered flag, but Michael Blackburn was the first to see the checkered flag and claim his first win of the year.
Indeed so. And good to see Michael back to the top step. That will certainly do his points tally no harm. Of course, he was coming to the weekend 4th in points and took a few more off. But there it is then, Michael Blackburn with victory for the first time this year. Only half a second ahead of Stephanie Saw, which I believe is, I think that's at least her second podium of her career. George Foxlow 3rd, and good to see him back in the championship. Get a bit more extra track time alongside his ST240 commitments. Sam Watkins 4th, Spencer Lane 5th, then Dan Robertson, championship leader, first time off the podium this season, back in 6th. Got some work to do for tomorrow. Then Dan McQuire in 7th place. Oliver Sweetman, after a front row start, ends up 8th from the Colin Smith and Robbie Harrison in P10. Then it's Humphrey, Webb, Ming, Brewley, Blunt, Jessica Fitch, Hall, Graham, Mallam, Ryan Matthias, Ron Lochstead, Remy Beadle, Alan Darlington and Caroline Lochstead. Only one retirement, which was Aidan Vickers after he was off facing backwards, exiting the chicane. Right, for the first time this season, victory for Michael Blackburn. Let's see how he and the rest of the podium finishers felt with our roving reporter, Rob Lewis, down at the top of pit lane.
Well, he is just the consummate professional every time he is out. We've got the 737s flying overhead. Michael, that looked like a great race out there. Under a bit of pressure from Stephanie, but controlled.
I love that. Yeah, car was handling sweet. A little bit loose at the rear, just the way I like it, so I have to tame it. Yeah, Steph kept me on my toes. She seems to be quicker in this half of the circuit here, out the chicane, and all the way down to the Old Hairpin, and then from the Old Hairpin onwards, I'd pull a gap. So I always had like half a second down the straight, you know, into the big braking area. So I always felt comfy. But yeah, I knew one mistake or my tyre started to go off, should be there. But no, I'm pleased with that one.
You've been doing this Fiesta racing for quite a while now, especially the 150s. What is it about this series?
The cars are just lovely to drive, and you can do it on a sensible budget. So close racing, quality cars, reliable, fast cars, and, you know, 24, 25 cars in the grid. Good racing.
Good Tid-Top racing. Congratulations on a fantastic win there, Michael Blackburn. Now, we've just got Stephanie Saw here that I just want to grab for a chat. And Stephanie, you kept Michael honest. He did say for the first half of the lap you had him, but he could just get the legs off you down the straight.
Yeah, round the back section, he just had a little bit more than me, but down through the first corner, down to the Old Hairpin, I was catching on him. But no, great racing. I mean, we pulled away from the rest of them, so happy days on to the next one, really.
You both almost looked like you were in a class of your own.
Yeah, it felt like that as well, and like I didn't want Michael to think I was just going to lunge him and like then have the rest of the pack there. At least when it comes to the last couple of laps, if it's just me and him, it's fair racing, and whoever, can get past done. What can you do for race 2? Is it a change of setup? No, I don't think so. I think just confidence, really, and like knowing that I have the pace to be there is just great. So it's on to the next one now and see where I can catch him and pass him.
Well, fantastic. Congratulations on a wonderful second place, your second place driver, Stephanie Saw there. And now for Mr. George Foxlow, who is quite a busy man these days. A bit of Fiesta 250s and a bit of CNC heads, which you'll see out later. And George, a great podium. How was that for you?
It was a good race. Had a very good start and managed to gain a position or two off the start line. And to be fair, most of it was done in the first probably 5 or 6 laps. And then after I got past Sweetman and Watkins, it was fairly calm, to be fair, just defending a bit and then eventually got away to the end.
You say fairly calm. It did look like good old-fashioned one-mate pack racing.
Yeah, it was. Everything was very close, but there was no unfairness or pushing and shoving. It was really good.
It did look very good. Hopefully a bit more of the same in race 2 later there for George Foxlow. So it's time for some more Mazda MX-5 racing with the MX-5 Championship, and to take you through the rather large grid and to look at where Luke and where Charlie are from the BRSCC ranks, it's time to head back to the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, cars will be heading out onto the circuit shortly. There's a bit of recovery work to be done, I think, out there after that fairly lively ST150 race. So a bit of time to chat about the upcoming race, which is for the AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship, new championship sponsor for 2026. And another feel-good story for me, this, because again, there's been a bit of chatter over the last couple of years in Mazda MX-5 circles of the grid size starting to dwindle slightly in the Mark 1 Championship, and a couple of drivers going off to do other things, as naturally is the case, a number of them, of course, moving up into the MX-5 SuperCup. But really nice to see this weekend, Scott. 28 of the Mark 1 Mazdas out, and that's just on this grid alone. We've got a very healthy grid of Clubmans as well, which run to the same regulations, technical regulations, but a separate championship for the more Clubman racer. But a really, really high quality of driver and a big grid. Good to see this championship getting back to hopefully somewhere close to its best.
Couldn't agree more. It's looking to be, again, it's always been a very prominent and popular championship for many reasons, regardless of grid size, has the Mazda MX-5 Championship. And you see quite a few people who cross over and do both championships if they wish to do so. You're absolutely right in that the specification of the car is exactly identical, so you can run one car in both Mazda MX-5 Championships, get more Mazda MX-5 racing for your buck. Of course, you can do 3 races today if you're doing both of them. That being the pair of Kumo Tyre Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship races and this AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship race today. And talk about feel-good stories as well. That crosses over to qualifying, because I have to admit, was slightly surprised, not so much now I look at it, but slightly surprised to see a name I wasn't anticipating to be right at the top of the times, being fastest, which is Paul Simard, who was racing quite well in Clubman circles and also last year in the MX-5 Championship. But he's now, in the wet conditions, picked up a very strong pole position with Michael Taylor, of course, in front of him as well. I think that's the same, take if I'm correct, who was a former Ginetta racer, if I'm right. I think it's
possibly
that one. On the front row, so no surprise with his pace. But the top 2 in the championship, though, coming into this one, Adam Sparrow and Steve Foden. Adam Sparrow 5th fastest, Steve Foden 8th. So the wet conditions certainly mixing things up a little more. And also another quite prominent driver in the mix was Dev Singhal, who's one of the AB Motorsport drivers, I believe. And he is P6. So get up there to the top of the rookies, which we have a handful of them in the field. As we see the grid coming up in front of us here, which is Paul Simard on pole, alongside Michael Taylor on the front row of the grid. Then it's Neil Chisnell and Harry Storr. Neil Chisnell, of course, has been a race winner so far this season as well. Adam Sparrow, championship leader, alongside Dev Singhal for AB Motorsport row 3. Then it's Steve Bartlett and Steve Foden, former champion in P8. Paul Bateman, who's been a front runner in the Clubman Championship before, good to see his pace looking well in 9th. And Bo Parry, good to see him back on the grid too in P10. Jason Greatrex, 11th, veteran of the championship. Matthew McCluckey, who's been busy today in Clubman already, P12. Then it's Chris Wright and Adam Craig from Ollie Walden and Des Pilamonkin to rank out the top 16, followed by 17th place Josh Pato, 18th for Tim Storer. 19th, crucially, is where Charlie Snell is, of course, the competition's administrator. For BRSCC, who starts on the 10th row alongside Chris Thelwell, a row geographically ahead of Peter Williams and the Luke Souch, who's the head of operations for BRSCC, starting 22nd. Then it's Bradley McLagan, Richard Bartlett, Daniel Lengyel, Simon Privet, David Sculler and Andrew Gilligan, rounding out the very healthy 28-car field of Mazda MX-5 NA Mark 1 machines, all built to identical specifications as per the regs, and certainly set to be quite interesting, particularly as of course the wet conditions do tend to mix things up and be a bit more of a performance leveller. Paul Simard was the best of them, but I suspect quite heavily that the likes of Neil Chisnell, Adam Sparrow, and particularly Steve Foden, they ain't going to stay where they are on the grid for very long.
No, definitely not. We know that they will move forward from there, and Sparrow in particular we've seen go well in the wet in the past actually, so a bit odd that he didn't quite get things hooked together, but he was within 3/4 of a second of pole position. It was actually very, very competitive despite the tricky conditions. 1 second covered at a glance the top 10 cars, more or less. In fact, yeah, just under a tenth of a second, 11 more or less within a second of each other. So very close in a wet qualifying session. That's sort of a bit less likely to happen. In the dry, times tend to be closer. So yeah, really, really competitive stuff from the MX-5 drivers in qualifying. But I do anticipate a little bit of a shuffling of the order slightly in the race. And yeah, the likes of Adam Sparrow, Steve Foden and others. Bo Parry, I would say maybe from 10th could move forward from there. Paul Bateman we've seen go well in this championship in the past. And they should all be looking to move forward from the tail end of the top 10. Good to see a few drivers doing this alongside a Clubman weekend as well. We mentioned obviously Charlie Snell and Luke Souch, but with Dennis Pilamonkin out there as well, who we saw running towards the front and in fact was at one point on course for a podium in the Clubman race earlier on, getting another bite at the cherry now in the first of 3 races this weekend for the AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship, which again has had some fantastic drivers racing in it over the years, and a couple of familiar faces that have stuck around for the last 3 or 4 seasons, including former champion Steve Foden, of course, who starts 8th on the grid. Would be remiss of me, I suspect, not to mention another former member of this paddock who's out racing in the States this weekend. A close friend to some within the paddock, he says begrudgingly, Luke Pullen, who is competing over in Mid-Ohio in the Global Mazda MX-5 Cup. A really big opportunity for him, competing in the Mark IV cars. We've had a few BRSCC Mazda MX-5 races over the years. I've gone over to America to take part in the MX-5 shootout, which Luke did for the last couple of years. And his first race is this evening, after we finished finished racing here at Donington Park. So head over to YouTube and cheer him on if you're a fan of the BRSCC's MX5 paddock. I'm sure a lot of drivers up and down the grid will be wishing him well as well. So shout out to him. And he came from this championship, won his first ever race, in fact, in the MX5 championship here at Donington Park a couple of years ago. So it goes to show that if you do want to have a career as a racing driver, we're seeing more and more youngsters these days coming into MX5s. Luke was one. Ted Bradbury, of course, a couple of years ago, came straight out of karting into MX5s and immediately showed the world how quick he was. And he's been doing a lot of Fun Cup racing internationally now as well as in the UK. So it's a great stepping stone and a great launching pad for your career still after all these years.
And MX5 racing has always been a popular place to go and learn your craft. I think it's for me one of the best cars that you could drive or at least race to understand at least mechanical grip with cars. There's about 3 or 4 that will do the job for me. A Mazda MX5, a Lotus Elise, a Caterham and a Formula Ford.
Yes.
I think if you can race at least and master those, at least one of those 4 cars, it helps you master proper mechanical grip and car dynamics at that point, at least for rear-wheel drive. Of course, front-wheel drive will be different hot hatches you could throw into the mix. But I think if you can race well a Mazda MX-5, a Lotus Elise, a Caterham and or a Formula 4 pretty well, you're pretty well sorted as a driver. I think if you can be quite quick, because you could get to learn the understanding of setting up and coping with the car mechanical grip only, and then when you're ready, start to dial on the aero as your career goes on, if you want to go in that direction, which is good to see. And the Global MX-5 Cup has always been a popular category. It's always a YouTube favourite, not just for moments, but also for the close racing it provides. And we both know Luke in terms of he's very much in his personality. I think his personality suits the US. He's very much,
yes.
I would call it almost like a showman personality. He's very much he's got very charismatic.
All right, steady on, Scott. Come on, his ego's big enough as it is.
As I was saying, and on top of that, he's a pretty handy driver on top of that too. He's taken race victories, he's taken podiums a lot, and he's always been very competitive. So I figure that, considering that in his first session he ended up, I think, was it 18th out of 40
and
odd something
I think
cars?
16th in session 2.
So to be in the top half in his first go shows that these Mark 1 certainly taught him well.
Exactly so. So, as I said, if you want to make a career as a racing driver, this is a brilliant breeding ground, isn't it, for talent? And it would be really nice to see some other drivers, actually, the likes of Steve Foden, for example, who's been a front runner in MX5 racing for getting on for a decade now, probably, Steve Foden. He might not thank me for reminding you of that. Had a spell away from MX5s racing the Audi TTs for a bit, but never really got on with front-wheel drive quite as well as the rear-wheel drive Mazdas. But he's a hugely talented driver, and he is, along with a few others, more than capable, I think, of cracking it internationally, if only the opportunities came about. And of course, it's not always as straightforward as that, but put yourself in the right shop window, and you never know where the opportunities might take you. So, it'll be interesting to see how Luke gets on, and whether maybe any of our current crop of Mazda MX-5 drivers can go and have a go at racing MX-5s elsewhere. It's still a hugely popular category of racing, and you're about to see why it's a favourite of ours in the commentary box, because the racing is always top quality. And again, Donington Park National Circuit, one make slipstream heavy racing. It's guaranteed excitement, isn't it? And I think we're about to see that demonstrated before our very eyes.
I've mainly said that I think within reason, Donington Park, at least the national circuit, never produces a bad race.
No.
Regardless of how many cars are on the grid, regardless of what the championship is, tends to be, in particular with one make, you're absolutely right. I've never really seen what I class as a terrible or a bad race at Donington Park. You're right, it is a real momentum circuit. It's a circuit that has a really nice, when you get into the groove of it, it's a really nice natural flow to it. Of course, you've got the natural rising through the elevation changes on the circuit, but the long flowing corners. It's a fast circuit in general. The only real big braking zone you really have, I wouldn't even class it in too many cases the red gate's that a massive braking zone. It is a braking zone, but it's not describing a massive amount of speed, because you can carry lots through red gate. The biggest braking spot is probably going to be down into the chicane, or if you're going either left onto the GP loop and through the 2 hairpins, or in through the chicane towards the back. So lots of great racing, always pretty much guaranteed for the most part at Donington Park. And as we said, I think we're about to see 28 Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 cars once again prove our theory right.
I suspect so. So Paul Simard and Michael Taylor make up the front row. Neil Chisnell's blue car starts third alongside Harry Storer, and then Adam Sparrow starting from fifth. One to watch for sure. The revs are starting to rise on the grid. 20 minutes of racing in the AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship burst into life now, and who gets the best of the start? Pretty even in the first phase of the start, I'd say, for the front row starters. Not a great start for Chisnell, and so Storer gets ahead of him on the outside line, and Adam Sparrow comes to his inside. He'll go through, and in fact Foden moves up to challenge the blue car as well. So Neil Chisnell loses a little bit of ground, and not quite as much ground as will be lost by Ollie Walden, who slides into the gravel trap and almost back into the road, miraculously avoided by everybody else, although there was another car, Richard Bartlett that spun into the gravel and may be stuck. Hopefully that's not going to be the case. Leaders down the hill, and Adam Sparrow bullies his way into second position. Brilliant start that from Sparrow, 5th on the grid to 2nd, and getting his elbows out already.
Harry Storer is being elbowed on the exit out of Cranepool Bend, that's wrong circuit, at the Old Hairpin. That was by Steve Bartlett. The one biggest loser from that, dropping backwards down the order, was Dev Singhal. He was P6 on the grid, but he's down outside the top 10 already by the looks of it, about 11th or 12th as they come through Macleans for the first time. There's Harry Storer, who started 4th. He's now down to 7th as Simard tries to pull away. Sparrow up to 2nd, of course, as we said. Chisnell now taking advantage of that loss of momentum for Taylor. He's now made his way up into 3rd place. Now, they're going to probably perform some kind of a live snatch to get Richard Bartlett's car out of the gravel. In fact, there it is right on cue. So try and move out and tell him to stay firm. And thus there'll be yellow flags down at Redgate. Into the chicane for the first time. Simard leads it then. He's never won an MX5 race before, at least not in this championship. And they're all over each other for position. Steve Foden is in the mix with Storer and also with Chisnell and also Bartlett. And of course, there are yellow flags that were on the exit of the hairpin, of the chicane. And all the arms out, which suggests that safety car is out, but of course they're all slowing down for the... They were saying that like the safety car was on the circuit, but the safety car hasn't moved, and there's no safety car deployed. So whether we're just acknowledging the snatch vehicle, but nonetheless, now it's right back to Sparrow. That confused you for a second there, but what's now happened is because of that, Simard, Sparrow and Chisnell have pulled away because there's no safety car. Maybe there was anticipation of one because they saw yellow flags on the exit of the chicane, so thought, okay, well, they're going to slow down now. This has now bunched this pack up for 6th and 7th place, and Steve Foden's right in the middle, and Dev Singhal's come from nowhere around the outside of him. Adam Craig got Matthew McCluskey in there. Peter Monkin's in there as well. That was a rather confusing situation, but it has now brought a hole in the field. The top 3 have pulled away with Taylor trying to go with them, and then everyone else is stacked up for 5th place behind him. That was rather bizarre. Yeah,
I'm not really sure why we had a yellow flag out that far down the main straight. Redgate, yes, fine, but they were really wanting to try and bring the field under control there some way before the incident zone. Anyway, 3-way fight for the lead then, and Adam Sparrow will be really grateful now that he made such a good start, because had he not, he'd have been buried back in the pack with Steve Foden, who of course started near him on the grid, perhaps not really having a chance for the race win. Out of the chicane they go. Lonely there in 4th is Michael Taylor, and equally lonely Paul Bateman in 5th, and then everyone else trying to be 6th position. It's Harry Storer who is at the front of that group in the 17, and everyone else queuing up behind him. Across the line they will go. Foden in that group as well, the white and gold number 77 car, as they approach the braking zone at Redgate Corner. Down through the gears, through the right-hander, long train of cars, which includes, as you quite rightly said, Dev Singhal. And I think that is the Ali Bray championship-winning car from last year, isn't it? It certainly looks like it. I know he did either sell that car, might still be running it, but sold it to a new owner. And Ali here this weekend preparing cars rather than out there racing. Thank goodness, says the rest of the MX-5 field, because he was tough to beat last year, wasn't he?
Tough to beat. He won every single one of them, didn't he? He set a new record. That's something even not even Tom Roach could manage.
Yeah.
And Steve Foden on the grass and keeps his foot in. Whether he was trying to go around the outside or got elbowed out there, answers on a postcard, because we caught that right as that was happening as it began. Adam Craig has powered his way around the outside and carried the momentum. 62, which is... that is Chris Wright in the machine, and that's Paul Bateman being elbowed out wide and losing 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 places. As now, there goes Adam Sparrow up to the front and into the lead of the race. So past Paul Simard, under braking into the chicane. So Adam Sparrow, the championship leader, powering on to what will be, if he holds on to this, his 5th win from 6 races and sets the fast lap of the race whilst doing it, which then gets immediately eclipsed by Michael Taylor and then by Steve Bartlett. So what was a 125.6 has now been eclipsed into a 124.4. So both now with clear air, both Taylor and Bartlett, they are motoring their way back towards this top 3.
They are indeed. Steve Foden here to the inside at Redgate Corner. Will gain another position there, I think, on the way into the first turn. Side by side for second, though. Neil Chisnell sideways around the the outside of Paul Simard, and Paul able to hang on to second position. But you're absolutely right, the fourth place man Taylor definitely catching the leaders, and Bartlett doing his best to go with them in fifth position as well. So I don't think it's going to be just a 3-horse race for long at this rate. We've still got nearly 3/4 of the race to go, so plenty of time for Taylor and Bartlett to join in the fun at the head of the field. Storer looking increasingly lonely in 6th position, and then missed the fight for 7th. Foden then trying to keep the 29 of Adam Craig at bay. Craig started 13th, so Adam's had a decent run. 6th place is gained in the early stages, and looking to try and make that a 7th place gained at the expense of the former champion Steve Foden, who's been roughed up a bit in this race, hasn't he? Got the wrong side of that bizarre yellow flag situation earlier on, and then ended up on the grass through Starkeys. He's lucky to still be going, actually, albeit down in 8th position.
Leaders then come out of the chicane. There goes Steve Bartlett in the all-green machine trying to chase after Taylor. Then comes this armada of MX-5s, and Foden makes the mistake. Over the chicane he travels, over the gravel, keeps his foot in, but loses several places across the line. There goes Dev Singal and the recovering Paul Bateman, so he's lost 5 positions as a result of that. He was now going to come across the line in 10th. Now it's Wilson Wheeler's Adam Craig literally elbows Harry Storer aside, and now gives the chance for another elbow from Chris Wright. Move out of the way, and not so pucker there for Harry Storer. He gets pushed out, and Steve Foden's off again in the background. So quite the couple of laps for him. He gets pushed out wide onto the grass in the approach towards Starkeys. Then he goes across the chicane in the gravel at the end of a lap, and then one corner later finds himself gravel tracking again through Redgate. For the former champion, ain't the best of starts to his weekend after qualifying.
No, not really. I wonder whether that was just because he had dirt on his tyres from the moment at the chicane, or whether there's maybe something more serious going on there. Damage, perhaps, to the car from the first couple of off-track excursions, but something strange going on for Steve Foden. It's not a Steve Foden-esque performance, this is it really. Harry Storer, of course, also lost ground through all of that. His separate incident at Redgate, so Jason Greytrex now up behind him. And Jason in the red line car, number 33, is going to potentially get the move made here, because Storer was very wide at Coppice. Sparrow, meanwhile, loses the lead to Paul Simard. Easy to forget that we've got this three-way fight for the lead going on with all of the action behind, but Simard is back out in front now. Sparrow tucks in behind in second for now, and is content to stay there for the time being. Doesn't try and retaliate into Redgate. Didn't need to in the end. Simard outbraked himself, and Sparrow's back up the inside. Side by side then for the lead. Neil Chisnell goes with Sparrow, interestingly, as they drop down the hill, and that will hang Paul Simard out to dry. Sparrow back to the lead, and is it going to be Chisnell to second this time? Yes, it is. Tried that outside move at the Craners a few laps ago, and this time manages to make it stick. So good battling at the front of the field, but to continue the point we were making earlier on, is this going to invite certainly the 4th place man back into the party?
It seems to be starting to. He's now got company with Steve Bartlett. It's going to bring both of them into play if they keep on fighting. It's the phrase I've said all along. If the harder they fight each other, the easier it is for the two cars to take advantage of that, and they will if it continues at this rate. And we still haven't even hit half distance in this race. In towards Coppice. Now it's Chisnell applying the pressure to the silver and orange of Adam Sparrow. There's a little something smoking or wisping out the back of Paul Simard's car. It might have been some the bodywork rubbing on the tyre, maybe, but coming out proper the rear of the car rather than the wheel arch, but we'll keep an eye on that. Down towards the chicane they go again. Better under brakes, little twitch, and that twitch was more enough to give Chisnell the advantage he needed to go round the outside, which he does. So across the line they go. He gets the push from Simard on the exit, so the mistake there from Sparrow sees him drop to third by the gets to the line, and Bartlett sets the fastest lap of the race. He's down with the toe of Taylor. They're now side by side battling for position. Now for the battle for the lead. Here comes Simard back into Redgate corner to take the place, which he does, and doesn't allow Niz Chisnell to get to the apex either. That now allows Sparrow to get through. Bartlett gets past Taylor and pushes him out wide, and they're all going to come together at some point because they're all battling amongst each other. Ollie Walden's out of the race. The shame his race has come early after he went off into the gravel, and now down in towards the Old Hairpin. They're almost all together now, but we're kind of back where we started, which is Walden versus Sparrow versus Chisnell, but now it's Bartlett ahead of Taylor after they had their own skirmish, and Taylor's falling back. And everywhere you look, as we predicted in typical MX-5 fashion, there are battles literally up and down the entire field. It's brilliant to watch, as it always is.
It certainly is, and we're not even halfway through the race quite yet, so this is got plenty more to give. That's Harry Storer through the gravel at the Old Hairpin, bounces back onto the road. That's always a slightly awkward rejoin, isn't it? It is 5 for the lead, though, as Matthew McCluskey is given a 5-second time penalty for track limits. In fact, it's 4 4th for the lead. What's happened to Taylor's dropped well back, hasn't he, in 4th position?
That was they had a skirmish at Red
They
corner,
did, yes,
he
you're
dropped
right.
back.
I didn't realise he'd lost quite so much time, but obviously lost momentum all the way down the hill. Adam Sparrow's got some momentum, though, courtesy maybe of a shove from Neil Chisnell, because they both get themselves back ahead of Simard, who I think started the lap second, got back to the lead at one point. Now he's third at the end of the lap as Adam Sparrow reclaims the lead of the race. But Steve Bartlett is with them, and I'm sure Michael Taylor will catch back up to them before the flag. Brilliant racing this from the Mazda MX-5 Championship then, as they round the right-hander at Redgate Corner. And Adam Sparrow has got the lead, but it's doubtful that he's going to get away. So I think before too much longer, Neil Chisnell will have a go at getting past him, and we'll start the whole cycle again.
Good performance in general, I'd say, also from NHA Motorsport. Good to see 2 of their cars up in leading group. Paul Austin's team a stalwart of the championship. Good to have both Paul and Steve in good form in this run, in this first part of the weekend for the AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship. 4th for the lead, but as you rightfully said, Andy, looks like Mikey Taylor is just starting to creep back towards them, especially if they start driving like this, because they're all stacking up behind each other. There's now Sparrow, again, being literally pushed up the hill towards Coppice Corner. They turn into this corner. It's a blind apex. You have to turn in right at the crest and hope that where you've turned in is enough to carry the momentum. Let the car drift all the way out to the outside onto the racing line, and they're all line astern on the approach down towards the chicane. So Sparrow from Chisnell, from Simard, from Bartlett. Michael Taylor just trying to close in bit by bit as they approach the braking zone. No side-by-side antics this time, but remember, Sparrow's not adverse to a mistake or two. He made that twitch that forced him wide, and that then gave Sparrow the chance to get himself around the outside and then the inside to confirm the move by the time they got towards Redgate. They're now into the second half of the race. They're now on to starting their 9th lap. Simard taking a little peek to the outside towards Redgate under brakes, but Chisel's more focused on attacking Sparrow for the lead once more. And now that Bartlett has really exerted himself into the lead battle, he's right on the tail of Simard giving pressure. He will be the ultimate benefactor. But I think still, just keep an eye on that black car in the background, Mike Taylor, because the fall might be quite quick. But again, one small slip from any of them could bring them into play. Case in point, that was Bartlett going up the inside of Simard. Case in point, one small slip and it can change the whole catalyst of that lead battle.
Yeah, because again, you lose that momentum and you can lose half a second or more easy to the cars behind. Number 62 now being given a 10-second track limits time penalty. So dropping even further down the order will be the car that's 7th on the road, actually. So that's Chris Wright, who started 12th, gained some good ground earlier on, but 10 seconds in such a close group of cars as this is going to cost him quite a number of positions. Steve Foden will be one of those who will benefit. He's 10th at the moment after his various off-track excursions, and getting away slightly now from Jason Greytracks. And then Matthew McCluskey, who himself has a 5-second penalty to be added on at the end of the race. The leaders, though, back down through the chicane. We're about 2/3 race distance, and it's almost Scott 5 for the lead.
Yeah, because Taylor has now latched on, and so he's now onto the tail of the top 4, as we thought he would do, particularly if they started scrapping amongst each other. They still haven't got away from each other. He'll be getting a quad tow from the 4 cars in front enough as they all bob around under brakes to try and find the optimal point to turn in. So still Sparrow holds on. They're all literally moving as one almost literally 20-wheel Mazda MX-5. It's that close together. So close you can literally throw a blanket over all of them in one group. Through the crane curves, dipping down the hill towards the bottom. It's that very fast right-hander. It's one of those corners where you get right to the bottom. That's right where the compression is as they bob around on their suspension. A little wide for Bartlett over the curb. But look at this. They're all properly stacking up in some accordion effect. It's like a bottleneck on their run towards Macleans. Literally quite almost bumper to bumper into the braking zone. Chisnell just trying to find some kind of opportunity. And there goes Taylor up into 4th, up the inside at Macleans. That's one of the 4 picked off. Next target is Paul Simard if he can make his way through. Taylor, who I think we're right to say he was a former Jetta racer, if I'm right in saying so.
Not sure.
GT Academy, I think.
There was a Mike Taylor, definitely, as there's contact there between Michael and Steve Bartlett. But yeah, I couldn't see anything on his driver database account saying Mazda MX-5s, but that's not necessarily 100% accurate, I suppose. I'll do a bit more digging on that one. Once I see him, I'll recognise him if it is him. So if he gets on the podium, might get a quicker answer. But he's not far away from that. He's in 4th at the moment, isn't he, behind Simard? But Adam Sparrow, to his credit, is defending this lead quite well. It's an unenviable position that Adam finds himself in here, trying to keep these 4 drivers behind. Simard now nips to the inside of Chisnell, who gets a bit of a tap in the tail, I think, there from Michael Taylor through Redgate Corner. But all of this is going on behind Sparrow. Sometimes when you've got multiple cars queuing up behind you, particularly as you get into the closing stages, they're all so desperate to get ahead of each other that they somehow forget about the leader and don't really get a chance to attack the race leader. That's an agricultural line through the chicane for the 577 of Chris Thelwell, who didn't go through the gravel, in fairness, but found an access road there and took it at fairly high speed.
Yeah, where he going? That's not that's not the racing line. And extraordinary how he got there, because that's quite on the inside of the chicane, but that's right on the inside, so how he got there is quite far. Meanwhile, further back in BRSCC Internet Eternal Battle land, we can see in terms of the timing screen that Luke Souch is 20th. The question is, where is Charlie Snell? Because he is currently 24th. And he's 7 seconds behind. So whether he's had some antics at some point, not sure. There he is, I think, right at the top of the screen, coming down the hill. Meanwhile, this is it is a continuation of what happened in the Clubman race earlier on, because it's those things. Now Taylor's gone to second. He's got past Sparrow. It's all changed. Look, Chisel's got to cross the gravel and skip the tyre stack. Mike Taylor now leads the way out of all of this. He was 5th about 2 laps ago. So that's all been happening whilst we've been looking at other battles. So Taylor now leads the way. Sparrow's into 2nd place. Simard's 3rd now. Bartlett is 4th. And Chisler, who was at one point leading, had the outside line, was offline, skipped through the chicane over the gravel, narrowly missed the tyre stack, gets back onto the road 5th position, and to add an extra element, I think it started to rain as well, with about 4 minutes to go or so. This is going to be quite extraordinary.
Yep, I wouldn't count Chisnell out of this one yet, that's for sure, because they're going to start battling again in front of him. Look, you can see Taylor is mirror driving a little bit here. He was nowhere near the racing line through the Craner curves because he's focusing so much on what Sparrow's doing behind. Bartlett trying to find a gap to get alongside Paul Simard. That was dangerous at high speed through Starkey's corner, but yes, definitely windscreen wipers coming on. The wind has changed direction, by the way. It's now a tailwind down the pit straight, which means the weather is coming from this end of the circuit at Macleans, and you can see it's getting a bit slippery. You wouldn't really want to be the race leader in this situation, so Michael Taylor has hit the front at perhaps exactly the wrong time, and indeed he does drift wide up at Coppice corner. So Sparrow back alongside Steve Bartlett, 5-second penalty, so the green car 4th position, 5-second penalty for track limit. You can discount him for the time being from the battle for the win, and Adam Sparrow gets himself back to the lead of the race. So Sparrow to the front, and Simard goes with him. The top 3 cars then nose to tail, then Bartlett with a penalty in 4th, and Neil Chisnell's already back with them again in 5th.
Really is, and make that 4th on the road now, because he's now just slipped past Steve Bartlett, but if he hadn't got past him, he would have mattered anyway. Almost 3 abreast under brakes towards Redgate as Taylor's just sniffing around. There's a little tap in the rear corner for Simard as he tries to find his racing line. This now opens up the opportunity for Chisnell to put himself in the inside for 3rd. They're going to go wheel to wheel again, and down through the Craner curves. Chisnell has just about enough room to squeeze the MX-5 shaped gap through towards the Old Hairpin again, down the hill. We're going to get, I think, this and maybe at least one more lap, I think, to go through. We're looking at lap times. They cross the line with just under 3 minutes to go, and they're lapping the 124s. Might be touching over how many more laps they get. One more, maybe 2. We'll wait and see. Up the hill they come once more. Sparrow leading the charge. Simard hasn't won an MX-5 championship race, as Taylor's going to deny him that opportunity even further by putting him to 2nd place, and also Chisnell down to put him down to 4th as he takes currently the final podium spot. Now back under brakes again through thin, and that was Taylor getting very out of shape. Big wiggle through Coppice. That now gives Chisnell the run he needs. Whether he jumped or whether he was pushed is another matter entirely, but he now gets straight onto the rear bumper to try and reclaim that position. This will give Sparrow a little bit of respite into the chicane. Now, I think it might be touch and go for lap times. So they're doing 124s. How close is it going to be? They might well get, if they handy, they might get 2 more laps. Across the line they go, and that's going on to somebody else. That's 99 across the line. That's Joshua Pato. And they crossed the line with how much to go? That was 1 minute 28 to go. So they're going to get 2 more laps. But if the rain starts coming down, that, of course, will make it even more interesting as it is starting to fall. So plenty going on here, but we think 2 more laps to go then. The current order is now Sparrow, Chisnell, Taylor, Bartlett with the 5-second penalty, and Simard. But I think it's guaranteed to say it ain't going to stay that way. Somebody else in more trouble. That's another excursion for Harry Storer. It's all action everywhere you look.
Tim Storer, actually, but
Tim
easy
Storer.
Mistake to make. They're the same livery, aren't they, and same surname, clearly. Yeah, it's tricky out there, isn't it? People are getting caught out left, right and centre, and off goes the number 11. That is Michael Taylor off the road through Starkey's corner from the lead group. I'm not sure what happened there, but there may have been a tangle through Starkey's. Who's got the lead? It's Sparrow still just about from Chisnell and Simard. They've dropped now Steve Bartlett, who has the 5-second penalty anyway. So out of Coppice corner they go. Breathless stuff this. We might be about to start the last lap. We might be about to see a checkered flag. Let's wait and see. Sparrow needs to try and keep himself in front either way if he can. They're side by side behind him for second. To the inside line, Simard here trying to get second place away from Chisnell. He's late on the brakes. Gets the car into the corner. Nice move that. Slides through the chicane though, and that will compromise his exit. Is it a checkered flag? Is it a last lap board? It's a checkered flag, and it's a checkered flag for Adam Sparrow, who wins a proper Mazda MX-5 race. That was brilliant stuff. All-out warfare at times there between the leading group, but it is Adam Sparrow who survives it all to get the race victory. From Paul Simard second, Neil Chisnell joins them on the podium, and Steve Bartlett will hang on to fourth position, I think, despite the 5-second penalty, because he was 6.5 seconds ahead in the end of Michael Taylor after his spin on the final lap of the race. So drama right to the flag. Steve Foden recovered reasonably well there to 7th place as well, although that won't be the result he was hoping for, only 1 place higher than where he qualified. And so Michael Taylor, who I think is the former Ginetta racer Michael Taylor, Scott's just pulled up some footage from Snetterton earlier in the year, he does look familiar to me. So Michael Taylor then, former Ginetta GT Academy racer, in the end didn't make the podium, so we won't get to hear from him, but he'll still have a story to tell after that one.
Biggest giveaway also, he is racing wearing Ginetta overalls. So that
yes,
kind of gives that away too,
yeah.
in that sense. But, and also in the internal BRSCC battle, it's now 1-1 because it is Luke Satcher finished ahead 20th. But, yes it was, because I was looking at the group, but it wasn't that far away. That group of cars that involved both of them were quite close together, and it did make sure that Charlie was 23rd compared to Luke Satch in 20th. So 1-1 in that battle. They have a chance to see who takes the tie-break for today's action later on. But Adam Sparrow, a very well-earned race, you can say. Earned was certainly the phrase, because he had to work extremely hard for that one.
Yes, didn't he just? That was good stuff, wasn't it? Sparrow then the winner, with Simard second and Chisnell third. Then Steve Bartlett, Michael Taylor complete the top 5. Adam Craig, Steve Foden, Paul Bateman, Jason Greatrex and Dev Singhal completed the top 10 ahead of Harry Storer and Bo Parry. Dennis Pilmonkin was 13th, ahead of Chris Wright. Daniel Lengiel and Matthew McCluckey were next. Then it was Bradley McLagan, Chris Thelwell, Peter Williams and Luke Souch inside the top 20, as Scott mentioned, ahead of Simon Privet, Tim Storer, Charlie Snell and Joshua Pato. 25th, Andrew Gilligan. We lost Ollie Walden, unfortunately, from that race. Likewise, David Scowler and Richard Bartlett, who didn't complete the first lap. I think he retired to the pit lane at the end of the opening lap of the race. So, exciting stuff from the AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship drivers. We will see them back out again tomorrow for another 2 races, which is good news. So really looking forward to that. Adam Sparrow, though, he's pretty happy with that race victory. Gets out of the car and immediately runs over to Brian Chandler, who runs the team. And Brian Chandler himself, a very successful Mazda MX-5 racer in the day, celebrates with his driver, and we'll hear momentarily from our race winner and fellow podium finishers down in the pit lane. Let's head down there now.
Mazda MX-5 racing at its very best. Now, I spoke to Adam Sparrow in the paddock this morning, and I didn't... You didn't seem confident this morning. We had a quick catch-up. That was a stonking race.
Oh, mega race, as always, and I always back myself when it comes to racecraft, and what a race, what a battle. Fair play to Paul and Neil and Matt and who else was in that battle, because that was mega.
Now, we did see the wipers in the past couple of laps. Is the rain coming?
It could be coming. There was a bit of drizzle out there, but the track was still dry. The track felt no different at all, so it was just full send and just be careful a little bit on the brakes.
You've been racing in the Mazda MX-5 Championship for a long time now.
Not that long.
But is this your year?
Well, we'll have to see.
That's certainly the plan, though, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. Massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport, my dad, and everyone that's supporting me. And it's interesting when you can try and keep it on the track, because qualifying, I didn't be able to keep that going. It's got so many track limits in qualifying, which is why I started 5th.
Well, that's probably the question for later on, though. If the wet stuff comes, can you do it?
Yeah.
Confidence, I like it. Congratulations there. A worthy Championship Race 1 winner in Adam Sparrow. What a drive. We've got Paul Simard here somewhere. I'm looking for drivers. Okay, we've got Paul. That was a great race. Fantastic race.
Yeah, it was quite hectic going into the last lap, 5th, and coming out of it 2nd. So pretty happy with that. But yeah, it was a really enjoyable one.
It certainly looked enjoyable. I mean, at some points it was a 12-wheel Mazda almost. It was that close.
Yeah, it was quite close. I mean, the front three we all started fighting a bit, and then obviously 2 more cars joined, and then there was a back marker in the middle that sort of mixed things up. So, but yeah, it was a hard but fair racing.
Hard, fair racing. You just about missed the weather, which I think is on its way. It's just started. Qualifying was wet. What do you think your chances are in race 2 if the rain comes down later?
I mean, we had sort of mixed conditions. I think a drying track in quali, and obviously we had a good car underneath us. So I think if it does rain, I think we're in a pretty good position.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations. That is a superb 2nd place from the young man here. They're all going missing. Let's grab this young man over as well. A fantastic 3rd place. Proper Mazda racing.
Yeah, really enjoyable race. We tried to keep it calm for the first half of the race. Adam and I were working together quite well, but as soon as we started to fight just a little bit, the rest of the pack caught us. And yeah, the last few laps were really quite frantic. So some really exciting Mazda racing, enjoyed every second.
And later on, what can you do?
Do better. Is the honest answer. I think there's some setup changes to make. Certainly, that was actually our first dry run of the weekend because I didn't test on Friday. So yeah, definitely some exploratory driving there. So a couple of changes to make, a little bit of pace to find, and yeah, hopefully we'll come back faster in race 2.
Well, congratulations on a superb podium. That rounds out your podium for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Now, I don't know about you. I know the guys in the commentary box will be very excited for this next race out. I know I am as well. The variety of cars making their way out onto the grid now are absolutely phenomenal. I can't wait for this. It's time to head back to Scott and Andy to take you through this monster grid for the CNC heads.
Yes, the CNC Head Sports Saloon Car Championship, to give it its full title. This is, I was discussing off mic actually with the guys earlier on, and it's been maybe 7 or 8 years since I last commentated on this championship. It's a championship that back when I first got involved in motor racing was pretty much exclusively running in the northwest of the country at Alton Park with the occasional away day to Anglesey. It started to expand over recent years, but one thing that didn't really need to expand was the grid size. It's always had pretty much capacity grids and an enormous variety of cars. It's something of a dying breed, I think, these days. A proper old-school sports and saloon championship. We have had them within the BRSCC fold back in the day, but nowadays we have more and more one-make championships or more production-based cars, perhaps things like ClubSport Trophy that we'll have out later on. But this really is one of those championships, Scots, where if you have a racing car, within reason, it is probably eligible to come and race in this series. There will be a class somewhere for you, and it means we get this at times bizarre looking mix of cars, but always exciting racing, always big grids. Yeah, really looking forward to commentating on this championship again after so long.
Kind of looks like a grid you get in Gran Turismo, doesn't it? Yeah. Kind of like, or Assetto Corsa, that you just hit random on all the different cars and go, right, chuck them all together. Or like if you spill your toy cars out from the toy box and there's your grid of random stuff. But yeah, just look at the variety of it. You've got a BMW M4 in pole position for Chris Roberts with a Vauxhall Tigra silhouette. If you're a fan of National Hot Rods, you know these cars are pretty much National Hot Rods cars with a windscreen and racing on bigger circuits. You've got them. You've got a quite high souped up Subaru Impreza and a Genesis GT Academy car on the second row of the grid. The variety here is absolutely sublime. There's Caterhams and Westfields, all the way down to a Vauxhall Vectra Challenge car. There's Civic Type Rs, MGs, even a little classic Mini Cooper back in 31st. The mix is absolutely sublime, and I think you're about to take us through it.
Yeah, Chris Roberts in a BMW M4 has pole position alongside Andrew Armiger, then Richard Wright and Andy Thomas row 2, Derry Davis and Mark Primmett on the third row, and then Gary Wardle in a TCR spec Audi starts on row 4 alongside Zach Booth. Jamie Cryer and Paul Rankin make up the fifth row ahead of Nicholas Stott and Ryan Nelson. Then it's Paul Dobson, veteran of this championship, with Marshall Groves for company on row 7. Row 8, Roddy Patterson and David Blockley, with Stephen Parker and Bod Buckby on the 9th row. Row 10, James Owen and Howard Hunt, with Robert Wakeling and Oliver Thomas on row 12. Row 13, John Price and Richard Briscoe. Row 13, Nigel Beardsmore and Stuart Connolly, with Paul Goodlad and Richard Hibbert on row 14. Row 15, Cavan Taylor and Jonathan Lee. Row 16, Gary Warburton and Stuart Burnett, with Brian Gilsenan at the back of the runners who set a time in qualifying. Louis Dobson and Andrew Gash, neither of them managed to set a time, but they have been permitted to start from the back of the grid, all being well with their cars, so they should be ones to watch. The number 8 car of James Owen there, the Mark 1 Escort, is starting from the pit lane, or has it? No, I think it's pulled over at the end of pit lane, because it's actually gone beyond the pit lane exit line. So if it was a pit lane starter, it should be behind that line. So I think that car perhaps is going to be a non-starter. There's the Audi, the Gen 2 spec Audi TCR of Gary Wardle. Again, proving the variety of car you've got. You've got cars spanning probably about 6 decades on this grid. Front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, sports cars, tin tops, touring cars, production-based machinery. It's got it all, and as you'd expect, there are numerous different classes that the drivers will be battling within, so we'll try and cover some of that once the race gets going. But the first lap or so is always fascinating, because you've got some cars, of course, that might over a lap be quite a bit quicker than the others, but off the line aren't necessarily the fastest. So the Subaru, for example, I'm going to guess is still in four-wheel drive specification, should launch off the line really well. There'll be some pretty quick front-wheel drive cars that maybe don't get off the line that quickly, but as the race goes on, they'll start to pick their way back through. So really interesting 20 minutes of action ahead of us here.
And again, more unique cars I'm seeing. That Westfield area with a huge rear wing on the back of it. You think Westfields are light and nimble enough to add on aero on top of that with a huge rear wing. That's going to even more extremes. You've got a Darien T90. They've been quite prominent, not just in circuits, but in rallying and tarmac, which has been quite fun to see. There was a great looking Mazda RX-7, a proper old school FB one, like a proper old school 80s touring car. You've got a little G20 there. There's the Darien, the green car that's on the third row of the grid. There's the Mazda. There's the Westfield on the left-hand side with the huge rear wing and even bigger, wider rear arches on it. They've extended that to make it even more grippy. There's a Renault Megane in there as well. There's also an MG Midget with a rear wing on the back. If you haven't got a rear wing, you're probably not doing it right if you're not in the senses. There's also a Vauxhall Vector Challenge car in there too as well. Of course, a great one-make series and back in the day. There's a different Honda Civic in there, Robert Wakelin's car in 22nd place with quite wide arches. And that very pretty green RSR Mark 1 that's towards the back. That one I think is Nigel Beardsmore's car in 26th. Lots of variety, a fantastic, stunning grid of cars, and unless the Tigra and the BMW close in to try and push on, I probably would bet that if it is four-wheel drive, that Super Impreza should just launch off the line and will be unsurprisingly into turn 1 in the lead by the time they get down to Redgate.
Yes, that's maybe where the smart money will be, but it's always a bit of a hold-your-breath moment, this, because it's a standing start, and a lot of these kind of cars not really built for standing starts, so it can be a fairly lively run into and through the first corner. Fingers crossed that we get a nice, clean start and an exciting 20 minutes of racing. The green flag waved at the back of the grid then. 20 minutes of CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship racing about to get underway. Red lights go out now. Off we go. And is it going to be Richard Wright's Subaru that launches through? Yes, it is. There's a bit of a skirmish further back. A poor start for Andrew Armiger in the Tigra. And look at who's that coming around the outside. That is the Megane, isn't it? That's come carving its way into about the top 5 or so. Ginetta into the gravel. That's Andy Thomas, is it then, I think, who's had a gravelly moment at Redgate Corner. The lead, though, is held, perhaps surprisingly, by the pole sitter Chris Roberts. Andrew Armiger dropping down the order, and Richard Wright actually stays third where he qualified.
That's Derry Davies in the green Darren that got a great start from the inside of the third row of the grid to get himself up the order through the Old Hairpin for the first time they go. There is the Nigel Beardsmore beautiful, very, very pretty green Mark 1. For actually there to second place, or holding second place, is the Darien. And again, you've got the MG Midget in there as well. Then you've got the Silhouette Vauxhall Tigra, what they call the Intermark Silhouette, which again is like a National Hot Rod car with a windscreen on it, through Coppice Corner for the first time. BMW holding the foot firm at the front, Chris Roberts in front, and a great start which we saw from the outside of Zach Booth in that little sort of touring car-esque looking Renault Megane R26 through the chicane. So count this: BMW from a very sideways Darien, then Subaru, then MG. A huge lock-up for somebody behind. Who was that? That was the Caterham number 51, which was Roddy Patterson, the Caterham C400. Started 15th, comes across line 8. He's picked up 7 spots. We see Darien versus Subaru. I've never seen that, never said that in my life, or seen it in my life before. Changed for 4th, as there goes Armiger past the MG Midget of Mark Primmett. A very pretty looking car as well. Lots of pretty looking cars in this field, but that MG Midget actually a stunning looking machine, and actually quite it definitely isn't a standard MG1. It's got a nice kind of, looks like one of those proper special saloon type cars, special sports cars with the rear wing. And Zach Booth giving it a run for its money also, ahead of a TCR car. Lots of phrases you would expect to say with all the different cars in the field, but look at the gaps there. Caterham, Westfield, a Ginetta coming back through. You got there as well the Vauxhall Vector Challenge car and the Mazda. So much great machinery to look at. Just watching this race for the machinery is enough, let alone the racing.
Yeah, Marshall Groves in the Vectra doing well actually, inside the top 10, gained 4 places on that opening lap in the Vectra Challenge machine, which is not a car you would expect to necessarily be in the top 10 when you look at the other cars around it, but he's had a really good opening lap and is going to be hoping, I think, maybe getting past the Jamie Cryer Ginetta as it came down the hill into the Old Hairpin as well. There's the leader though, and the BMW starting to get away now. Chris Roberts in qualifying was a second quicker than Andrew Armiger, who qualified second but runs only 5th at the moment, as there's a squabble further back. That is Jamie Cryer, who is in the red Ginetta, and actually wasn't overtaken by the Vectra at the start of the lap, and in fact had got away from it. Massive power differential down the main straight though, and that is Rankin in the Westfield Aero Race as it's listed. Well, yes, the Aero helping it through the corners, but it's not short on horsepower down the straights, is it?
Of course, being lightweight also, that power to weight ratio will be quite ridiculous, I think, in that car. Oh, Zach Booth's car, I think that was as it was hitting through the crane of curves, I think that's particularly, the bodywork rubbed at a particular angle that it was coming rubbing up against it in that sense. Down the hill towards the Old Hairpin again. And 2 different generations of Ginetta about to go into combat. And not for very long, because there goes the GTA car past the G20. Fairly straightforward. Powering up the hill. That's another place gained for... That will be the Ginetta of... Right, I was about to say Nelson, but it's not, is it? No, it is Nelson. He's just gone past Jonathan Cryer's car. So Nelson up into what will be 11th place. Next target, if you can catch him, is the Paul Rankin Westfield Aero Race, and a car that stopped, that's the EK Honda Civic 26 that's had a pause. That's Louis Dobson, who started right at the back in 35th, but had a rotation somehow on the exit of Redgate Corner.
Yes, a long way off the road as well. An odd place for a front-wheel drive car to end up, you'd have to say, unless it was with a little bit of assistance, who knows. But he manages to get going again, albeit somewhat delayed. He'll be nearly a lap down already to the race leaders then, who have made their way through Redgate already. 4-second lead now for Chris Roberts at the head of the field. There is the Ginetta GT Academy spec car. So it's not the full-blown V8 Ginetta G56, which we see racing in the Ginetta GT Championship, but still a proper bit of kit, that GT Academy car, with limited aero and treaded tyres normally if it's running in full GT Academy specification. And I know some cars in this category do run on slick tyres. I'm not sure whether that one has been converted, but anyway, it's moving nicely back through the order after it's off at Redgate on the first lap. This is the battle for 8th position, is it? Yes, 8th position. And the ever-charging Westfield continuing to gain ground now. It picked up another place on the previous lap, did Paul Rankin. And he's got another 2 in his sights now in that incredibly quick Westfield, which look at the way it blasts off Coppice Corner, but then ran out of steam a bit, interestingly, in the second half of the straight and wasn't actually able to make the move stick. Oh, sideways for the Subaru. There was a tangle there coming out of the corner, and I think it's hit dramas, hasn't it? Richard Wright's car did not accelerate off the corner, was tagged by Andrew Armiger in the Tigra, and into the pit lane the Subaru will go.
Where do you look now? Because everything's all changed. It's now into the pit, then goes to Subaru. That's Gary Wardle losing a place to Roddy Patterson. Off the road's got the 104. That's the Mini Cooper SR58. That's the coupe version, I think, with Nicholas Stott at the wheel. That did start 11th. It did have a pretty good run off the line initially, but that's gone off at Coppice Corner by the look of it. Very, very deep into the gravel. It's either run wide or had an issue that's forced it to get beached. And now we see here, that's that Ginetta of Ryan Nelson, who has now caught up now to... That's the 58 car, isn't it? So which Caterham is that he's battling? That is Bob Buckby, I think, is it? Yes, Bob Buckby, who started in 19th place. He started behind this Ginetta because he ran wide and had that problem at Redgate Corner. Now up the hill again. And, yeah, of course, yellow flags into Coppice and no overtaking in that position. And, in fact, Wardler's got past the TCR car as well. But, of course, in all that antic with the yellow flags, he's also lost out because now charging up the hill is Roddy Patterson's machine. Meanwhile, these two are still going into combat over 3rd position. And there goes Mark Primet in the MG Midget past Armiger, putting a lap on the number 91 Mini of Jonathan Lee, which started back down in 31st position. And now they come back down the hill through Redgate Corner. Still Roberts that leads the way in the BMW from Derry Davies and the Darien. and that was the fight for third. But actually, I have to say, Patterson lapping pretty quickly, 1 minute 15.054. He's the quickest car in the top 5 right now, and catching the cars in front by at least 3/4 of a second.
Yes, he is. He's going well, isn't he? But I guess traffic now is going to start to become more of a factor, so difficult to consistently run at your optimum pace. Indeed, race leader Chris Roberts' previous lap was a couple of seconds nearly off his outright fastest lap of the race. So as the traffic now starts to come into play in this one, it's going to perhaps lead to a bit of a shuffling of the order. Certainly the gaps, I think, are going to increase or shrink by more dramatic margins. There is the live snatch underway up at Coppice Corner of the 104 car. Nicholas Stott then, who started just outside the top 10. Again, wet conditions in qualifying favouring the front-wheel drive cars, maybe the lower engine capacity cars, but the Mini sadly not able to make it even to the halfway distance in this 20-minute race. Down through the chicane we come. 74 there of Stuart Burnett doing his best to stay out of the way. And Burnett in the Spire, which is not a saloon car, definitely. It's very much a sports prototype, that, and gets lapped by the Ginetta, which runs in 10th position now. Oh, and the Vectra's been off. The Vectra's got damage, look, at the chicane. So the 86 car of Marshall Groves, which had been running really well, is in strife. And has he tangled, I wonder, with the 259 of Nigel Beardsmore? That's the green Escort that you were admiring at the start of the race. That car stuck in the gravel. Whether there was contact between them, I don't know. But that's two cars potentially out of the race, and maybe the necessity for a safety car. Change there for for third position. Armiger back ahead of Premet, but that looked like it was in a yellow flag zone. We've got a recovery going on at Coppice. We've got yellow flags at the chicane. I smell a safety car coming here, I think. If nothing else, just to calm everyone down. This has been breathless stuff.
Yeah, plenty of action back and forth throughout the entire field. Wherever you look, it's one of the grids again where you're never really short of action or a good race. Particularly these two. Primet again looking to the inside of Armiger towards Redgate Corner. He's actually pointing, go to the inside. You can see him pointing out a little porthole on the right hand side, either suggesting go make a move, or are you going to do it or what? Because I think he realised, because he knows exactly what's coming up, because he's also seen, look who's also cropped up behind them, Ronnie Patterson. He realised that he's going to be a threat. He said, look, you tow me, let's go forward, let's try if we can get away from the caterum. But given the pace, I think they both realised, don't fight it, because otherwise we're going to have an issue. That's the Westfield's had a problem. So Westfield also running slowly. So unfortunately, Paul Rankin's quite solid run comes to a premature end, and we're just about hitting half distance in this race. So a few more cars hitting strife, and if that car is crawling to a halt on the pit straight, that will automatically be a safety car, because they had absolutely no choice. There goes Patterson up the inside of Armiger, displaces the Tigra and puts the Caterham up now currently into what is now fourth position to try and chase after Privet, who's in a podium place as they come towards the yellow flag zone. And Armiger, I think just at the last minute, spotted the yellow flag boards and thought, I can't make an overtake. So he very wisely backed out of it and thought, I'll wait for the next opportunity.
Yes, so Patterson then up to fourth. That is third in Class B, and the two cars directly ahead of him are also running in Class B. So if he can gain another position, he would be second in class. We'll see if he's able to get past the MG Midget, which on the face of it is not a dissimilar car to the Caterham, but a little bit more aero on the MG will help it through the corners. And there's another MG that is not running at quite the same pace, and they've come across the Spire heading down through the Old Hairpin. That was a bit of a close moment, but thankfully contact diverted, and they can continue battling away. Round the right-hander at the Old Hairpin then comes this podium battle, and Armiger's going to be a bit frustrated, I think, with how this race has gone. He didn't get a great start. That meant he got involved in battles that maybe he shouldn't have been involved in. Had that bit of contact with Richard Wright's Subaru, and now finds himself not only off the overall podium, but actually out of a podium position within Class B, unless he can get past either of the cars ahead of him. This is a three-way fight then for second in the class.
Certainly is. Just negotiating the 127, which is Stuart Connolly's machine. There's the live snatch going on for Nigel Beardsmore's Escort RSR. As we come back to that battle for second place, with Primet coming onto the yellow flag zone and across those two back markers, the MG and the Honda Civic that are fighting over position themselves. Derry Davies, little twitch of oversteer through the apex of Redgate, but now comfortably running down the hill. And in a world of his own, because Roberts is quite far away and up the road in the BMW M4. Gap at the front, The timing screen tells me that it is, what's the gap? 4.1 seconds out in front. So Darren looking pretty comfortable. And Armiger, they both negotiated all three of those cars negotiated them. This is the battle between 21, which is Hibbert in his Honda Civic. That's for the final spot in the top 20. They're not in the same classes. No, they are in the same classes for second and third place in Class E. So that's a scrap going on to see who can pick up the best place behind Paul Dobson's Mazda RX-7 FB.
Yep, so the 259 of Nigel Beardsmore out of the way. The Vectra actually pulled over at the side of the road at the same place, but it would seem far enough off the track that we don't need a safety car. So really good job by the marshals and recovery crews there to get the chicane cleared under yellow flags rather than neutralising the race as this Audi and Ginetta battle continues on. This is now for 6th position, actually. Gary Wardle in the Audi TCR car in 6th position. The Ginetta GT Academy machine behind of Ryan Nelson. Not quite close enough into the chicane, but Nelson will look for a good exit, maybe to get the run into Redgate Corner. I think he has had a better exit, but these two cars remarkably evenly matched. The Audi seems to have an edge in a straight line, but around the corners, the slightly more aerodynamic Ginetta certainly runs lower to the ground, a lower centre of gravity. It's nippier through the corners, and look at the exit that he gets as a result, but then doesn't have the power to get alongside the Audi down the hill. Fascinating battle here, which really typifies sports saloon racing, doesn't it? Two cars built to very different regulations, absolutely nothing to choose between them on track.
And typically you would never see racing against each other on track anywhere else, which is great to see the comparison of the two. As they come back through Starkey's and Schwantz curve again, putting more laps. This is on that battle for 19th place, and that's second place in Class E between the MG and the Honda Civic. That between Hunt and Hibbert. And there goes the Ginetta, looking up the inside, gets the run off the corner at Macleans. They're going to both navigate the MG, and I think Wall tried to close the gap, couldn't make it stick, and he actually runs out wide, lets the MG back through again, and I thought for a second that whatever had happened there had caused an issue. I think he just backed off because he had a problem. The Spire that's been trundling around for a little bit looks like it's coming to a stop on all the most inconvenient places, right on the exit of the chicane, and so many cars piling past at once. And through all that traffic and the issue there for Wardle after he got squeezed out wide, it has now given a bit of respite for Nelson, who has now cleanly taken P6. Again, just so many cars to try and pick through, but doesn't seem to be so much going through.
No, so that was an interesting moment there with the slowing Spire at the final corner. He has not taken that car to the pit lane just yet, though, has Stuart Burnett, interestingly, at least not according to the timing screen. So he's either carried on or pulled over at the side of the road on the exit of the chicane to join the car graveyard that's forming up at that part of the track. The 127 is in, though. That's Stuart Connolly. So Stuart Connolly in car 127, his Honda Civic is potentially going no further. We're into the final quarter of the race now, just under 5 minutes to go. And as the midfield battles continue on, there is the race leader, Chris Roberts, who is 5.4 seconds ahead of Derry Davis in second. That gap's not been shooting out as much as perhaps I expected it to. And the BMW man will be grateful, I think, for the early lead that he was able to build up, because actually after that, there's been not a huge amount to choose pace-wise between those two. But he's got himself a rare little bit of clean air now, accelerating out of Starkey's. There's the Spire, still going very slowly, but mystifyingly not having bailed for the pit lane. And the leader is going to catch it to put it another lap down in the next few moments.
Pretty straightforward drive from Chris from the front row of the grid, from pole. There's one of the older minis in the field. That older mini is the mini of Jonathan Lee, started back in 31st on the grid. There is the trundling Spire, another personal favourite of mine in this field, the old school FB Mazda RX-7. Little spit of flame rotary engine, that's quite like that. And then another car that's quite a machine in this field. Just in the background there, Mark Burnett's MG Midget is also just going along neatly in, so Mark Primett's MG, excuse me, in third position. And he's pulled quite clearly away from Ronnie Patterson's Caterham. That's quite a way away now. Of course, Patterson and Armiger have really disappeared behind him. It's a different mini, in fact. Oh, forgive me, it's Gary Warburton's Mini Melia. I was looking at the wrong one. That was, what mini was I looking at? Jonathan Lee's, forgive me. So, Lots of variety all the way up and down the grid, as we've been waxing lyrical about quite often. And speaking of Bennett is in the pit lane with issues as well. So I think that's there's the spy that's finally coming to the pit lane. So either it was trundling around with a problem, or it's been signalled, look, you've been going slow enough times, you have to come in. So you can even hear it below us, I think, down in the commentary box.
It doesn't sound healthy, does it?
No, it does sound rather rough, unfortunately. There goes Derry Davies. These cars also raced in British GT at one point back in the 90s, in the early days of what was the British GT Championship, when it started as the BRDC GT Challenge, when they used to get just a handful of Porsches and a couple of Ferraris, and they even had Ford Escort Cosmos racing in the early days, believe it or not. That was very much before the days of SRO these days, with GT3 and GT4 and all the kind of regs that came before and after it. So, different time when you saw a Darien racing up against other different machines in the field. That battle of second in Class E still looking pretty prominent. That's still between the Civic of Matt Hibbert and Howard Hunt's MG. And tricky, the Westfield's also got going again properly. You can see it just there. Paul Rankin, whatever it was, it must have been a Control-Alt-Delete and a reset to get it going again. So there's something that was going quite right. But he's getting in the way of the battle that's going for Class E, but at the same time trying to negotiate it. And you'll just see, as you said earlier on, just the punch off the corner for that Westfield is quite extreme. But I think it's that big rear wing that does something to hold it back a little bit. And I think he's now chasing to try and pick up the position again. The Ginetta that's over in front of the G20, so that's not too far away, and trying to make up a few more spots.
Yes, that would be for 9th position for Rankin, who runs in Class A, so the class leader in that category is Ryan Nelson's Ginetta GT Academy car. There it is, which is nearly a lap ahead of the Westfield now after it slowed earlier on, so no real chance of a class win. There's a bit more rain on that camber lens, I think, isn't there, at the chicane, so conditions just starting to change for the worse once more as the leader, Chris Roberts, starts the final lap of the race. So the BMW man comfortably clear of the Darien, which there comes across the line in second position. That is now an 11.5 second gap. And is the Darien slowing? Because I would argue here that Mark Primmett is noticeably closer to the second place car than he was last time we saw him. And this, remember, is for the win in Class B.
And look, also the rain spots on the camera at Redgate Corner. So I think it is starting to rain a little bit more now. The rain's returned. So I wonder here if which of those two cars is probably either struggling more or pushing on. I wonder if also, now that Derry Davis has probably looked at his mirror and seen said MG, he thinks, oh Christ, I've got to go and put my foot down and try and actually extend the gap here if I can. Because he knows that Mark Primmett is not going to back off. He's going to keep on pushing right to the flag to see if he can snatch a late second place. But as for this man, Chris Roberts, well, it's been literally a very casual Saturday afternoon drive. We'll have a Sunday morning drive tomorrow, being, of course, after the qualifying sessions to do so. But touch wood without any dramas, I think he's about to once again seal off a very comfortable lights to the flag victory in one of the more modern cars in the field. But he's certainly driven it like it's been one of the fastest cars in the mix, and about to set a checkered flag in a very deserved lights to flag drive.
Yep, Chris Roberts then sees the checkered flag, wins the first race of the weekend for the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Championship. There's been drama for the McGann at the last corner. Just about carries on undamaged, I think. Second position then for Derry Davis, who does cling on to the Class B victory as a result, with Mark Primmett not quite able to get to him there in time for the checkered flag. And he will have to settle for second place in the class. Then it was Patterson ahead of Armiger, so Patterson managing to hang on to third in Class B. Class B cars finishing second, third, fourth and fifth respectively. And then we have the Class A winner to come through, and that is Ryan Nelson's Ginetta, having got the better of Gary Wardle for the win in that category. And they had another one of the Ginettas in between them at the flag there. That was a lap down, I believe. Yes, it was. Who's the next of the class leaders? Class E winner has already come through, actually, that being the number 13 of Paul Dobson. And Class F will be won. Well, we'll get to that in a moment because this is for position, isn't it? And that's JB Cryer losing a position to Paul Rankin, who gets through into 9th position there at the flag. Cryer has to settle for 10th. And just to finish the point on Class F that I was making, it's the number 30 car, isn't it, that's going to claim the victory in that category, and that is Robert Wakelin. So Robert Wakelin will win in Class F in his Honda Civic, and that, I think, is your lot. So, and dramatic race as we expected. Plenty of battles going on. Hard to keep up with at times, which of those battles were for position within class, but it mattered little. It was massively entertaining stuff, and it was Chris Roberts who managed to get the victory overall, and within Class B in his BMW M4 by 11.5 seconds in the end over Derry Davis, who didn't really pick the pace up on the last lap. So I do think that Darian was potentially running into trouble there on the final lap, Scott.
Maybe, but of course, either just trying to preserve his tyres or possibly saw the change in conditions, and even change in temperature can have an effect on how grip levels are at a circuit like this. But if we are starting to get a little drizzle of rain, that should make our next race, which is our longest race of the day and of the weekend, which is the 45-minute SW Motorsport ClubSport Trophy race. Another grid that's usually known for its quite vibrant variety amongst its power-to-weight ratio class structure. So we'll get to see an element, of course, of mandatory pit stops and a mixture of solo and 2 driver entries across the field. And I suspect, having to look back at the qualifying results for that, I think it's a very familiar front row. Of course, remember that qualifying session took place in some of the better conditions than we had this morning for at points when we had a couple of red flags for cars coming off the road. But I think there's a tiny bit of clear out for some of the cars that had their own dramas throughout that race. But you're talking about how long it's been since you've commentated on this championship. I don't think I ever have in my 50 years of Chris. To use the term, I've popped my CNC Heads Sports and Saloons cherry, so to speak, and to have a chat to our top 3, including a very happy Chris Roberts, who's punching the air with delight after a very steady, successful and almost slightly casual Saturday afternoon drive. It's Rob Lewis down at the top of the pit lane with our top 3 from our first CNC Heads Sports and Saloons race here at Donington Park.
Top class racing all around, so many great cars up and down this grid, but the man that seemingly just took off and led from go to woe in this beautiful BMW M4, Chris Roberts, a fantastic win, congratulations.
Yeah, brilliant, honestly, thank you very much. Hard work that was, just because of the amount of yellow flags, cars off the track. It was just like, especially when we hit the back markers, you always feel like when you're in that position you hit people at the wrong time, or catch people at the wrong time I should say, but it came all right at the end, I suppose, didn't it?
Definitely looked like it as well. The rain just about held off.
Yeah, I'm devastated, to be honest with you. I like the rain, I wanted it to rain, but it's such a mixed day. We were gambling, should we go on the wets, because you look at the forecast and it says it's going to rain, but we killed a set of wets just in qualifying alone, so car handles amazing with the slicks on, so it was good.
And more racing to come tomorrow. What are you looking forward to? Bit of rain?
I don't know. I think the forecast says it's nice tomorrow, doesn't it? So it'll be just carry on where we left off.
Carry on, take it all in.
Yeah. Like I say, you can't really get better than that, can you? It's a brilliant result as far as we're concerned. Especially after last year we came here in this car and we blew... no, it wasn't, sorry. We had an issue with it. Blew the engine up at Alton, came here the event after, drove here from Chester, having just fit the new engine the night before, and the car was running in limp mode, so it's nice to come here and actually drive flat out for a change. And
the car looks absolutely immaculate as it started the race. Congratulations. That is our CNC Head Sports and Saloons race winner. I've got a car. I mean, look at the car as well. A great result as well. Tell us a bit about this car at Ryan. So it's normally seen in rallying, right?
Yeah, normally there are not many of them circuit racing. There's only a couple. Loads of them rallying. It's got a Millington engine, a Millington Vauxhall engine. I'm chuffed with it today. That's probably the best result I've got with it, to be honest.
Well, second overall, and I believe a class win is certainly nothing to shake a stick at. How was that race for yourself?
It was good, although going through the race, the last few laps, the car felt very loose. I'd like to get harder rear tyres, I think, because I could see Mark catching me every bend. Checking my mirrors, I could see him getting closer and closer. I was just praying to see the checkered flag. Yeah.
But you've seen the checkered flag, second place, congratulations.
Thank you.
That is our second place man here. And then a further extreme as well. This is an MG Midget with some awesome aero on it as well. Big back wing, you've got the diffuser, proper old school engineering with the aerodynamics and the fiberglass front end. Third place overall, and I believe second in Class B. Fantastic result.
Yeah, no, it was great. Yeah, I was gaining on him. I thought I could have first in B, but it wouldn't be another lap. I think we'd have had him. But
he did say his rear tyres were starting to go off.
He's got more excuses than anybody. He's the best excuse maker in the business.
You got a race tomorrow to come. What's the plan?
Just flat hill. flat out.
Flat out, send it and see.
yeah, that's it.
Fantastic. Congratulations on an overall podium and second in class. Well, it's now time for our only endurance race of the day, the 45 minutes BRSCC ClubSport Trophy. 45 minutes, one pit stop at 15 minutes. There's a window between 15 and 30 minutes. You've got to get your pit stop in and done. So to take you through the grid for the rolling start, all the runners and riders, back to Andy, back to Scott.
Thank you very much, Rob. And yes, it's on to our longest race of the weekend, which is the 45 minutes SW Motorsport ClubSport Trophy race. If you want more variety, certainly going to get it here, which is going to be quite intriguing to see. Maximum 235 brake horsepower per tonne, 5 classes, a mandatory pit stop. This is how they line up. And we'll explain there's no error here. There are 2 James Orfords. We'll explain it in a second. So Rory Pickles in the Audi TT takes pole position with James Orford in his different spec Audi TT alongside. But it's Shane Kelly, who was winner last time out at the Silverstone GP circuit, and another James Orford, different one, in his Honda Civic EK9. But it's Feroz Billamoria, regular in the championship in his VW Scirocco. He'll start alongside another VW Scirocco of Ben Walkinshaw. But it's Nick Brady's Audi TT and the Owens in their BMW E36. Adam Marshall in his Seat Leon, who's been a regular in other championships, including the Evolution Trophy, who will start 9th, and alongside Kevin Sterling in the Renault Clio RS. Row 6 is the first of our BMW Z4s, of which there are a few of those. But it's 11th place for him, alongside Mark Jones in the Honda Civic Type R. Molly Pugh and Josh Bromley are in the BMW 1 Series Super Cup car in row 7, alongside Chris Murphy in the second of the Z4s. Brian Rose in his Audi TT, one of the Pure Track cars. Of course, they've got 3 cars in the field this weekend, alongside another one, which is Graham Price's Renault Clio. Then we have another BMW 1 Series from Bromley Motorsport, another Super Cup car with Chris Stretton and Simon Waterfall, getting some extra track time in before their BMW Super Cup races tomorrow. Then the Novobilskis are starting on the 18th spot on the grid alongside them. Running up for top 20, David Cox's VW Golf, Adam Radford's BMW Z4. Then Ben Taylor doing double duty, starting 21st in his Mazda MX-5 Mark IV that we saw racing in the MX-5 Super Cup this weekend also earlier on. The Dukes in their Z4 start 22nd, and it's Noble and Crozier in another of the BMW 1 Series. So all 3 of those cars are out this weekend today for some extra running. That's alongside Jonathan Glover's Ford Puma, then Mike Parsons' VW Golf, Stephen Watson's Renault Clio, I think is also a pure track car on the field, Chris Stone's Honda Civic, Tom Curtin's Mazda MX-5 Mark III, Martin Smith's Mini Cooper S, the Standish Davis Mazda MX-5 Mark I, the Graham Waterhouse Honda Civic Type R, Gary Hobbs's Hyundai Coupe, and the Spencer and Payne Suzuki Swift makes up a 33-car entry. Very healthy once again for the ClubSport Trophy as they wind their way on the formation lap. So a pair of Audi TTs on the front row of the grid, a Morgan and a Honda Civic EK9 on the second row, and a pair of VW Scirocco's on row 3. Almost front-wheel drive central for this championship series mostly, but it's a very intriguing lineup with some very familiar cars towards the front of the field.
Yes, indeed so. And again, a qualifying session that was definitely weather affected. So whether the drivers that qualified at the front will stay there over the course of 45 minutes, we'll wait and see. What we often see in these ClubSport Trophy races is that the timing of a pit stop can have quite significant effect on your end result. And certainly if we get safety cars, yellow flags in that pit stop window, that can mix things up even further. We have only had one safety car period all day so far because of the very efficient nature of the live snatch recoveries that can be carried out here at Donington Park, but we'll be hoping that continues over this race, because we've seen many a ClubSport Trophy race really mixed up because of a mid-race safety car. Hopefully that won't happen here this afternoon. But yeah, good grid of cars, and again, lots of different class battles that we need to keep an eye out for. And as always has been the case with ClubSport Trophy, you get certain cars that you only ever see out in ClubSport, but then there are lots of other cars that are familiar from various other BRSCC championships. Got a couple of the BMW 1 Series, the Audi TTs, we often get Mazda MX-5s and Ford Fiestas out in ClubSport Trophy. It's a really nice mix of cars and a bit of an all-stars race almost for BRSCC championships. There's a pair of those Audi TTs then on the front row, Rory Pickles and James Alford, and Shane Kelly in the Morgan will start from third on the grid, with Feroz Billamoria, another favourite perhaps for the victory, starting behind. Rolling start then for the SW Motorsport ClubSport Trophy. Off we go, 45 minutes of racing at Donington Park, and the power of the Morgan immediately starts to tell. He moves alongside Rory Pickles, does Shane Kelly, then goes to the outside edge of the track altogether, locks up and goes into the gravel. No, Shane Kelly, well, he had all the power, but he couldn't stop the thing into Redgate Corner. Maybe found a damp patch stretch. Maybe just hadn't got enough temperature into the tyres and brakes. But either way, the favourite perhaps to win the race is going to rejoin from the gravel trot, not quite at the back of the field, but very close to the back of the field, and a long way further back than he should be, really. Feroz Billamori has had a good start in the Scirocco. He's gained 2 or 3 positions already, but that was not the ideal start for Shane Kelly.
Definitely not. He went from hero at the Silverstone GP to, well, not quite zero, but kind of like a bit of his own villain down at Redgate Corner by missing his braking point. But he's going to try and pick his way through. He's still got 44 minutes of the race to try and pick his way back up through the order. So we've got, off the start of the race, it's Audi TT James Alford who leads the way. It's then the Feroz Billamori VW Scirocco in second place, then the other James Alford, who always confuses us to no end with 2 James Alfords racing in club racing these days, in third place. So literally is James Alford first and third. Now that's not a joke, that is actually happening. There he is in third position. There's Rory Pickles, the pole man. There isn't actually. Is that Rory Pickles? No, it might be Nick Brady, in fact. No, it's Pickles. Nick Brady's the one that's in fifth position. So it's Walkinshaw 6th, Marshall, Sterling, Power in the first of the BMW Z4s, and the Brian Rose Audi TT run by PureTrack. That's in the top 10, just ahead of the E36 BMW, which is being run by Oliver and Tom Owen. He's now battling with the Mark Jones Honda Civic EP3 through Redgate Corner. So apart from the drama for Shane Kelly, speaking of which, dramas for Nick Brady's car that's either had an immediate issue or had a drama somewhere that's caused him to lose power or have it off. With that car running very slowly, and the fact that it's right in the middle of the Craner curves, where there's so many cars packed together at the start of a lap and of the race, it's very tricky to negotiate. And he very quickly gets spooked off the road onto the grass by a couple of the cars trying to negotiate. But I'm afraid, before his race has barely even started, Andy, that car looks like it's going no further.
And it was in the lead of Class B at the time, so that's unfortunately taken him out of contention for a Class win. Class B will be taken over now by the Renault Clio number 153 of Kevin Sterling. The Audi has some power, but not full power, clearly, so hopefully enough for him to limp around to the pit lane and avoid having to be recovered from the side of the road. There's also then a possibility that they might be able to repair the car and get him back out to at least complete some laps. So James Alford of the Audi TT variety sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:17.275, 1.3 seconds clear of Feroz Billamori, who is about the same distance ahead of James Alford. So he's about the same distance ahead of James Alford as he is behind James Alford, is Feroz Billamori. There's a sentence that will confuse anyone who's only half paying attention to us, Scott.
Yeah, it's James Alford's first, James Alford, but wait, hold on, not with the reaction to anyone else. Speaking of which, I spotted Shane Kelly after his excursion, unintended excursion at Redgate Corner. He came across the line at the end of lap 1 in 20th. He has now climbed back up to, where's he up to now? It helps me actually refresh my timing screen because it's still showing the CNC heads drivers. There we go, back up to 12. So he's actually gone back up and back past the Owen BMW, and he's now also about to pass the Mark Jones Honda Civic to put himself back into the top 10 by the beginning of lap 3, which is always impressive. That car's always been quick. It's been run by the, I think, the University of Wolverhampton, I want to say, racing team. And Shane Kelly's done quite a lot. He's done a little bit of racing in Praga in Brit car. He's done some Formula 3 as well, I think, in F3 Cup, or at least running at Castle Coombe, quite frankly. So he's done a lot, has Shane, using all his expertise to not only help guide UWR to build a good car and to run one, but also as well, driving-wise, pick his way past the Civic and go through. The James Alford Audi sets the new fastest lap of the race as they come back towards the chicane at the end of lap number 3. There's one of the many BMW Z4s that this series seems to have inherited over the years. They used to be the Z-Car series, but those cars, once they had nowhere else to go, literally the entire collective just thought, well, ClubSport Trophy looks fun, and they've all descended on the thing, and they've all stayed for the pretty much, and they all turn out, pretty much every single one of them, every single time, which is great to see, because they've found a home in ClubSport Trophy. They like it, they enjoy it, and they're always quite competitive, and literally, wherever you look in the field, you'll always find a BMW, one of those Z4s. I won't call them pesky because they're quite good, but you always find one somewhere on track wherever anyone else is. It's good to have them, and of course they make quite a nice addition. This one, of course, particularly fighting with Graham Price in that Renault Clio. Good to see PureTrack, of course, running well with 3 cars this weekend. Of course, Matt and Sarah Dennis's team, and that Renault Clio, brought at the start of this season, is quite, in terms of that shape Clio, I have to say, it's actually one of the smartest looking Clios genuine I think I've seen of that shape and era for quite a while. Yeah, good looking car. We know it's a potent car, a very popular car in club racing is the Renault Clio as well, as of course is the MX-5. You can see an example there, Mark III MX-5 coming down the hill towards us, and this a little bit deeper down the order. That's the 152 car, I believe, as finally the ailing Audi makes its way back into the pit lane, that of Nick Brady. And we've also had the Seat Leon number 27 of Adam Marshall in. Billamori's in the pit lane.
Yes, and this is too early to be a mandatory stop, so a few drivers hitting troubles, and for Rose Billamoria, perhaps most notably, having been running in second position at the time he's in. So there is the Team Brady squad. They're about to go to work on the Audi TT, but more significantly, as far as the overall race is concerned, for Rose Billamoria, who's been a race winner multiple times in ClubSport Trophy, he's in with some sort of drama as well.
And so is Adam Marshall, I've noticed. He's going down the timing screen saying in pits. Another one, that was another driver hoping to do well in the Seat Leon. So I had a chat with him yesterday, just hoping for a good result, but sadly that's not quite worked. We're going to get a preview of tomorrow's action, because we've got two of the BMW 1 Series SuperCup cars from Bromley Motorsport at play with each other. We don't get start drivers, sadly, for ClubSport trophies. We can only say exactly which cars they are, and the two BMWs that are battling amongst each other at the moment, the 1 Series, that is 21, which is the white car with the sort of pink and sort of grey flashes on the side. That is the Molly Pugh Josh Bromley car, and the 241 is the Chris Stretton and Simon Waterfall car behind it. So which one is which, we're not 100% exactly who is at the wheel, but plenty of BMWs in this field, not just the Z4s and the 1 Series, also there's a E36 in there too as well, which is the Oliver and Tom Owen car, which is running up there just outside the top 10, so plenty of action. But yeah, BMW Super Cup is tomorrow, not today, but they give us an early bit of practice, and I think also as well taking the advantage where these cars can run, so they're getting a sneaky bit of extra track time for 45 minutes competitively, so they can get themselves extra dialed in for tomorrow.
Yeah, so Pugh then ahead at the moment of Simon Waterfall. Josh Bromley will take over the 21 car. Bromley, who runs the team that prepares both of those cars. That's going to be an interesting dynamic when he gets into the car at the pit stops, and his car ahead of Simon Waterfall's machine, which gets a much better exit from the chicane. And we'll pull to the outside line. Windscreen wipers again, starting to work back and forth on the 241 car, which is to the outside into Redgate. We'll look for a switch back on the exit of the corner. Don't worry about the smoke. That's just been a trademark of the Simon Waterfall BMW since we first saw it last year racing in the 1 Series Super Cup. Can he get up alongside and ahead of the 21 machine, though? No, Pugh hangs on for now. But Simon Waterfall looks very, very racy and wants to try and get this move made as soon as he can. They both, of course, run in the same class, Class C, but they're not the only cars in Class C. That class actually being led by the BMW Z4 that you mentioned earlier on of Kieran Power, who is up inside the top 10. Waterfall finally makes the move now, heading up into Macleans and sweeps past the 21 car, and that is for 6th position in class.
I wonder if the windscreen wiper going 10 to the dozen on that car is either a bit of a just leaving it on for the sake of it, or it is possibly an indication that there is a little bit of rain coming down, because it's a little bit confusing, because I'm trying to look out the window and see if there is actually anything falling. It doesn't appear to be any rain, so it's possibly just been kept on as a automated, or forgotten to press the button to turn it off rather than anything else. That's the 73 making its way past. That's the Nick Parsons VW Golf, which is one of the Class A cars a little bit further down the field. And there's David Cox in another of the popular VW Golfs. Very similar shape, not exactly the same shape, slightly different spec, but also Class A. And all four of these cars, in fact, are battling for track position. Of course, these two BMWs for 6th and 7th in Class C. These two Golfs are in a battle for 7th and 8th. And that was Cox looking up the inside of Molly Pugh and almost spooking her out of the way at the apex of Redgate. Through he goes. This now breaks up the 1 Series battle a little temporarily, whilst the two Golfs navigate the pair of 1 Series through the Craner curves.
Yep, so Molly then unfortunately slips away from BMW rival, but might be able to close back in again over the next lap or so. At the head of the field, by the way, we've had a new fastest lap last time by, set by Rory Pickles, who, remember, started on pole in the Audi TT, dropped down the order a little bit earlier on, but has closed in now on James Alford. So nose to tail now for second, because that's changed, hasn't it? It's now James Alford first and second in the race, albeit 8 seconds apart. So Pickles looking to try and redress that situation.
It'd be quite a task for Rob if he gets both of James Alfords together on the podium, first and second, to go James Alford in first. Right, James Alford in second. And again, if anyone doesn't understand, obviously it's not a glitch. They are two different James Alfords. They just happen to have the same name. One, of course, an Audi TT, one in a Honda Civic EK9. And James has always raced Hondas. He's obviously raced the EK9. He's got an EG Civic that he races in the Racing Hondas Championship. And also, as well, he's raced an EP3 before. So quite well versed in Hondas is that James Alford. This one has been... He's had a Golf before, if I'm correct. That's then been converted into... Yes, he's driven a Golf before. I think it's the same car, but he's had it rebodied, if you like, body-wise, into an Audi TT. So he's been working on that for quite a while. And James makes his way onto the pit straight again. He'll have some lap traffic to deal with. That's Stephen Watson's Renault Clio. Tom Curtin in the Clapham North windscreen emblazoned Mazda MX-5 SuperCup car, which obviously they've very hastily put 152 on that car to make it the right number. And just ahead of them is the little Ford Puma of number 96, which is John Glover in the Team Garoba machine, bright yellow, through the crane of curves, and they're about to find that the leader is come a cropper on all three of them. Just catches Watson at slightly the wrong angle at the apex of Old Hairpin, and I thought he was all about to move across on him for a moment, but thankfully easily negotiated. And we're getting towards the start of the pit window. It's a 15-minute pit window, opens at half an hour to go, closes at 15 minutes to go. It's a mandatory 2-minute pit stop from pit in to pit out. And of course, if you have solo, if it's solo drive, you don't have to get out of the car. It's simply just come in, stop for a while, and then conduct your pit stop. And then, if it's two driver, of course, change drivers to hand over to your second driver when they're ready to go.
Yes, indeed so. James Alford's leading the race, but by a diminishing margin, actually. Pickles, having got back ahead of James Alford, is starting now to close in on James Alford. 5.2 seconds the margin. And I think it's coming down even further on this lap, isn't it? Let's see what the gap is between the two Audi TTs. Yes, 3.4 seconds. Traffic having something to do with that, but I also think there's a genuine pace advantage now for Rory Pickles, who was on pole position only by a tenth and a bit over James Alford in qualifying. But there, the grey and orange Audi is starting to close in on James Alford, the race leader. And he's bringing with him James Alford, the third place man, because that gap is staying at only a second. So the Civic is going with the Audi, and they're both starting to reel in slightly. The leading driver ahead, in fact, I say slightly, nearly 2 seconds quicker that time was Pickles than the race leader. So we could have a battle for the lead just as we head into the pit window, which, as Scott quite rightly says, is only 2.5 minutes away from opening. And a 2-minute pit stop will mean that you lose the best part of a lap and a half. In fact, it will be about a lap and a half that you lose as a result of stopping. So it's going to really mix up the order. And again, that's why we really don't want to see a safety car in that pit window. It's unlikely here because of the live snatch process, but it would certainly turn the race on its head if that were to happen. There is the leader then. James Alford across the line, and let's see now what the lap time is. It looks like maybe the gap stabilised slightly this time around. No, came down by still 4/10, so that gap is continuing to shrink.
And James Alford, after negotiating all of that, Honda James Alford, get all the lap traffic that we're going through, is starting to come back towards Rory Pickles now these last couple of laps. He's not letting the Audi TT get away, as they come back down through the crane of curves. Just checking on class leaders before we get to our pit stop window. So as you can see, James Alford, Class A leader in the Audi TT. Then you have Rory Pickles trying to negotiate. That's the 183s going past. That's the third of the BMWs. That's the Noble and Crozier car. 183, because they were obviously late entries, given that they obviously took up some spots after the entry this was published. So all three of those Bromley Motorsport BMWs getting some extra track time, as we said. Class B lead is held currently by the Kevin Sterling Renault Clio RS, number 153. Class C lead is held by Kieran Power in the first of those BMW Z4s. So that BMW Z4s literally lock out the first 5 places in Class C. So I think if you've got a BMW Z4, if you're in Class C, you've got a pretty good chance of getting a top 5 at least, particularly where they are. Class D is currently being headed by Tom Curtin in that Mazda MX-5 Mark III from Hills Motorsport. And the Class E lead is held by another Mazda MX-5. That's the Mark I that we haven't really seen too much of in this race. That's Car 88. Which is Tom Davis and John Paul Standish in the RPM Motorsport JP racing car. That's currently sat at the moment in 26th position, some 5.5 seconds ahead of Gary Hobbs in the Hyundai Coupe.
Indeed. So 15 minutes into the race nearly, and that means the pit window will be open next time by for the race leader, realistically. But whether James Alford decides to come in early or late, we'll have to wait and see. None of the leading cars are 2 driver entries. There's only about half a dozen or so that are being shared by different drivers. And I think the highest place of those is actually the BMW on your screen now, isn't it? The Owens in their green and white BMW. I don't think it started off as a green and white BMW. I think there's a story to tell behind the front bumper not matching the rest of the car. They're running reasonably well. 911 in 11th position. They're trying to get into the top 10 here. To do so, they'll have to get past Mark Jones in his Honda Civic ahead, number 32. They run in the same class, actually. This is for third place in Class B. Two, again, very different cars, but both with similar power to weight ratios, and so therefore running both in Class B. A bit wide there for Owen in the BMW on the car ahead. So, pit window open, and who's going to be the first to blink? Well, the answer is the number 40 car, which is in, Adam Radford, in his BMW Z4 that runs within Class C. And also, we have got Shane Kelly in. So Shane Kelly, who was running in 4th position after his gravelly excursion on the opening lap. Good recovery drive so far, and he is now into the pit lane at the first possible opportunity.
We've also got the Suzuki Swift in. I think that was the first car, literally the first car to come in. That was the Payne and Spencer. I'm presuming it's either Hayden Payne or Andrew Payne driving that car alongside
Well,
Jake
we'll be able
Spencer.
to tell if we look at the lap time, Scott, once the car goes back out. If it's setting purple sectors, I doubt it's Andrew.
Let the record show that was Andy that said that, not me.
I've got to get one dig in a weekend, haven't I? Come on, he loves it, really. No, it is Hayden. I had dinner with them both last night. I doubt I will be tonight after that comment.
Yes.
But yes, it is Hayden Payne who's jumping into that car, I can confirm.
Yeah, Graham Price also in that really smart kind of, almost kind of, you could call it primer grey, wouldn't you, really? Kind of primer grey coloured Pure Track Renault Clio. And there isn't the other car, and that's a mix of their other Clio with their 3-car entry today, being Stephen Watson's car. It's been a regular in the series. Of course, Brian Rose in their Audi TT. Also, which has taken on a Honda Civic Type R in their fleet as well. And they've also been helping run a Mini too, so they're starting to expand their reach a little bit in terms of what they can do. Of course, Matt and Sarah Dennis and their very lively squad. There, in fact, right on cue, there is the Graham Price Pure Track car. Can't miss it as well. There is Sarah Dennis hard at work. I think Graham stay ready to go. Can't miss the car because it's the big Union Jack on the side and the Dayglow yellow wheels on the car as well. Just got to tighten the wheel nuts to make sure they are extra firm on the car too. Wider arches, little rear wing on the back, little roof scoop. Nicely put together, that car, nice proportions. There goes Adam Radford, having completed his pit stop. And you can also get the pit lane time, so if anyone will know it immediately, if someone has done a too short a stop, you'll be able to see it immediately. And how it works is that if you're short on your pit stop, it's an automatic 30-second penalty. And then they just maybe routine check on the Suzuki, although that's one had a bit of a whack on the left-hand side, but also the bonnet's up. But I think that's been in for longer than 2 minutes, so maybe that initial pit stop has found a more urgent problem. There's Andrew Payne looking on as Hayden's, I think, describing something. So looks like that pit stop was not quite exactly the routine when it came. It did come in literally as the pit window opened in a few seconds in. So it looked to me as if it was going to be a regular stop on that side. But yeah, with penalties, so if you even have even a fraction under 2 minutes, the penalty is automatically 30 seconds plus the time that you were short. In fact, there, case in point, unfortunately, the Graham Price Renault Clio is at a 1 minute 58.136 pit stop, so I'm afraid that's going to be a basically like a 31.9 second pit stop, unfortunately, a penalty for that car, I'm afraid, and that's automatically been pulled up. So there it is. It's no exceptions, even if it's a thousandth of a second too slow, it's still a penalty, I'm afraid.
Caught a glimpse there of the battle for the race lead, by the way. Here it is, look. Rory Pickles has caught James Alford now. And there is less than an Audi TT's length between the two of them. You can see there are a couple of differences between these two cars. There's some sort of a rear diffuser that's been added to the race-leading car. The more standard-looking car, though, is the quicker of the two and has caught and is now challenging for the race lead. So down the exhibition straight they will go. And this one might end up being decided in the pit lane. Not that you can really have a massively quicker pit stop than anyone else, but the timing of the pit stop could mean that maybe Pickles doesn't need to do this on track. And that is his thinking. Look, he's going to come in. Oh, but they're both in at the same time. So, well, the best laid plans and all that. Maybe he should have reacted to that and stayed out. Neither of them have a second driver waiting, so they could have just waited. So James Alford is in the pit lane, so is James Alford, and Rory Pickles in with them as well. It's the gift that keeps on giving, that, isn't it? And they're all stopping at different points of the pit lane, helpfully, but in theory, they should all come back out of the pit lane pretty close together, because actually James Alford was only 3.1 seconds off the race lead at the time of the pit stop.
All depends on how much over they go over the 2 minute time, because you go over it just to be absolutely safe, but you don't really get that chance to practice this kind of thing because it's 2 minutes, but you only have a 20-odd minute qualifying session to be able to go in and set your times. So in comes the Crozier and Noble BMW 1 Series SuperCup car. Some quick brake cooling going on for Rory Pickles. Also see as well, yeah, that Jake Spencer, Hayden Payne Suzuki Swift still in the pit lane. John Glover's Ford Puma also making it stop. I think there is also a rule which, forgive me for tattling, I think John Glover's not quite adhering to, which I think, technically is James Alford. I think you have to be stopped at a 45-degree angle. I think. I could be wrong, but I think that might have been a rule before. But that said, the grand price for Renault Clear wasn't, so maybe it's an old rule that got chucked out. I'm not 100%.
Possibly. Well, let's hope so. Don't really want penalties coming into this and affecting the end result. But we'll wait and see if that is going to be the case or not. 2-minute 3 pit stop for the number 96 car. That's good. That's all above board. And hopefully we'll see similar numbers for our race leaders. I'm intrigued to see who comes out where in this. The bonnet's up, isn't it, on the James Alford Audi? Hopefully they're just trying to cool it off. Off goes Pickles. Now he was further towards pit entry, but I don't see any sign of movement from the James Alford car, so that's a change of net race lead, and I think there's an issue. Yes, there goes James Alford, other James Alford, past the Audi James Alford, but Rory Pickles is potentially going to get a penalty because he's 0.6 of a second or so under the 2-minute marker, whereas Honda Civic James Alford was at 1.1 seconds over, so James Alford might have lost the lead, but James Alford might also be about to inherit the lead if we get a penalty for Pickles.
You never said that before, have you?
It's a tongue twister, that, isn't it?
It is a tongue twister. Particularly if it has no concept of what's going on. Just joined in and thought, why are you talking about James Alford losing lead and then getting it back again straight away? But
wouldn't be the first time someone tuned in and thought I'd lost my mind, though, Scott, I must say.
Neither the same with me, don't worry. Right, now, the fact they are looking at things on laptops with James Alford's car suggests that you're absolutely right, that not all is well with the TSR performance machine. This is not a routine stop that they should be making. So sadly, it's another car that's come in and had a problem. So, and from what was the race lead, and James Alford's car, Audi James Alford, has unfortunately had times when his car has not been as user-friendly, shall we say, in terms of reliability as it could and should have been. As Pure Track go to work again on their Stephen Watson. Payne Spencer's car goes out. I think it's definitely safe with its pit stop time of 7 minutes 14 seconds. As our Jeremy Cameron guy is slightly getting in the way unintentionally, and the Dukes and Dukes BMW again. It's harsh, but it's still under 2 minutes, so they have to penalise it. So typically, it's usually a 100% record. If you're underneath it, even by a fraction of a second, again, it's the regulation. You have to take a penalty, and literally it can be 30.6 seconds. But it's 0.6 is what gives you an extra 30, unfortunately, on top of that. There is the Molly Pugh, Josh Bromley BMW. Molly Pugh, of course, has just jumped out. And the other cars in as well. So they've been battling on track together. So this is going to be possibly calculated to bring both cars in together. Simon Waterfall, whose car it is now getting into the car after Chris Stretton, I think, was in it to begin with, I think.
I had Waterfall in first, but they could have changed this, of course. They do have a habit of doing this, but on my sheet, Simon Waterfall was in for the first stint. We'll try and get to the bottom of that if we can. Into the pit lane goes the James Alford Audi, though. Well, that's spoiled our fun, hasn't it? Sadly, not only do we lose a battle for the lead, but that's the last James Alford joke we can make, I think, in this race. But the other James Alford is going well, and potentially might inherit the lead. In fact, might not need the penalty for Pickles to inherit the lead, because I think he's perhaps going a little bit more quickly than the Audi ahead of him. Of course, all of these pit times we're seeing on the screen, they will be double-checked by race control, so just because we're showing it as being under the time might not be 100% accurate. Race control will have access to more data courtesy of TSL, the timekeepers, which will allow them to figure out for definite whether these pit stops are illegal or not. We'll start hearing in the next few minutes, I'm sure, if there are any penalties to be given, although that one is significantly under the Waterfall and Stretton BMW. That's 7.7 seconds nearly. That, I suspect, is well beyond any margin for error, and I think that may well be a penalty heading their way.
Definitely so. I think that's totally conclusive evidence that is a too short a pit stop. There is a close-up of the Hyundai being timed for its pit stop at the moment. That car's come in from quite high up overall from where it was, because it's a Class E leader given all the pit stops that have been going through. It's currently sat in 17th, so it's been quite dizzying heights of mid-pack for that car, which is good to see. There is Graham Price's Renault, which is behind Chris Stone's Honda Civic. But Graham Price is one of the first ones to be pinged by at least our timing system on the feed here to show that he was under. Into the pit lane comes Ben Walkingshaw in his sort of striking sort of yellow and blue flash adorned VW Sirocco. In it comes, and Ben had been the leader at that point, so he's coming in. So Kevin Sterling now will come in, and the only cars that haven't made their stops yet are Kevin Sterling's Renault Clio, the Novobilskis in their BMW Z4, and Chris Murphy in his BMW Z4. There goes Kevin Power, very safe on his pit stop. A bit too safe, 228, but again, better safe than sorry in getting a penalty. Whilst all this has been happening, very quietly moving up the order has been our friend Shane Kelly, because he's now back in the Morgan. He came across the line in 9th place, but he'll make up a couple more spots because now Sterling's coming in. So is also Brian Rose, who's making his stop. So we've just got the last two BMW Z4s to make their scheduled 2-minute pit call. A little bit of a tyre pressure tweak for Walkingshaw as his stop gets underway. Here comes the Novobilskis. They've also just hit the pit lane, so just waiting on Chris Murphy, which he does also. So that is now everyone has at least taken one pit stop, at least the intended pit stop to do so. So I'm intrigued to see now how this all works out. Well, Kelly actually is behind Alford and Pickles, but his lap times, his last lap was a 1:19.4 as Brian Rose at the Audi. So that's another pure track pit stop. It's been under. That's by 10 seconds. That's another one. So politely, I think pure track need a new stopwatch.
Yes, I think that's not a bad idea. It is a complicated process certainly for teams like this. They're not dealing with GT World Challenge level teams who have got, fairly sophisticated equipment and lots of time to practice this minimum pit stop time thing. If you take something like British GT, where we have a similar rule, they've got 2 nearly 1 hour practice sessions in which to practice coming in and out of the pit lane and practice the driver change and everything else that needs to be done, because it's not just a stationary time, it is 2 minutes from the pit entry line to the pit exit line. So any team really should be able to time 2 minutes stationary, because you just don't let the car go until the 2 minutes are up. But it's rather more difficult to judge it when you've got to have the transition in and out of the pit lane. The number 50 squad, they've done a really good job. They were only 7/10 of a second over the 2 minute mark. But other teams getting it slightly wrong, at least by our numbers. But we haven't actually seen any penalties appearing on the timing screen just yet. So we'll wait and see whether anything like that does appear over the remaining 17 minutes. So 2 minutes of the pit window remaining, but actually everyone has now pitted, some still in the process of doing their pit stops. The 91 squad, the Novobilskis, with Elliott having started the car, we believe, helping to push the car back out. But that's about it now for pit stops. Rory Pickles then takes over the race lead by 2.1 seconds over Honda Civic James Alford. And in third position is going to be who? I think it will be Shane Kelly. Yes, it is. But he is 16.5 seconds off the lead of the race. All of those top 3 running in Class A. This is for position again, though, isn't it? This is the 911 car, the Owen BMW. Still stuck behind Mark Jones's Honda Civic, and this is still for position within Class B, for a podium place no less within Class B. And they've been nose to tail before the pit stops, and now several minutes after their pit stops. The BMW unable to leapfrog the Civic through the pit cycle, so now Owen's going to have to do this on track.
Certainly is. Pit window is about to close, but thankfully everyone has completed their mandatory stop, so that's good to see. So, of course, it's only after the pit window closes that they then start to work out exactly who has been going under the pit lane pit time, and therefore start handing out penalties within that last 15, usually the last 10 to 5 minutes of the race. Those penalties start to crop up, even as cars are coming through at the checker flag at the end. They tend to start coming through. So into the chicane, a little wayward there for Mark Jones on the apex. The first part of the chicane went a little too deep, and this now gives the run for Owen to have a look down the outside. Front-wheel drive Honda Civic EP3 Type R versus rear-wheel drive BMW with that kind of Super Touring-esque body kit, and he sweeps to the inside line. Jones gives him the space, gives him the room, and unfortunately has to give him the place as a result. So the Misty Racing Civic capitulates and lets the BMW through. He did try to get the up and under on the exit of the corner, but there wasn't enough momentum or push off the corner for Jones to manage that. So the next car he'll come across now is at the moment going to be the Graham Price Renault Clio. It's up there in 7th position, but that car is some 14 seconds up the road, but it's probably about to get a penalty anyway, which will bring it that little bit closer if the pace is good enough to try and catch it. His last lap was a 1:22.3, so it's at least a second quicker. Back in the pit lane has come the number 73, I think that's Mike Parsons in the VW Golf. It is, so unfortunately a problem for Mike. He's done his scheduled stop, and the pit lane is essentially closed anyway, so if he hadn't, he'd be in trouble with a penalty anyway. So now this is all shaking out. Class leaders, Roy Pickles leads the way by 2.1 seconds from James Hawford's Honda Civic, with Shane Kelly now into third place. And they're all lapping in the 117s, but Pickles is the quickest one, 117.1. Brian Rose's Audi leads Class B, but we think that's a penalty incoming for that one after a short pit stop, which means that will certainly help Kevin Sterling get back to the front in his Renault Clio. If the pit stop, it's going to be a 30 seconds plus how much it was short pit stop penalty anyway. So that should give the net class lead at the moment now to Kevin Sterling. Class C is now Kieran Power's BMW Z4, and again, I was about to say it was a complete BMW Z4 lockout on the top 5. It's not, because the Waterfall Stretton car, well, is in 5th place now, but that's getting a penalty by the looks of it also, according to the timing on our screen, so that's currently there. Class D is being led by Stephen Watson, so that is now up him into the lead past the Tom Curtin Mazda MX-5. So there's some reason for Pure Track to possibly smile here today, because despite a couple of tricky pit stops, they have got one of their cars up into the lead of a class. And in Class E lead, you have currently Gary Hobbs in the Hyundai Coupe in 25th position.
Indeed so. There is the potential, though, for a couple of those to change. Certainly Class B, Brian Rose, 5th place overall at the moment in his Audi, is being caught by the Renault Clio number 153 of Kevin Sterling. That gap, down to 2.1 seconds. The last 2 or 3 laps consecutively, that gap has come down. So with just under 13 minutes of the race remaining, there's still the potential for some significant positional changes out there. As there goes the Suzuki Swift, which has been vacated now by Hayden Payne. Good to see that car's got back out there after its lengthy pit visit, whatever the issue was. There is James Walford's 2nd placed car. The gap between the leaders ebbing and flowing slightly as we do now start to get some of these penalties in. So the most obvious of those was the 241 BMW, which has a 38-second time penalty. This will all be added on at the end of the race, and this is where things get even more complicated, Scott, because we're going to end up, I suspect, with quite a few teams picking up time penalties up and down the order, and it means the order that they're in on the timing screen now is not necessarily going to be the order they'll be in when the checkered flag flies.
So if we begin unintentionally saying results but ending in an upward inflection, saying so this person is in 5th position, possibly, because it might change in a minute. There's another car on screen there that I think unfortunately is set to get a penalty. That's one of the 2 cars that we think are going to be penalised, because as we said, Brian Rose's car is, right on cue, like TSL was listening, or the race control was a seat, getting a 40-second time penalty for how many seconds it was short. So that's going to be seeing it drop down. What was the Class B lead? We were anticipating that. So even if Kevin Sterling was catching, he was going to be given the Class B lead anyway because of the penalty. So that means that's 40 seconds that will push him down the order. And where will that push him in terms of Class B? Well, it'll put him behind, I think, also. It'll put him behind the Owens and the BMW. And March, it'll take him off the class podium, unfortunately. So it'll push him down to at least back down off the podium to 4th downwards. And yeah, I think there'll be some other penalties that will come in and start to confuse it a bit. There's the next one. That's the Dukes with their 31-second penalty. Remember, it's 30 plus how much you're short. So again, if it's a fraction of a second, unfortunately, rules are the rules. A penalty is a penalty. So you have to take the slap on the wrist, no matter how short or how much you're over the under the pit stop time, as that was the Owen and Owen BMW just negotiating the rejoining Mike Parsons in his BMW, Volkswagen Golf. And just over 10.5 minutes to go, and just keeping an eye on how these battles are going to play out. I think that the lead battle in the top 3 looks intriguing. The fact that Alford in the Civic is not catching. He lost a second and a half last time to Pickles. The gap is 3.9. They're coming across the line now, and Pickles has a time penalty. So the race, of course, because you got that short one as well, so that's 30 seconds. So again, another one, like with Kevin Sterling behind Brian Rose, it's now TT with a penalty, and so James Alford doesn't have to pass Rory, but of course I think the interesting thing is going to be is that given the gaps, is there the potential with the time left that he's going to be caught by Shane Kelly? I say that, the gap is 18 seconds, and Kelly has just lost 2.6 seconds, so it's ebbing and flowing, but James Alford could be on course here to actually pick up a victory by not even needing to be the first car passing the checkered flag.
Yeah, I think you're right. There is Shane Kelly, look, dropping down the crane of curves and pushing on all the time. Oh, the Pugh and Bromley car has a track limits or a time limits penalty, as that graphic says. I think that is a misspell. Track limits penalty of 5 seconds. I mean, the timing screen is now starting to light up red. We've got 6 cars already who have been given penalties, and I think there might be some others to come. So, yeah, and this is going to have some significant effect on the classes, because remember the Brian Rose Audi, that was leading Class B. Well, that has a penalty, so will mean that Kevin Sterling will inherit the lead of Class B. He was catching Rose anyway, but will definitely inherit the lead of the class now. 3 of the Class C BMWs have picked up penalties. And, of course, our overall and Class A race leader, who is 4.5 seconds or so ahead of James Alford. But James is going to easily inherit the win, provided no dramas befall him in the closing stages. So there is the race leader, Rory Pickles, but he's not really the race leader on corrected times, with the, 38 seconds, 34 seconds, I forget now, between the penalty to be added on to his race, as it all gets very congested here through McLean's corner.
Yeah, a bunch of BMWs also all over each other. That's a bit of a BMW 1 Series versus Z4 battle, as I was about to say that windscreen wiper is still going, even though it's not raining. And I thought I saw a couple of very light, what looked to be spots or glimpses of raindrops on the camera up at Maclean's. It's looking, not just the trick of the camera light, but it's looking a little bit darker out there. Only a fraction. There have been some very looming darker clouds looming over Donington Park for quite a while, as that was the 241 car almost skimming the inside tyre stack for the first part of the chicane. And there is, effectively, regardless of what the timing screen currently says, your current net race leader. There is James Alford in the Honda Civic EK9. And now it's BMW 1 Series at play. The two of them side by side into Redgate. That is 21 on 241. So that we think is Bromley on Waterfall, we think. Or could be 1 or 2. Oh, and that's Tom Curtin's MX-5. That had been leading before, but that was second at the time of the spin. And in the worst place you want to be, which is trying to refire the car and hoping that nobody comes a cropper and causes you a mischief. So that car stayed sideways, which suggests he's just lost it on the bump or something alongside. We don't know if he jumped or if he was pushed, but it looks like more is possibly a self-inflicted spin.
Yes, but that's not a good place to be stuck. And because we are now nearly 40 minutes into this race, the field spread is covering the whole track pretty much. So whether he can ever find a gap in the traffic to rejoin is perhaps doubtful, as there the Simon Waterfall car goes a bit wide. That is good news. The Mazda carries on. Smoke from the car? Tyre smoke? No, that's still smoking, I would say.
It definitely wasn't wheel spin. He wasn't getting away with that much vigour. It was just more of a steady getaway than anything else.
So, okay, maybe that would explain a little bit why the car ended up in that position in the first place then. Anyway, race leader Rory Pickles, race leader on the road Rory Pickles, comes through the chicane. There is the Honda of James Alford that leads on corrected times, and 6 minutes and 20 seconds away now from claiming the race victory. But still, a lot to be done, a lot of traffic to negotiate. He is starting to really get held up by the traffic now, and he's got even more lapped cars ahead. On the previous lap, Shane Kelly was 5 seconds quicker, and on that lap, 3 seconds quicker than Alford. He's 13.6 seconds back. That's a big lead, but if Alford is too cautious through the lapped cars, then Shane Kelly's Morgan could start to loom ever larger in his mirrors. He won't be able to see it just yet, but yeah, that could be a drama for him in the closing stages. There is Shane Kelly dropping down the hill with the BMW, the Owen BMW there just ahead. This is a battle for track position, actually, between Price and Owen. 7th place overall. They're in different classes, and Price has got a time penalty, but those two cars battling for on-track position as the second-place driver comes up to lap them.
James Alford working his way through traffic. Now 13 seconds in what? 5 and a bit minutes. 5.5, 6 minutes is quite a tall order for Shane Kelly, but I think he's probably done slightly more impossible things, particularly with the Morgan. So we'll see how well he negotiates some of that traffic that's around him also. And see how much you can get through. We'll look at lap times to see who is where. Through comes Alford onto the pit straight. And some more BMW battles all the way. Adam Radford has a 5-second time penalty. Must be for track limits. So Alford did last time by 1:19.402. And Kelly, well, last lap he completed before this one, he's about to, was 119.0. There's a 118.5, so he's closer, quicker by another second or so. But again, he's not chipping away at the lead quick enough as the Crozier and Noble BMW now gets a penalty. So, unfortunately, I think for Bromley Motorsport, that's all 3 of their 1 Series SuperCup cars that have been hit with penalties, 2 of which are track limits penalties, 1 of which is a pit stop penalty. So, whether their taste for ClubSport trophies now being slightly not diminished because of the penalties, we'll wait and see. But I think for them, it was more a well-publicised test session, shall we say, in terms of getting themselves ready for tomorrow, of course, when they have 2 races for the Nankang Tyre BMW SuperCup to negotiate tomorrow. So I guess they're just being extra prepared for what's at stake tomorrow.
Yes, good track time, isn't it, for tomorrow's race? And of course, that's sort of where ClubSport Trophy began, actually, a number of years ago. It was always tagged on to the end of the weekend. It was sort of advertised as an extra 45 minutes of track time for those who wanted it. So it was often a grid full of Mazda MX-5s or Honda Civics or BMW Compacts, for example, that had been racing that weekend. And quite quickly it started to gather its own following and teams and drivers who would specifically come to do the ClubSport Trophy race. But yeah, it always was a good opportunity for extra track time. Shane Kelly here is about to realise why he was gaining so rapidly on James Alford over the last few laps, because he's has caught and is now negotiating the knot of lapped traffic that was delaying James over previous laps. He was slower that time by a tenth than Alford, so I think Alford is pretty secure in what we believe is still going to be a net race leading position.
But the intriguing thing is that was Shane Kelly doing a 118.8, even though he was getting held up by traffic. So he was probably on a quicker lap anyway. It's just the fact that he was getting held up by the cars around him that would have been gained more time had he actually been able to do that. He's got one of the probably Motorsport BMWs in front. I think that's the Waterfall and Stretton car that would be ahead of him. There's a massive cag of the cars he's got to try and negotiate here. Yeah, if it wasn't game, set, match before, it might well be here. He's got to try and get past the Brian Rose Audi, 2 of the BMW Z4s, the recovering Suzuki Swift. And yeah, just trying to pick them off one by one. But I think he'll have to settle for what will be second place in the category. They're all over each other. That's pretty much game, set and match now if it wasn't before. Through the apex of Coppice Corner, he's literally boxed in by cars all around him. You've got actually the Owen & Owen BMW, which is there in 7th place overall. He finally makes his way out of the melee, but I think he has to accept on this occasion that the victory and the gap that he has is well and truly gone.
I think he'd be glad just to survive that lap, to be honest, in one piece, because that was a huge amount of traffic that he caught at quite a fast part of the track through Starkey's and Schwantz Curve. And yeah, did well actually just to pick his way through that. Into the pit lane out of that group actually came the Ford Puma, the number 96 car of John Glover. So he's got some sort of a late race drama.
Just mentioned, I think we almost completely missed it, but I've just spotted. So the Owen & Owen BMW is now in the lead of Class B because because Kevin Sterling was there, but the BMW's powered its way past Sterling, and of course is ahead of Brian Rose anyway with the penalty. So up from what was third place at one point, we actually have a new Class B leader on that lap. So he took the lead on that lap alone. He was ahead by 0.7 of a second of Brian Rose's Audi because those two cars were in that gaggle together. So such has been the pace. It's been pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, Gade got past both of them on that lap, didn't he? You're right. So, yeah, well spotted. 5th place overall. Okay, he would have got past Rose on corrected time anyway, but the pass against Sterling in the Renault, that was a genuine pass for the lead and potentially the win in Class B, because we're about to start the final lap of the race. There goes Rory Pickles, the on-track race leader. And there is James Alford, who can just stroke this home now. He's not going to be under any threat from Shane Kelly. He's well within the 30-odd seconds of Rory Pickles that he needs to inherit the win once that penalty is applied at the checkered flag. And so James Alford is going to pick up a race victory, it would seem, and just needs to negotiate the final couple of miles of racing, and he will win this SW Motorsport ClubSport Trophy race. Still some battles to be settled further back, many of them affected by penalties. That running order is going to change quite dramatically, I think, in about a minute's time, isn't it?
Very much so. There's plenty of moving red spaces on the timing screen. As we watch James Alford. I think just going through with the shot in the foreground, there was the on-track leader, which is Rory Pickles, as the Payne and Spencer Suzuki Swift is back in right at the end of the race, so no problem for them. But they come up the hill and towards Coppice for the final time. And while, yes, it will be the Rory Pickles Audi TT that will cross the line first, this is the main focus. Of course, that is going to change in a moment's time. James Alford, he's always been a decent front runner. That car's been pretty good. We'll at least see him across the line anyway, but this car, of course, is going to be the on-track race leader as he comes across the line to take the flag. But, of course, behind him, it is going to be, as the penalties now start to get applied, it's going to be a victory for the EK9, and James Hall, I think, will be very delighted at that to take a top-step finish. Doesn't happen often, but it's happened today.
Yep, across the line he goes then. So James Alford will win on corrected times the SW Motorsport ClubSport trophy at Donington Park, and Shane Kelly is going to inherit second place, I believe. He's within 30 seconds or so of the race leader. Yes, he is. I think Pickles should hang on to third.
And that is Walkinshaw, who would have been third, and he keeps it because Walkinshaw came in with a problem.
Yes, he does. Yes, so, okay, not sure what that issue was, but something quite serious for him to not cross the line. He'll potentially cross the line in the pit lane, I suppose, Michael Schumacher style, but that is going to cost him a chance, as you said, of a podium overall and within Class A. The VW Scirocco ran in Class A as well. Right, other class winners. We've had the Class B winners, the Owens in their BMW E36 across the line, winning that class by 4.5 seconds in the end over the Renault Clio of Kevin Sterling after that late pass. Class C win has gone to Kieran Power in the number 24 BMW Z4. Class D, yes, we've had the winner across the line in Class D, and that's the 107, which is Stephen Watson in his Renault Clio. Class E victory by just under 16 seconds goes the way of number 38. That is Gary Hobbs in the Hyundai Coupe. And that is it, I think, isn't it? Yes, so 5 different classes, 5 class winners, all home safe, and an entertaining, if at times slightly complicated race with those various penalties being handed down, which goes the way in the end of at least one of the James Alfords, even if it wasn't the one that led for much of the first half of that race. But James Alford of the Honda Civic variety gets the victory, Shane Kelly second, and Rory Pickles third, all of them running in Class A. Class B victory goes to the Owens in the BMW, ahead of Kevin Sterling. Then it was Ben Walkinshaw and Kieran Power who was the winner in Class C. Next was Brian Rose ahead of Graham Price, then Chris Murphy, Adam Radford, and the Pugh and Josh Bromley BMW in 12th position. The Novobilskis were next, then the Dukes. The Crozier and Noble 1 Series was 15th ahead of David Cox. Then it was the Simon Waterfall Chris Stretton car in 17th ahead of Chris Stone, and Stephen Watson, a class winner in Class D, was 19th ahead of Martin Smith and Tom Curtin. Gary Hobbs gets the victory in the Hyundai, as I said, in Class E, and there you can see the 5 cars at the bottom that we lost, perhaps most notably even James Alford's Audi TT and Feroz Billamoria's VW Scirocco, both of them potential race winners. Definitely, and that's the luck of the draw, unfortunately, in that sense, but we've got a few different people. Roy Pickles has at least pulled up in 3rd place overall, so he's at least getting something for Charles. We'll get a 3rd place medal for that one, but at least the top 3 overall from our SW Motorsports ClubSport trophy are here in pit lane, and to have a chat to them once again is our roving reporter Rob Lewis to have a chat with a very happy James Alford in pit lane.
A very happy James Alford, unfortunately, really unfortunate for the Pickles car after a 30-second pit stop penalty. But James, you win the ClubSport trophy race. How was that?
That was hard work, to be honest. Yeah, it was quite a battle out there. I see Rory in the distance constantly overtaking the back markers, and I was just trying to get, within that sort of barrier of entry to sort of have the battle against him. But he was very good at overtaking the traffic. Lucky for me, he's got a penalty, but yeah, it's not nice to win like that. I'd love rather the battle.
It looked difficult in traffic, I must say, with the slower cars.
Yeah, a lot of slower cars, I think, weren't realising we were the front runners, and then weren't moving completely out of the way. So the lines around here sometimes aren't forgiving, so we had to just take what we could get.
You have a few of these Honda Civics and you sort of go back and forth between championships, but how does it feel to get a win in that car?
Yeah, it's great. We've had this car for a while now, and it's been a bit of a development over a couple of years, and now it finally feels dialed in. It's not perfect, but it's definitely getting there. So
definitely getting there. Congratulations, James. A fine win after that. I just need to grab Shane Kelly there, only because I've got to ask the question. What happened? Turn 1, was it cold tyres? Was it a bit too heavy?
I think a bit of both. We just locked the front. It took me by surprise, actually. I thought we were quite early on the brake, but it just locked, and then couldn't really do any more. Just go straight on and send it to the outside the gravel, and that was it. That marked sort of the plan of the race then, and just go for it.
You definitely did go for it through the rest of the race, fighting your way through traffic. You almost got James. You got 2nd overall.
Yeah, unfortunate, but yeah, I mean we're on the podium from last probably nearly, but yeah, happy with that. Just, the car wasn't really underneath me after testing yesterday. It felt great, but today it just didn't feel nice, probably because of the tailgate circuit or the wet from this morning. But yeah, really happy. Consistent. We aim for top 3 all the time, so really happy. The guys done really well.
Definitely nice and consistent. Some great lap times there. That is your second place man here. I've got to grab what I will probably understand is a devastated Mr. Pickles. If I could just grab our 3rd place driver. Unfortunately, you won on the road, but just a little pit stop infringement. It was microseconds.
Yeah, a bit unlucky.
But
it was a good race.
The car looked great out on circuit as well. And when James Alford in the TT, not the Honda Civic, dropped out earlier on, and Ferruz as well, you must have fancied your chances.
Yeah, that was a nice bit of luck, that TT coming off. But yeah, unlucky with a pit stop. So apart from that, it was a good race.
Obviously you're devastated, but the car pace looked good. Are you back for more?
Yeah, we'll be back for more. Hopefully Brands. Might do Brands, I'm not sure yet. So
I think hopefully you'll be hungry enough to turn up and get the job done.
Hopefully, yeah. It would be nice.
Fantastic. Well, condolences, but still a great podium position for our leader on the road, Mr. Pickles, in the TT. Now it's time for some more Mazda MX-5 racing. Those clouds don't look too happy in the distance, so will the rain hold off for this race, or is it going to start to get a little bit tricky? Time to head back to the commentary team.
That's a very good question, Rob. We don't really know is the answer. There's no wind really here at Donington Park today, so the clouds are just sort of lingering around in the area. It's sunny, actually, over the start-finish area, as you can see, but there are definitely clouds in the area. There is rain forecast. Last time I saw between 4 and 5 o'clock. Well, it's just gone 5 o'clock in fairness, so we might have avoided that, but maybe it's just coming in a little bit later. We shall have to wait and see. MX-5 Clubman's then, they've had a race already today, won by Jordan Pimley in, I think, fairly convincing fashion, is fair to say. It's nearly 16 seconds his winning margin over Matt Flowers, whilst Matthew McCluskey came home in 3rd. But this is another race. It's different conditions now, full dry conditions at least for the time being. Is Jordan Pimley going to continue, Scott, to have that same advantage?
You'd be probably unwise to bet against him, wouldn't you, given the fact he's quick in wet or dry conditions. There's a slightly sort of mixed up 2nd, 3rd and 4th behind him, but there's a couple of good contenders I think that could do something if they could try and trouble him. I think one of the key ones I'm going to watch out for maybe is going to be Harrison Leach. Maybe he was motoring on pretty quickly in P4. Kevin Dengate was also quite quick in P5 and took the Masters victory as well, so we're keen to see if he can make some progress, because Pimley just keeps on winning, keeps on racking up the points, and certainly looking quite dominant. And of course, as a result of his win from earlier on, he starts from pole for race 2.
He does, alongside Matt Flowers, with Matthew McCluskey and Harrison Leach on row 2. Row 3, Kevin Dengate and Keith Dalton, with Dennis Pilamonkin in his 3rd race of the day, starting 7th alongside Liam Martin Bradley. Then Ben Hoy and Alex Catlow, he's one to watch, I think, coming from 10th on the grid. Charlie Snell starts 11th alongside Adam Lawrence. Then it's Benjamin Amarim Draper with Luke Jeffrey Bashford on the all-double-barreled 7th row of the grid. Luke Souch and Simon Privet are next in line, ahead of Chris Whitmore and Jack Spooner, with Charlie Vi and Kurt Anscombe completing the top 20, ahead of Zach Hancock, Mustafa Saeed, David Scowler, and Simon Browning, with Leah Jacobs, Russell Clark, William Tyrrell, Chris Winstanley, Dale Whiteman and Patrick Gilligan completing the 30 starters. Another really healthy grid of Mazda MX-5s. And in fact, across both of the MX-5 grids, we're looking at just shy of 60 Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s entered this weekend. There's a little bit of overlap between the two grids, so let's say 50 Mark 1 drivers, give or take, here this weekend, plus a decent grid of MX-5 SuperCup entrants. So good to see the BRSCC's Mazda MX-5 championships are as strong as ever. And based on the quality of the racing we had this morning, expecting good stuff once again from their 2nd race of the weekend. And yeah, really intrigued to see what happens now in this 3rd stanza of the BRSCC battle between Charlie Snell and Luke Souch. It's 1-1, I think, isn't it, between the two of them at the moment? But this time they'll both be gunning for the top 10 overall, I suspect.
Yeah, Charlie's starting on the fringes of it in 11th place, and Luke's starting in 15th. And they can make progress as they did, because Luke moved forward quite well from the way he started in race 1. It was further back in 24th, 25th position, so towards the back of the field, because where he wasn't qualifying when it was wet first thing this morning. So being up there in what is 15th place and Charlie in 11th will be intriguing to see. And to be fair to Charlie, he was not that far away from Luke, as in that little gaggle of cars He was at the back of the group of cars that were they were within, and Luke was at the front of it. So he was only about a few tenths away from him at the flag, which is interesting to see. And they seem to be, when they get out on track, ultimately in the dry, in the right sort of circumstances, pretty evenly matched. So we'll have to wait and see, because Charlie has track position advantage, being starting 11th, being a couple of places rows higher, so we can get a good start off the field here, maybe get him to keep himself in trouble. The trouble is, he's right in the middle of the pack here in the top 10, which is quite competitive. Got good pace though, so we'll see if he can manage it.
Let's find out. Green flag waved at the back of the grid, and it is 15 minutes of Kumho Tyre Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship racing about to get underway. Their second race of the day. Lights out, off we go. Who's going to get into Redgate first? Well, it's that man again, isn't it? Car number 1, Jordan Pimley, with the best of the starts, and he's going to lead pretty much uncontested into Redgate. Matt Flowers slots into second. It's 3 abreast for third, though. Keith Dalton to the outside, Kevin Dengate to the inside, and the blue car of Matthew McCluckey stuck in the middle, who ends up in the dirt. 1 or 2 of them with a couple of wheels wide, but actually a pretty clean run through Redgate corner, and they barrel down the Craner curves for the first time. Still sorting themselves out there towards the back end of the top half dozen, but it is definitely Jordan Pimley who leads, and Matt Flowers slotting into second, but Matt already in danger of losing the toe from Jordan Pimley, who's just so much quicker than everyone else.
Yeah, that's Westall Dry, as we said. He's got the pace than everybody else, it seems, in the opening laps. Everyone's sort of moving around trying to find their own piece of real estate, but they all seem to have got through the first few corners of the opening lap unscathed, he says, with fingers firmly crossed. Kevin Dengate, who seemed to find his groove again in MX-5s now. 4th place off the start. He almost got 3rd as he went up the inside, but it is now up to 3rd place Keith Dalton. Pillamonk in 5th. It's the McCluckey 6th and Harrison Leach in 7th place for the Owen Mills racing car. Down to the back straight now. I think that's Ben. Might be Ben. No, Ben Hoy's car is white, not black. There's a black MX-5 towards the behind them. I'm trying to work out exactly who that was. There might be Alex Catlow, I think. It looks like it's more fitting for him. Into the chicane for the first time. Pimley, with exquisite precision, threads his way through the chicane, and Alex Catlow running wide on the exit, the corner there. Definitely Alex Catlow in 88. And there goes Luke Souch, who will come across the line. Charlie Snell's 11th, and Luke is down to 17th. So Charlie's maintained his place, but Luke's lost 2 spots off the start.
Tut. Well, that's been noted, Luke, and there's some work to do now to catch up to this man, Charlie Snell, who, in fairness, has picked up some damage to the rear of the car. Someone's been giving him the hurry up on that opening lap and slightly dented the rear bodywork of his number 342 car. But, yeah, he's able at the moment to still be in this battle for a top 10 position. He's on the outside line here, though, into the Old Hairpin, which is a slightly dangerous place to be. And somewhere in this group, the black car, I think about 4th in this queue, is Luke Souch, who's in behind the number 13, then, of Charlie Vite. That's the wrong Charlie. He wants to be up there battling with Charlie Snell, ideally, but they're in separate battle packs at this stage. A little bit of side-by-side racing up through McLean's corner. And that is Charlie Snell with a bit of assistance heading up the inside line from Liam Martin Bradley, I think that was. And is Charlie going to manage to gain a position here? He's up the inside of the 666 car of Simon Privet, but they both wash out a little bit wide, and I think they might both lose a position down the back straight here. They're going to be 3 abreast towards the braking zone at the chicane, where the leaders arrive. I wouldn't say nose to tail, but certainly with not a huge amount of daylight between Jordan Pimley and Matt Flowers. What's going on behind? Snell did not get past Privet. In fact, all 3 of them in the end stay in the same order. And Charlie's all over the grass coming out of the chicane. That was close to disaster. Kevin Dengate, meanwhile, goes up the inside of Keith Dalton here, attempting to take 3rd place away from the number 11 car. He gets alongside the number 11 machine and will now try and complete the pass down through Hollywood and the Craner curves. But they've also got Pillamonkin and McCluckey joining in. Pillamonkin goes with Dengate, and McCluckey goes with the number 11 of Dalton. Who's going to come out on top in this group at the Old Hairpin? They're still debating it. Oh, and Dengate carries all the speed through the Old Hairpin and goes through.
And he almost took Keith Dalton with him as they ran wide on the exit of the corner, and that now means that they're going to lose momentum to McCluckey and to Pillamonkin and also to Harrison Leach, who's at the back of this queue. 5 of them together as they come up towards the top of the hill at Maclean's. There go the leaders. And in fact, in all fairness to Matt Flowers, Pimley's not being allowed to get away this time. Looks like whenever they've tweaked on that number 22 car, he's allowing him to stay with him in the early stages here. Ooh, that was Dengate either just getting a little bit of nudge in the rear or just going too deep into Coppice, and that just allowed Dalton to squeeze through. 3 abreast behind them for 5th position. And then you can see there the signal from Dalton. Don't fight me, push me, let's go and catch the top two. That's the universal signal for don't battle me, we need to work together, otherwise these two are going to keep on getting away from us, and the three behind are going to do it. And looks like either Dengate has been allowed through by Dalton, or vice versa, he managed to go through and just wasn't listening. Behind they're still scrapping between McCluskey, Leach and Pillamonkian, and this might also bring Adam Lawrence into play here. Remember, he started his weekend after qualifying, literally going through the gravel at the start of race 1.
Yes, that was a close moment there for Matthew McCluskey. I thought he was going to smash head first into the tyre stack at the chicane, but just avoided that. Still battling ahead of him, aren't they, Dengate and Dalton? I think Dengate's had a moment, hasn't he? Yeah, Dalton's gone back through, as has McCluskey. In fact, Dengate's really slow out of Redgate corner, so he's had a big drama at the first corner. Almost gets levered aside as they drop down the hill, and that was near disaster as they went through the left-hand element of the Crater curves. To the outside goes the 79 car. That's brave. Harrison Leach, that was, who not once but twice nearly banged doors with Kevin Dengate, who started this lap third, and less than halfway round it is down in about 6th or 7th position as they head through Macleans. Still on the outside line is Dengate, and and then all of a sudden slowing is Harrison Leach. Was that a missed gear or something slightly more terminal? The car seems to have picked up the speed again through Coppice, has it? As Off has gone the 95 down at the Old Hairpin, and not very happy, the driver of said car. 95 is Mustafa Saeed, and he is going nowhere, at least not without the assistance of the marshals.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very quick live snatch, hopefully, if they can get that working, as McCluskey perfectly clips the curve. Pimmy sets the new fastest lap of the race and gets another 0.3 of a second. Adam Lawrence is firmly getting himself in the mix as Simon Privet decides to go grass tracking on the exit of the chicane, and that will allow Ben Hoy to go through to pick up 9th place. And behind them, Harrison Leach I think has pitted in, so he had a problem, and thankfully, thanks to the hard work of the marshals, they very quickly pushed him back out. But they'll do that, I think, just the leaders come a cropper on him, because Pimley will come up to him with Flowers still 0.3 of a second behind him, having gained that from the last lap which is completed. Through the corner curves come this fight for 6th position. David Sculler also in pit lane with problems. This is 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Then Liam Martin Bradley being chased by Charlie Snell. And then we've got Ben Amron Draper and Charlie Vi in the Go For It racing car in 14th place. As for where Luke Souch has got to, who's still trying to chase after. Currently sat at the moment in... What is he now? He's currently in 17th still. Hasn't moved up anymore. So a bit of a shuffling around for Charlie getting in the mix with some passing. But Luke's having a slightly more, in terms of how much he's having to do, when I say this, slightly more pedestrian race in terms of the cars around him and what he's doing.
Interesting choice of word there.
I clarified it before I said it. Don't you start.
Well, okay. So, yeah, he will be 16th in fairness, actually, because Leach pitted just ahead of him. So that will be 1 position gained for Luke Souch. New fastest lap for Jordan Pimley. 1.8 seconds clear now of Matt Flowers. There is Charlie Snell in behind the 21 of Liam Martin Bradley. And so that will put Snell still in 12th position, I believe. But, frustratingly near yet far from the top 10 is Charlie, because even if he can get past Liam, they're then the best part of 3 seconds behind the battle for position inside the top 10, and there's contact into Redgate corner. Charlie Snell on the outside line there. Did well to catch that slide, in fairness, but that was a scary place to be banging wheels, and that could easily have ended in Charlie's race concluding in the gravel trap.
And that was it's all there. Ben Amber and Draper also signalling either to Charlie in front or Charlie behind. Again, another come with me, race me, because we'll try and catch the cars in front. So they might be starting to try and work together. That's 66. That's just come out of the pits. That was David Sculler after his trip to pit lane. So leads now 1.8 seconds out in front. We look at Ben Hoy, who is scrapping away with Simon Privet. So Simon's dropped backwards, so Ben has got past him. Climb back up the hill again. A bit further ahead, Adam Lawrence in 73. Lead gap is now 1.8 seconds between Jordan Pimley and Matt Flowers, so even though it's not quite the dominant win that he had earlier on, there is the race leader. He's got a comfortable enough gap in MX5 terms to keep Matt Flowers at bay, because Matt Flowers, former BMW Compact Cup racer for several seasons, flying his craft in MX5s this last season and last. It's now Pillamonkin goes wheel to wheel with Keith Dalton, then gets the run, getting the push. Max Catlow was Pillamonkin. That was a push. It was a shove in the back from that car as they go down the pits. As you spotted something on the screen.
Yes, the 73 car. I saw it out of the window, actually. Adam Lawrence is on the grass going down the main straight with his bonnet completely obscuring his windscreen.
Oh.
So he's out of the race, I fear, with absolutely no idea where he's going. So he thankfully got the car off the track. But that I just spotted out of the window. The only bit of the circuit I can see out of my window is the grass to the right-hand side of the road. So anytime I see a car, it's something to be concerned about because it's driving down the green stuff, as indeed was the case there. He was running in 8th position, so there he is. Bonnet up, Marshall assessing the situation. There's no point really putting the bonnet down because it will just come back up again. So I think they're trying to tempt him out of the car and convince him that his day is done. So that's 11th place then for Charlie Snell. So now if he can get past Liam Martin Bradley, he would be in that top 10 that he's been chasing all day long. And might yet have time to do that. We're approaching 2/3 race distance, and this battle for 4th position shows no sign of relaxing. Catlow now getting up the inside of Pillamonkin, and that is for 4th position, I believe.
More signalling to come with, so he's either signalling to Pillamonkin or the cars behind to try and work together. But it seems as though there's a lot of signalling to work together, but no actual working together between anyone because there's so much battling going on. Pillamonkin carries quite a lot of speed as there goes Dengate flicking his way through past Dalton. Dalton's dropped back a couple of spots down to now, 8th or so. To come across the line, but of course a couple of cars have moved up anyway because Adam Lawrence is out of it, having parked on the pit straight, sans any visibility. So Pimley, Flowers, Pimley now 2.1 seconds in front. McCluckey is 5 seconds back in 3rd behind Flowers. Pillamonkin's up to 4th now with Catlow on his rear bumper. This is now 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th being contested here in this scrap. And a few more cars being moved up because Lawrence goes down the timing screen. And you're right, Charlie's staring down the barrel. Charlie Snell, in fact, is staring down the barrel of a top 10 if he can get past Liam Martin Bradley, as you rightfully said.
And I tell you what, Luke Souch is catching
Yes.
the group that
No!
he's in. Oh,
No!
Charlie, what have you done? Well, he's exceeded track limits, that's what he's done, and he's picked up a 5-second penalty as a result. Well, we were all wishing you on there, Charlie, but unfortunately, the penalty will drop him down the order. Most painfully, it will drop him back behind Luke Souch, who was catching him anyway, but yeah, unless Luke picks up a penalty, that could be a 2-1 lead overnight for Luke.
But he might suggest that he claims a moral victory because he was in front of him on the road. So if he stays there where he is and doesn't have any more dramas, touch wood, with 3.5 minutes to go. There's the leader, Jordan Pimley, still with a nice comfortable gap. It's now, oh yeah, he gained another 8/10 on that lap, in fact. So more gap out to 3 seconds, just a fraction over 3. Still McCluckey 3rd, then Pillamonkin and Catlow. And this scrap was going on. In fact, they're paired off now, so people are starting to work together. This is now Pillamonkin and Catlow in the same battle, as is also Dengate and Dalton. This is over 6th and 7th places. Privet, Hoy and Liam Martin Bradley in the top 10. Of course, the penalties won't be applied until we get to the checkered flag when they start to be put onto the current times of the cars that are around them. In terms of actual position on track, Luke Satch is only 1.6 seconds behind Charlie Snell across the line, and he was 2/10 quicker. Agonisingly, of all the cars to get a time penalty next, it's Liam Martin Bradley. So that's the one that's almost a bit agonising, because ultimately, if Charlie hadn't got that, this is obvious to say, that he would be getting a top 10. But such is life and such is the race. But although you do have almost like a slight smug look on your face when I was saying that.
Well, just you're rubbing it in, and I'm sure Charlie's really going to thank you for that. I tell you who could benefit from this, though, and I do hope I'm not putting the curse on him, is Luke Souch, because he could yet get a top 10 out of all of this. He's catching
very true.
Amarim Draper ahead. There are only 6/10 between them, and that's all he needs to do to get a 10th place, get past the number 19 car, stay within 5 seconds of the 2 cars ahead, and he'll inherit a top 10 finish.
You make it sound so simple.
Well, for a man of Luke's talent, I'm sure it is.
I'd like to think so, hopefully. I'll have to wait and see. Right, there goes the scrap going on for 4th down to 7th through. They're just looking back to see if we can find him, I think, on the cameras. I know that our director Barry is listening. Where are they? Well, there's Charlie. There's Luke. There he is. Right, now he's chasing off. He's got, I'd say, what, 2 laps to try and do this? So he's got behind, actually, some intention. He's got Charlie Vi, and also he's got the 16 car of the double barrel surname of Luke Jeffrey Bashford, so have to wait and see. Ironically, it's a Charlie that's giving him grief. So behind him, it's not got the Charlie he was hoping for, or maybe it is. And Charlie's actually going to try and send it round the outside of Luke Satch here to try and make the move. And again, thinking about it, trying to get some good power, but he might well have to. Well, he's thinking about it. He's edging closer and closer alongside him. Closer and closer, but no, Luke's got the line by the look of it. He'll sweep across and take the optimal line. If he benefited from the other Luke, who goes up the inside and puts the number 16 car into what is now it's 14th place on the road, but it'll become 12th in a minute when it does so. It's lost Luke a little bit of momentum, but we'll see if he can gather that back in the next, I think, lap and a half to go.
Yes, I think you're probably right, and the cars ahead aren't battling that busily, are they? So he's going to have to really put his foot down here to catch the group of cars ahead, and he might just run out of time. I'll wait and see, but solid run this for both of our BRSCC boys, actually. They've certainly not embarrassed themselves in what is a big field, and a competitive one at that. Big moment there for Catlow. He's been overtaken by Pilamonkin for 4th position, so the AB Motorsport driver gets ahead, and Alex Catlow very nearly lost control over the curbs as that was happening. That's all bringing Keith Dalton and Kevin Dengate, two very experienced Mazda MX-5 racers, back onto terms with them, so this could yet become a 4-way fight for 4th position in the closing stages. And now Catlow's wide at Redgate Corner, but carries good momentum off the turn. Not quite enough, though, to get alongside the Pilamonkin machine as they drop down the hill for what is going to be the final time. The clock has ticked down to 0, so half a lap of racing to go, and still plenty to be decided within and indeed just outside of the top 10.
Indeed so. Down through the crater curves they come. And Alex Catlow gets a 5-second time penalty for track limits now, so all the battling he's doing with Pilamonkin is going to come for absolutely nothing in the end. And speaking of more battles,
Jordan Pimley, 5-second penalty I just saw on the screen. Now, that would hand the lead, if that was true, to Matt Flowers. I'm just going to wait for the messages to cycle back through at the bottom of my screen. But
yes!
Yes, it is car number 1 with a 5-second track limits penalty. So Matt Flowers is about to win the race. Jordan won't have a clue because it's happened on the final lap of the race. Jordan Pimley is going to win on the road. He thinks he's won. He's celebrating the win. But actually, Matt Flowers is going to inherit it after a last lap track limits penalty for Jordan Pimley. The winning streak is over, and in a way that's in the most heartbreaking fashion. He wasn't beaten on the road, but on corrected times. This looks pretty close as well. That was Catlow, wasn't it, who of course will drop down the order with his penalty. What does all this mean for the battle at the tail end of the top 10? It is going to be 10th place for Amarim Draper in the end, and Luke Souch 11th. He set a really good lap at the end, closed into within 3/10 of the top 10, but not quite able to grab it.
I think Charlie actually dropped back on the road behind a few more cars because he's finished behind in 16th, but he was away from where Luke was, if I'm right in saying so.
Okay.
So that's interesting. In fact, Luke is up in 11th and Charlie was 16th. So something must have happened in the last lap and a half that's dropped him down the order on the road, but still 16th place for him is quite solid.
Pimley's penalty has just disappeared off the screen as well. He's no longer got a red box next to his name on our timing screen. He does on the timing tower on your screen watching at home, but he's also been reinstated back ahead of Matt Flowers. That could be a glitch because it happened on the last lap, I don't know, but I'm fairly certain initially they did swap them, didn't they, on the screen? So answers on a postcard as to what's happening there, but the last we heard he had a 5-second penalty, but the timing screen is showing him as the race winner. So there's a lot for Rob to unpack here when he gets the drivers down in pit lane, and he might have to break the unfortunate news to Jordan Pimley if indeed he's been able to get confirmation of that result by the time the drivers get to him. So a lot of working out of results here. Jordan Pimley still celebrating a race win, and according to that screen, he won the race, but that wasn't the information that we received halfway around the final lap. Either Jordan Pimley or Matt Flowers then the winner, with Matthew McCluskey definitely on the 3rd step of the podium. Keith Dalton was 4th, Kevin Dengate was 5th, and Dennis Pilamonkin in 6th. Alex Catlow, Ben Hoy, Simon Privet, and Benjamin Amarim Draper complete the top 10, whilst Luke Souch gets 11th position in the race, with 12th for Jeffrey Bashford. Then it was Charlie Viley and Martin Bradley, Patrick Gilligan, Jack Spooner, Charlie Snell 17th. You're right, did lose some ground on the final lap ahead of Chris Winstanley, Chris Whitmore and Zach Hancock's. Then it was William Tyrrell, Russell Clark, Simon Browning, Leah Jacobs to complete the runners, I believe, and a handful that weren't running at the flag. Right. Who won the race? It's not often that I hand down to Rob Lewis, or indeed anyone conducting podium interviews, without actually knowing who the race winner is. Ali Bray's on the case, though. If anyone knows what happened, I'm sure it's our reigning Mazda MX-5 champion, Mr. MX-5 these days, Ali. So if all else fails, Rob, ask Ali.
Well,
Well, I had a look at TSL timing myself, and TSL was confirmed that Jordan is actually, well, it's showing that Jordan Pimley is the winner. So it was showing on the timing screen you got a 5-second penalty for track limits, but TSL's now updated and showing you as top. So we're not actually sure. We'll take it as face value that you are the winner. Obviously, it might be something for you to go up and speak to the clerk about. So a bit of confusion there, Jordan, but otherwise you had a seamless race.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Matt. He pushed me really, really hard. The whole way through there, he was in the mirrors. I couldn't let it up for a second. That must be that tenner I slipped to TSL before the race. No, I'm joking. But no, that was a really, really tough race. I think I need some new rubber for the next one because these are starting to die now. But yeah, can't complain with that, can I?
You got your fastest lap though. Hopefully you keep the main result.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Realistically, I want that fastest lap. But yeah, so I don't know, like you say, whether it's a glitch, but I'll speak to them and see what they say.
Okay, well, for the moment, it shows that you're the winner on the road. Congratulations, Jordan Pimley, maybe. It's a difficult one. Matt, you pushed him all the way. There was a bit of confusion there with the timers. It actually showed that Jordan got a time penalty, so there's maybe a win on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, obviously, I don't know really what's going on from the stewards, but I was just getting my head down and very happy with the pace, really, because it was a big improvement from this morning and by far and away my best showing. So, regardless, I'm just delighted that I could keep so close to him. Really, there's work to do, but we're closing him in, which is good.
You kept him a lot more honest in this race. What was the key?
Well, I think confidence comes from getting that first podium. So I got my head down. I felt like I could push him a bit more closely. I didn't really have anyone to battle with as well, so I lost a bit of time this morning. But it's just we've done some good work. The car's been really well prepared by Misty Racing, and my dad's done a great job as well. And really happy for their support and the AB engine as well. So it's going well.
Well, congratulations on your second on the road at the moment. I'm sure there's other things to be decided later on. We have got cars out for our Silverlake Production Cup race and our DS3 race, but in the meantime, I'm going to grab our third place man. Again, great MX5 racing. Pair of great results this weekend for you.
Yeah, 2 third places. That's my best result yet. So definitely happy with that.
And something to build on.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's achievable. I've seen both of them up ahead, so slowly gaining on them. So it's something to work forward to.
What's the plan before the next round?
Practice. See if we can get a test day in, and just see where it goes.
Practice makes perfect. Well, congratulations on a fantastic podium. And that's the first of our championships that get done and dusted today. So the Clubman Championship have had their 2 races. For their second and final race of the weekend, it is time for the Silverlake Production Cup and the Silverlake DS3 Cups. Take you through the grid. Back to Andy and Scott.
Yes, thank you, Rob. So 2 more races to go. The Silverlake Production Cup and Silverlake DS3 Cup are out now. Then it will be the Durley Garage Fiesta ST150 Challenge to complete day 1 of this BRSCC Trackit summer race weekend, which at times has felt quite summery today. It's not been baking hot, but we've avoided the worst of the rain, in fairness. And I think looking out the window, we should be okay now, famous last words, for the remainder of the day. 2 15-minute races remaining then, and this is the second 15-minute race of the day for the Production Cup. Race 1 won reasonably comfortably by David Lawrence. Henry Swanson, though, had to come from quite deep in the field after a slightly poor qualifying session in the wet. So now he starts on the front row of the grid alongside the Seat Leon Cupra. Might he be able to do something about the race 1 winner? We're about to find out. Green flag lap gets underway. The grid then as follows: David Lawrence and Henry Swanson row 1 ahead of Nick Gwinnett and Oliver Devine King. David Clark and Robert Buckland will be sharing the 3rd row ahead of Matthew Hollier, and Colin Dunn. The rest of them then filing in behind. There have been some amendments to the result, I believe, as well, from earlier on in the day, because there were quite a lot of yellow flag infringements, I believe. So I'm actually just going to open up the amended result to check nothing significant changed. David Lawrence still won, Henry Swanson 2nd, Nick Gwinnett was 3rd, so that didn't change. Tate Taverner still won in Class C, David Clark won Class B, and Tyler Bull, yes, he was still the winner in his class. The cars that got penalties were cars 11, 24 and 94. So 11 was Barry Cully, 94 Matt McCarthy, 24 Paul Savage, all given 20-second penalties for overtaking under yellow flags, which is a big no-no. We did see a bit of that going on in that first race. It's difficult in multi-class racing sometimes to avoid overtaking a quicker car. You've got so much going on around you that it's easy, I suppose, to miss those yellow flags, but that's not really an excuse. It's the yellow flags are there for the safety of the drivers and the marshals, so absolutely imperative that those yellow flag regulations are met. And so 20-second penalties handed out to those who didn't do that. So David Lawrence then, looking to try and do the double if he can, with Henry Swanson, as I said, hoping to go one better this time in the Peugeot 308. And some interesting class battles hopefully to be had behind. Class C was pretty close between Tate Taverner and Oliver Devine King. Class B was won by only a couple of seconds. David Clark's Renault 5 GT Turbo beating Robert Buckland's much newer Renault Clio. So, yeah, an entertaining second race hopefully to be had. And then, of course, you've got the Citroën DS3 Cup, which was very close. But I kind of felt, Scott, like that battle could have been even better in the DS3s had they not been sort of boxed in for so long behind the Suzuki Swift, which was in the hands of Jake Spencer. Jake was doing nothing wrong, he couldn't help it, but his car was quicker than the Citroens down the straight, but slower through the corners. That was sort of bottling all the Citroens together, but not really allowing them to get properly stuck into their own battle. So hopeful that they'll have a slightly more uninterrupted scrap this time, because I think it should still be pretty entertaining.
It should be, absolutely. Yeah, they still have a chance to try and get 2 wins out of 2. Intrigued to see how the Silverlake car also gets with Aaron Chalk. He did take a couple of class wins the previous time at Snetterton, or at least one class win last time out. And of course, they're quite a colourful bunch. And we'll see how they get on. So I think you were looking through the grid. I couldn't see the Suzuki Swift present. So it looks like it's obviously been competing in. It had the problems in the ClubSport Trophy race. It probably meant it couldn't take part in this one. Had to at least withdraw from this second race. Also noticing the absence of a. Because David Lawrence's car is not there. I wonder if that's to prepare for tomorrow's Volkswagen Audi Racing Cup Championship Cars Makers. Has to be possibly scrutinised for that. So it means all on his own on the front row of the grid on de facto pole is Henry Swanson.
Yes, and we could have a race on our hands because he only beat Nick Gwinnett to second place by just under 3 seconds earlier on today. So, yeah, we could have a bit of a scrap between those two. We know Gwinnett got off the line pretty well, I seem to recall, in race 1. So what's going to happen in race 2? 15 minutes of racing gets underway now. And who's going to get into Redgate Corner first? It should be Henry Swanson in the Peugeot. It will be Henry Swanson, I think, in the Peugeot. Although Gwinnett is coming back at him here. The Renault Clio so good in a straight line, late on the brakes. And Gwinnett does get the lead away as they turn into Redgate for the first time of asking. Are they all going to get through cleanly? Hold your breath. Yes, I think they have. And so Renault Clio, well, briefly leads Peugeot 308, but then Henry Swanson gives us our second lead change in as many corners and gets back ahead of the Renault on the run down the hill. Oliver Devine King is there in third position. David Clark looks to have lost a few positions in the Renault 5 GT Turbo, but it is at least a clean start as David Lawrence exits the pit lane, Scott.
So either he was on the grid previously but had to pit for something, or he's just playing and testing himself and starting from the back. But either way, the Cooper is there, a race 1 winner from earlier on, and the triple winner from the Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship at Snetterton. We've got 1 on 3 races, is out into the race, but right at the back of the field from the pit lane, which is intriguing. It's Renault Central right now towards the top of the top 10 in that gag of the cars. Also there's the 100, which is Tyler Bull's BMW. And there's the 350Z, which is also working its way up the order, which is the 189, driven by Joshua Hughes. So Henry Swanson then, at least in the corners, looks to be a lot more stronger, as Nick Gwinnett's now dropping back into the clutches of Oliver Devine King. Then it's a 75 of Robert Buckland up to 4th. Clark's Renault 5 GT Turbo is in the top 5. Then it's Dunn, Hughes, Hollier, Savage and Hoggins rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, we're missing Tate Taverner, aren't we? Tate Taverner's Honda Civic hasn't taken the start by the looks of it, so that's why Oliver Devine King is leading in Class C, although to be fair, had a really good start anyway, up into 3rd place overall. So, yeah, a couple of drivers not getting out for this second race. I'm not convinced Rich Hockley's Honda Civic's been repaired either. He was a very smoky retiree from race 1, remember. And Paul Hoggins was the other non-finisher. I don't think he's made it out either. So we're missing 1 or 2. We've got plenty of cars at the front to give us a battle for the win. And, of course, scraps going on further back. What's going on in the DS3 category? Is it still Elliot Lettis leading the way? Yes, it is, with Theo Longman second. and the 133 of Andy Hart third, but they've all been separated slightly by cars from other classes, haven't they?
Yeah, Mazda RX-8's in there, which is the RX-8 of, where have we gone to? Martin. That'd be number 97. So that is, Kelton Martin's Rocket Dog Racing Mazda RX-8, and also is Barry Cully's car. And intriguing enough, that Barry Cully car has been in one of the higher classes in ClubSport Trophy in the past, but as they're just arriving amongst all of them comes just the Leviathan that is David Lawrence's Cupra, as Henry Swanson sets to do fastest lap of the race. But yeah, David Lawrence just carving through them all. And you spotted one car towards the back that's a little further back you thinking it should.
Well, there was a car pulling off, the white and yellow Renault Clio. I forget who that was now, but...
he was battling with Dunn, I would say, number 19.
Yeah, I think it was the 19, wasn't it? That's just...
no, it was number 7. It was Matthew Hollier. That was it. There it is, in fact.
So that's pulled over onto the exhibition straight, well out of harm's way, so no need for an interruption. And Cully in as well. So Barry Cully in the number 11 car. And we never saw Martin Cully out in the previous race either. Now Barry's out of this one. What's going on in the DS3, Scott?
Aaron Chalk's up to third. He's got past Hart, and of course he's getting sort of a little bit held up behind Kelson Martin's RX-8 and trying to make it past. But the ironic thing is, he tries to make a move, and then Kelson just puts his foot down and has superior grip with the aero on that RX-8, and so it puts Aaron right back onto Hart's front bumper as they come through the Craner curves, and Hart's lost it. That's a huge twitch. Off he goes. Now, can he stop it from going over? Thankfully, no, unfortunately not. Over it goes, onto its side, and that almost certainly will have to be at the very least a safety car. That will not leave it just like that, and a Snatch isn't going to sort that anytime either anyway, I'm afraid. So, unfortunately, I think the RogerFleet.com Jaguar safety car is going to have to make an appearance for the second time today because of Hart's DS3 going up and over and onto its side at the Old Hairpin.
Yep, I think you're probably right. They may be able to roll it back over onto its wheels under yellow flags. So there's no real damage done to the car. Once they've, there we go, driver out already. So this might not need to be a safety car, ironically. It looked very spectacular, and I'm sure it felt spectacular from inside the car, but it was a low-speed roll. It's something we see a lot from that kind of car at that part of the circuit. When it goes in sideways, digs in, over it'll go. But they might just choose to push that over onto its wheels under yellow flags. We'll wait and see. That was dangerously close to an overtake under yellows for the 189 of Joshua Hughes, but not in the end going through, which is good news. Matt McCarthy's in the pit lane as well, with issues in the Honda Civic, it would seem. So a couple of them falling by the wayside now as we approach mid-race distance.
Yeah, David Lawrence up to 12th now, for starting from the pit lane, so making decent progress, and has the fastest lap of the race too, so that's unsurprising. And yeah, in terms of lap time, he's at least a second quicker than everybody, 1.2 seconds quicker than everybody else in front of him. So, and given that where he is time-wise, I was about to say where he is in the gap, but I believe he just crossed the line to start lap 5, excuse me. David Clark was very wayward there, quite deep into the first part of the chicane. That will give the opportunity of Robert Buckland's blue Clio to start closing in. Audi TT's at play here, 3 of them all together. We've got, this is Savage, Hoggins and Richardson. Red flag, race has been stopped, and that will have to be because of the DS3 of Hart that's gone up and over. So it's too much to even try and roll it over. They'll have to stop the race, and it means that we'll get a restart with probably 10 or 9 minutes left to go. And I think, to be fair, they could probably give them a decent enough restart, given that the race was scheduled to start on the timetable at 5 to 6, and we're currently at 22.6, so we're ahead by about 15 minutes. So effectively, if we do get the restart, it'll be on a shorter the rest of the race, but it might well even be back on timetable or even ahead of timetable still, because it would have been technically halfway through the race by the time we should have originally started it.
Yeah, well, there goes the Andy Hart car back on its wheels. And I have to say I'm a bit surprised that we've gone red flag for this. I think it would have only needed a lap or two behind the safety car, wouldn't it? But as you say, we've got the time to play with in the schedule, so might as well stop the cars, reset the grid. This is good news, of course, for David Lawrence, because he was about 30 seconds off the race lead at the time of the red flag. He will get to start more or less where he was running on the road. He may go back a lap, but he'll be starting certainly further towards the front than he was at the initial start to the race, and provided all is well with that car, I think he should be able to pick his way quite close to the front of the field. I mean, based on the pace that he had in the first part of the race, he probably wasn't going to bridge a 30-second gap to the race leader, but he'll be considerably closer than that now. There is Andy Hart watching on from the sidelines as the Marshall's recover his Citroen DS3. He appears to be absolutely fine, and is instead just ruining that little moment. So easy to do though through the Craner curves, isn't it? Especially in a short wheelbase front wheel drive car. The rear tends to get quite loose as you go down through the compression through the left hand element of the Craner curves. From there he just couldn't catch it, and once he hit the gravel sideways it was always quite likely to go over. It smashed the right hand side windows. It'll probably need a new wing mirror, but beyond that I don't think there's a huge amount of damage done. The body panels can be pushed back out, and that car hopefully will be relatively undamaged, at least internally, after what could have been an even scarier moment. So the field, the majority of them anyway, pulling up onto the grid slots there, but not yet being directed into their starting positions. We'll await further instructions from race control. There's a whole process that has to be gone through now, as race control will be in touch with the timekeepers to give us a grid for the restart. That then needs to be passed down to the marshals on the start line, and they can then go about gridding the cars up where they need to be. So the team working behind the scenes here at Donington Park within the race admin office, for example, they'll be a part of that process. So many people here this weekend working on a voluntary basis to make sure these race meetings run. It's not just the marshals, although of course we do very much give a shout out to the marshals for the work that they do, but a whole team of BRSCC officials, scrutineers, clerks of the course, championship coordinators, race admin, etc., all working hard to ensure that the race meetings go ahead as smoothly as possible. And without them, we wouldn't be able to enjoy these always entertaining weekends with the BRSCC. So there is a medical car heading out. They will, I'm sure, check over Andy Hart. Did look as though he was looking at his wrist, maybe, as if perhaps he'd knocked something slightly in the roll. So the medics will check him over. And the Hyundai medical car then, which makes its way down to the Craner curves, will bring him back to the medical centre, give him a once-over, and hopefully he'll be given the green light pretty quickly. But yeah, shame that we'll have to have this little interruption to the race, waiting further news on how long the restart will be. But the good news is, as you said, we've got plenty of time, Scott. We will get a restart, and I think we're going to have an interesting second half of this race, particularly, as I alluded to, regarding David Lawrence.
Given that he's now 12th and clearly has the pace to get towards the front, so he hasn't got to start from the back, basically from the right of the back, from the pit lane. He will be able to quickly carve his way through. So watch for that number 56 Seat Cupra. And ironically, it might well end up that he winning the race after all, I think, because we can both safely say that car is the fastest car in the field, hence the form that he showed in race number 1. Be intriguing to see why he had to pit, or he had to start from the pit lane, because we didn't really get a proper answer on that or find out why. I don't know if possibly Rob is down there in the vicinity of anyone who is part of David Lawrence's team that would be able to understand the reason why he either had to come into the pit lane. I don't think, unless you saw anything, I saw him come into the pit lane. No. I have to ask a question because I wasn't looking at the screen at the time. Was he on the front row of the grid initially when he lined up?
Hold the line, caller. I'll go back and have a look. I'll be honest, I was too busy looking at the grid, there's in the grid sheet, to realise
he's going back to scrub through the stream to have a look and see what's live, see what was there, so he'll be able to answer the question. I should have probably done that, but I was getting distracted myself, but that's just me and my typical ADHD, and it's funny because it's true. Anyway, moving on to... I can self-amuse. Anyway, it's intriguing to see how David will get on in terms of how he can pick his way through. Of course, this reset's were golden for him. He was there, so it looks like if for whatever reason he had to pit or some kind of a very temporary issue that meant he had to jump in, quickly fix it, and then or at least check something he wasn't sure about, and then come back out again, but right at the back of the pit, but back of the pack, having pitted on that formation lap. So we will see how he can do from P12 from the 6th row of the grid once everyone reforms. Ironically, the car that we need at the front of the grid is actually at the back, and actually the car which is back in 12th, which is probably going to be its closest rival eventually when it picks its way through, is just there off to the left at the back as well. So the two fastest cars in the field, the car that's leading the race and the one that's also the car that we think is to be ending up, all being well, in the lead by the end, is going to be have to work their way through if they can. The medical car's just coming back into position, so it looks like, as you say, any incident there is a mandatory, how big or small, they will go to the medical centre to be checked over by the chief medical officer in order to make sure they are perfectly okay. Because you could look fine on the surface, but a chief medical officer is a fully highly qualified and trained doctor, of course, will be able to check if anything is not quite as it seems under the surface, at least from their impression. So whether it's just a small bump of cars at some point anywhere, or it's a rollover like that which Andy Hart had, or something a bit more substantial, then that can be the case. So Henry Swanson now being directed to roll his Peugeot 308 through the lineups of cars up to the front of the grid. Of course, he'll have Nick Gwinnett alongside him on the front row. Now, intriguingly enough, you remember at the start of the race the first time, it was Nick Gwinnett was on the road behind Henry Swanson, and Henry was on his own. This time now, they are dead level on the front row of the grid together, and we saw what happened because Nick was almost able to out-drag him on the run towards Redgate Corner, because that car, as I mentioned, slightly lighter, has a slightly better power-to-weight ratio. It doesn't have the aero grip or the tyre grip that the 308 does. It's not as much, I don't think, because I would wager that the 308 is running slightly wider and slightly grippier tyres, but the straight line ability of that Renault Clio, coupled with the lighter weight and the slightly more nimbleness, means that we should get a slightly more interesting drag race down towards Redgate Corner. Now they're going to be dead level rather than Gwinnett making up the grip, but the fact he made up as much space as he did before they got to Redgate might be quite telling how this start will go this time around.
Yeah, I think you're right. So, yeah, Gwinnett will be on his toes, but I think they're both going to have to keep an eye on the mirrors, aren't they, to see how long it takes David Lawrence to catch them. There is David in the Seat being ushered through to his starting position. He was, as you said, running 12th at the time of the red flag, but whether the result will go back a lap or not, we'll wait and see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, can I see the 6th row out of the window? Yes, I can. And is that where David Lawrence is being sent? Yes, it is. So he's going to start 12th. There he is. Look, just pulling into position on what will be row 6. Timing screen currently showing 15 minutes race distance. That will change, I'm certain. If they were going to run a full restart, I think they would have to go back to original grid order. Off the top of my head, so I suspect we'll get a slightly shortened distance in a moment or two. We've done a handful of laps anyway, hadn't we? And eaten in slightly to the 15 minutes. But we should only be a couple of minutes away, hopefully, from getting another green flag lap started. And it looks as though they're going to do a full standing start procedure. Sometimes, of late, I've seen race control elect to restart races under the safety car after a red flag. It's, I think, at the discretion of the race director. But looks as though for this one they are going to just grid them up, send them on another green flag lap, and line them back up for another standing start over whatever distance they decide to do.
Rob Lewis has confirmed he will find out the reason why, via a message to me on WhatsApp, that he will find out the reason why David Lawrence had to start this race from the pit lane. So he will do that momentarily. I did also notice there with the DS3s, it was still Elliot Lettis leading, but it's now Aaron Chalk up to second place, past the Longman in that sequence before the red flag. So he's managed to make his way up into a higher podium place in the DS3 Cup. So there you see it, visually represented. I would also say, are we missing the car that should be starting third?
Ah.
Because we now have a vacant spot. I thought there was a vacant spot on the second row of the grid, and I now can't quite remember exactly who that should have been.
No, hang on. Process of elimination. Who's missing? So Gwinnett. We've got Swanson. We'd never had Tate Taverner anyway.
Oliver Devine King.
Ah, yes.
I would put it to you.
Yes, you're right. Well done, Scott. Yeah, he's not there. Why is he not there? Where did he go? We didn't see him pulling over, did we?
Right. Well, I'll give you the answer to why David Lawrence had to go into the pit lane at the start. He said he lost power on the warm-up lap, and it was an easy fix. Quite literally, turned it off and on again, and away it went. So that was quite simple. It just meant he made his task to try and win this race a lot more harder, which is interesting. So I bet then that Oliver Devine King, who probably was in that sequence, should have been starting third, because he was in that mix, I think, battling with David Clark's Renault 5 GT Turbo, which it sits diminutively but rather potently on the second row of the grid, as we get off onto our green flag warm-up lap on this second start for the second Silverlake Production Cup and DS3 Cup race, is the one that had the issue. I'm trying to look at the pit lane. Barry Cully's car I can see is in there. I can't see Oliver Devine King's car, though, which would have been there. This has been already pushed back to the Parc Ferme area. So off they go, and the restart will be over 10 minutes. They give them an extra few seconds, I guess, because they can, and because it was the best number to round it up to. So 10 minutes, so still 2/3 of race distance left to go. And the key storylines are, of course, Henry Swanson. How much can he hold on to the lead? Although now starting dead level with Nick Gwinnett, and given how quick he was off the line to get himself just about in front or not to the lead, almost into Redgate, how much of the advantage is he going to have off the line to get himself? I would even bet he'll probably will take the lead. But then you also have to ask yourself on top of that, David Lawrence now starting in P12, how quick is he going to be off the line, and how quickly will he get towards the front in the opening couple of minutes?
Yes, exactly so. And can David Lawrence win this race? I think he might be able to. If he makes good early progress, I think he's got the pace to do it, hasn't he? 10 minutes is quite a long time. So yeah, I think we're going to see David Lawrence still be a factor in this one, as he attempts now to go for another race victory, a double race victory here at Donington Park. So, green flag lap underway though. There's Barry Cully's set layout. Now, I did spot that driving into the pit lane area just after the red flag had come out. Everyone else was lined up on the grid, and Barry Cully weaved his way through the pack and came into the pit lane. So, Barry Cully is going to be taking the restart from the pits, so he will do so once everyone else has gone past pit exit. Caught a glimpse there of the David Lawrence car there, of the Citroen DS3s, missing one of them now. We've still got all of our potential race winners, you'd have to say, in that category, I would argue. Elliot Lettis, Theo Longman and Aaron Chalk, top three in the first race. I think they are starting in that order. Yes, they are, for the restart. The Silverlake car of Chalk, who started on pole in the DS3 Cup for race 1, but ended up slipping down to third midway through and never was able to reclaim the lost ground. But a cement dustbin put down there through the exit of the chicane, so there's been one of the cars that came into the pit lane during that process has obviously dropped some fluid. I wonder whether that's anything to do with Oliver Devine King's Audi, which has vanished during the middle of the red flag period. Aaron Chalk in the Silverlake machine falls in line. We prepare then for a 10-minute restart, this penultimate race of the day, the Silverlake Production Cup and Silverlake DS3 Cup, as the front row forms. And Scott raises a very valid point. Nick Gwinnett, his initial launch off the line was about the same as Henry Swanson first time around, but it seemed like up through the gears the Clio was the quicker, lighter car, I guess, and it's still pretty powerful. It runs in the same class as Henry Swanson, so it's got a very similar power to weight ratio to the Peugeot. Can Nick Gwinnett get that Renault Clio into the lead and stay there this time? He led briefly the first time round. What can he do now on take 2 of race number 2 for the Silverlake Production Cup? Red lights out, we're away and racing once more at Donington Park, and it is a pretty even start again from the front row men. But look, in the second phase of the start, the Clio has the power and Nick Gwinnett has the lead once more heading into Redgate Corner. On the outside line, does he turn in across the nose of Henry Swanson, who was hovering on the inside heading through Redgate? They're still side by side heading out of Redgate Corner, and I think it will be a similar story to what we had first time around. Swanson initially losing the lead, but by the time we get to the Crater Curves, gets back ahead of the Renault Clio. Much better start this time for David Clark, though, who's up into third in the Renault 5 GT Turbo. So that is good stuff for Clark, and that will be the lead of Class B as a result. But it is Swanson that leads then. It is Gwinnett second, Clark third, and the rest of them piling in behind as they head up the hill. Oh no, dramas in the DS3s again, and that's Theo Longman. That is Theo Longman then, second on the grid within the class, and he's found the barriers exiting the Old Hairpin, and that, Scott Woodward, is something we see quite a lot on cold tyres. So easy to lose the car at that part of the track.
He really is, and that's unfortunate given that he was a podium finisher in the first race. One thing's intriguing though, David Lawrence not made as much progress as I maybe initially expected him to make, because he's still hustling in amongst some of the cars in the field, but he's trying to find a way up the inside here, and he has, of Colin Dunn, and he just forced his way through as well, politely, past the 50 of Richardson, and through he goes. So from 12th on the grid, he's now made his way up to, drum roll, 5th, and he's 8.7 seconds off the leads to come down the pit straight. I did actually glimpse, I had to quickly step away to for 2 minutes for a quick comfort break, but just coming back, I did notice off the start that Gwinnett was level on the drag race down towards Richie's Redgate corner for the first time, so he was quite level. I saw it on the screens, and didn't quite make it happen, and it was the better inside line, racing line, that gave Swanson the lead. So Swanson from Gwinnett, from Clark in third place now, so the little Renault GT5 Turbo at the moment with 8 minutes to go is third place, but I imagine there's a rather large and rather rapid Seat Cooper that's going to come charging through and possibly deny him that pleasure.
Yeah, but Clark's main goal is to keep Robert Buckland behind, isn't it? Because that's the battle for Class B honours. So the Renault Clio, that's the one that he's really got his eye on. They were only half a second apart at the start of the lap. Even if David Lawrence comes blasting past them, which I suspect he will, he won't be too concerned about that, I don't think. As there, the 58 Audi of Paul Hoggins, a non-finisher earlier on this afternoon, tries to find its way past the BMW of Tyler Bull, which was a class winner earlier on, and it leads in Class D again with a decent lead actually over Jared Merriman, second in the class. Right, here comes Lawrence as they accelerate off the final corner, and he should clear the two Class B front runners by the time they reach Redgate. The gap to the lead for Lawrence is 9.5 seconds, 7 minutes to go. Can he get there, Scott?
Well, he's got to the inside David Clark's Renault 5, but the Renault stands its ground, for the moment at least. Then Lawrence will have a little bit more punch off the corner, puts his foot down, and it took him longer than I think he thought it would to get past him, but he has done it, and also past Robert Buckland. So into third place goes David Lawrence. Now the question's got to be, of course, how much pace has he got with a bit more clear air now to try and chase after the top two. Next target is second place man Nick Gwinnett, Renault Clio 182. And it hasn't quite disrupted the Class B battle that much. It has allowed them to maintain first and second places as they were. So David Clark will be hopeful he can keep this one going as he comes out of Macleans and now running up towards Coppice for the third time. I want to see the speed difference now that David Lawrence has got that clear air. How quick is he going to be able to try and push forwards? Essentially, his car is, in many ways, it's almost, not without being one, it's almost like a little touring car-esque Cupra in many cases, even slightly towards the direction of a TCR car without being a TCR car or a similar machine. We thought about an initial run into, I think he had more grip than he realised going to turn into the first part of the chicane, had to quickly turn out of it and take a second bite at the apex, which he did so rather quickly. That's Colin Dunn, and then followed by the Audis that have been split up by the 350Z. So everyone's sort of spreading out into their own battles here, including Tyler Bull, who is out on his own in car 100, currently sat in the lead of Class D.
Yes, he is. Interestingly, David Lawrence 9/10 slower than the race leader that time. Okay, he was overtaking David Clark for the first part of the lap, but I still would have expected him to be a bit quicker than that. A 1:18.0 was 7/10 off his previous best of the race, though, so that would suggest he's got more pace in him than that. We'll watch this lap time, I suppose, his first full lap in clean air to see what he's really got for us. Change of position here. Paul Hoggins around the outside of Paul Savage. In their pair of Audi TTs. They run in different classes, those two, though. Savage running in Class C, Hoggins in B, whilst in the DS3s, easy for me to say, it is Elliot Lettis just about ahead of Aaron Chalk. Of course, they've lost their playmate Theo Longman. There is Theo Longman's car, still in the barriers, exiting the Old Hairpin, but it's still nose to tail for the lead in the class. Again, illustrating that point I made at the start of the race, that these DS3s are very evenly matched, and they are producing some more close bumper-to-bumper racing.
Certainly are. Aaron Chalk trying to get himself another win in that one. Lap time-wise last time by, maybe our prediction of David Lawrence possibly win this race might not be coming true, because last lap was a 1:19.975 for whatever reason. I thought for a second the gap had gone up a little bit between himself and Nick Gwinnett, because I was watching them out the window. Gwinnett came past and Lawrence wasn't as close as I thought he'd be, so he either had some kind of issue which pushed him backwards or a mistake that he made. And what wasn't helping his cause was with Henry Swanson taking a 1:16.322 to set another new fastest lap of the race, and now lead Gwinnett by a fraction of the 10 seconds. So he's got this race firmly in his grasp going into the final 4 minutes. But this battle, meanwhile, is a little more up for grabs between Elliot Lettis and Aaron Chalk. And Chalk now just peeking out, just trying to put himself to the inside a little bit to distract Elliot. Just for those who don't know, the hazard lights, that just comes up as an automatic thing, as Chalk literally just almost just nibbling at the rear bumper of Elliot Lettis' car as they go through the beginning of the Crater curves out of Hollywood. Coming up, Jerry Merriman's Renault Clio with the Martini colours on it. And Elliot Lettis throws the car through through the credit curves, holds it, but at the deficit of losing the lead. But I wonder if that's exactly what Theo Longman did. But in the case is Elliott held it this time and did the typical tactic of holding a slide, which is quite simply boot the throttle on the front. Front will come round eventually.
Well, what sometimes can happen is it comes round too far, of course, and then it spits back the other way, but he did a really good job to hold on to that. I think there's an issue here for David Lawrence because he's actually being caught again by David Clark, and in the previous race, his best lap was a 16.0, Scott. In this one, the best he's managed so far is a 17.3, and he's actually now lapping in the 1 minute 20s. So that issue that prevented him from starting on the grid, I fear, is an ongoing one. Yeah,
I was about to say that. I said, what was the reason? Why did he come into it? Because he was having power issues, turned it off and on again. I think they're recurring. He's just having to try and nurse it as best he can, but it's probably a bit more manageable rather than something he probably discovered it at first, wants to wonder what it was, and then now it's starting to recurring, he's trying to nurse and manage the issue. His pace isn't terrible, it's just not on the same level as Henry Swanson, who's still doing 1 minute 16. His last lap, in fact, was incredibly consistent, 1 minute 16.368, only 400ths off the fastest lap of the race, so Henry's doing quite a grand job at this point. Further back, we've got coupes at play. We've got 350Z with a trio of rather kind of keen Audi TTs on his tail. So this is Hughes being chased down by Richardson, Hoggins and Savage in their trio of Audi TT Mark IIs, but the 350Z has the measure of them down the back straight.
Yep, it does. The three Audis, though, pretty evenly matched, even though, as I said, they're not all running in the same class, but the Hughes Nissan running in Class B, actually the same class as Paul Hoggins, ironically. So down towards the end of another lap they will head. David Clark still leading in Class B, and in fact he's got ahead of David Lawrence on that lap, as if to illustrate the point that Lawrence is struggling, as there Hoggins manages to get past the Nissan across the start-finish line. Elliott Lettis, meanwhile, back to the lead of the DS3 Cup. This is brilliant racing between the two of them, and he's not been deterred by that big slide that he had at the Old Hairpin a lap and a half ago. He's still pushing on, and he's back ahead now of Aaron Chalk.
He is. Proper back and forth stuff, and they're going on to, I think, what will be the second to last lap, because the leader would have been quite far ahead anyway to do so. So they'll get two more chances to try and reclaim it, will Aaron, as Tyler Bull in the BMW, who is the Class D leader, he's getting a 5-second penalty for track limits. As they'll get two more laps because Henry's coming through now to start his last lap of the race. So they're going to go on forward with that one. Oh, maybe he won't, because if he laps them, this will be the last lap. So ultimately, Aaron might realise that and think he's got to get a move on. Whether he does or not, we'll wait and see.
Yep, so Swanson then onto his final lap, and you're right, he's definitely going to lap the Citroens, isn't he? So this will be the final lap for this battle. How does the arrival of the Peugeot affect that battle? Well, Swanson was very, very generous there through Hollywood, but now he's getting in the way of Elliott Lettis, really. So that was, sorry, for Aaron Chalk as they dropped down through the Craner curves. So he was being very cautious there, Swanson, but actually didn't really help the either of the DR, well, certainly the second place of the DS3s. He's helping Elliott Lettis, who now does get past, but that might have just settled it in the favour of Elliott, who was the winner in race 1 in the Silverlake Citroen DS3 Cup. And looks as though he's going to do the double now in race number 2. Mentioned that pedal. Oh, Elliott Lettis sideways again. He's got a very stiff rear axle on that Citroen. It's working, it's giving him plenty of rotation, but he's got to be careful because he's been dangerously close to losing it twice now. He's still going to get through the final chicane in one piece. Hopefully he does. Swanson then through the final chicane very much in one piece, taking it nice and easy now. A pretty uncontested victory in the end, and it is going to be Henry Swanson who wins the second race for the Silverlake Production Cup, and in second position should be Nick Gwinnett. But before that, we get almost a side-by-side run to the flag between the DS3s, but it will be Elliott Lettis who hangs on by, in the end, just under 0.2 of a second. Here comes Gwinnett in second position, and David Clark is only just going to hang on to the winning Class B, because I tell you what, Buckland was really coming back at him there to the flag, and Robert Buckland only again about half a second or so back at the time of the checkered flag. There's David Lawrence, who will be 5th, a disappointed 5th one would have to say, just ahead of the Class C winner Colin Dunn in his Renault Clio. And Class D, as we've said, was being led by Tyler Bull. He did pick up that track limits penalty, but he was 13 seconds or so ahead of the next car in Class Gerard Merriman, so that won't affect his class finish. So, entertaining race that. Took 2 bites of the cherry to get to the end, but we enjoyed some good battling along the way, and Henry Swanson actually with an even more dominant victory in that one than David Lawrence had in race 1, Scott.
Indeed, unchallenged and straight away from pole position, even though he had an initial bit of annoyance from Nick Gwinnett from the front row initially at Redgate Corner. He was able to hold that off, and the pace he showed allowed him to really open the track out and stretch his feet. And because of that, race victory goes to Swanson by 21.6 seconds in the end, with Nick Gwinnett in second place, as it's a Class A victory for Swanson. David Clark holds on to take the final overall podium spot. He does get an overall podium and third place for Class B from Robert Buckland's Renault Clio. David Lawrence, it looks like it was a recurring issue of the power problem that saw him not be able to take the start properly, finishes fifth in the end. Colin Dunn wins Class C in the Renault Clio. Then it's Paul Hoggins and Joshua Hughes' 350Z from the Richardson TT and Savage in the top 10. Tyler Borg has a 5-second track limits penalty, but finishes 11th from Gerard Merriman. And then it's Barry Cully, who again was somebody pitted in, but actually came back through to 13th, which is impressive. Then it's Elliot Lettis, who just about holds on by just under 0.2 of a second in the DS3 Cup from Aaron Chalk. And it's Stefan Oates in third for the fourth place for O'Brien. And then it's Hughes, Martin, and the two retired was Oliver Defineke, who didn't take the start, and Theo Longman, who crashed on the opening lap. Right, down towards Rob for our second set of interviews for our Silverlake Production Cup and DS3 Cup, and our race winner, Henry Swanson, with a very dominant victory in the Peugeot.
A bit of a mixed-up grid because we've managed to grab the DS3s in before Nick Gwinnett can get in, and that's our second place man. However, I think a very happy man is going to be this man here, Mr. Swanson. I'll let you get your kit off first, but look at the lovely livery on this. It's a beautiful car, this 308, and he's been having fun all year. I'll just let you know, ladies and gentlemen, he stopped in P3. He is actually P2, don't worry about that. Great race. Led from go to O. Were you a bit worried that David Lawrence was coming?
Yeah. I don't think I've pushed that hard in my life before. I knew he was coming, and I just thought, I've got to get as far away as possible.
And you've had a good weekend, couple of podiums, including a win. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, really happy. I honestly, I thought the first race was really good, and then I just disappeared into the distance in the second, and I probably better race.
Did the red flag sort of interrupt your flow?
Not really, no. I managed to just stay put. I knew he was. I knew I was going to be able to pull away at the start, as long as he didn't get past me. But yeah.
Nick was trying to catch you. Congratulations, a fantastic win there. That's our winner of the Silverlake Production Cup. Let's try and have a chat with Nick Gwinnett, who's quite rightly actually swapped the second and the third over on the boards. He had a great third place earlier on, but Nick, fantastic second place. You couldn't quite catch him.
I need aero, don't I?
Looks that way.
With him down there, and for the craners, I'm like, nah, that's moving all over the place. He's just planted and just turns. I'm just like that. Shit.
You had some fun though this weekend.
Yeah, it's nice, wasn't it? It was interesting.
Definitely. And back for more?
Alton
Park, fantastic. Congratulations to Nick Gwinnett, ladies and gentlemen watching at home. Now, we didn't get a chance to speak to our DS3 people last time around, but I'm going to grab the top two. You would have seen these two cars battling on track. I know it's difficult to see Aaron's car. He's got the camouflage, and it works really, really well, so you could only see the four wheels. But first of all, to Elliot, great win. Aaron was hunting you down.
He certainly was, yeah. He kept me on my toes. Quite fortunate to get out of that in P1, but yeah, it was good. The first restart I did really well. I got through the traffic quite efficiently. And then the second restart, yeah, I was back amongst it, so I had to try and survive, and fortunately we did. But yeah, it was good.
And I'll bring Aaron in at this point. First of all, third place in race one, which is quite uncharacteristic. What was the issue?
I can't even remember, it was so long ago. What race one?
Earlier today, Aaron.
Yeah, no real issue. Oh, yeah, there was an issue. I forgot to let the tyres down a bit. So I went out on sort of a wet setup, which didn't really help me, but...
Bit skittish?
Yeah, I mean, I did a good lap time, but it was a bit skittish. I had to get used to it. But normally, she's planted all the way through, and it was planted then, so it was all good.
All good, and a great battle had out on track until the end.
Yeah, we had an issue there, because obviously the three of us would have been back smashing it out, you know what I mean? But... it was good. I thought I was going to get him at the last run there because he got held up by a back marker, well, another car, and but I just gave him a little love tap and I sent him on his way. I was like, that is it, it's over. But that was good, really good.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on second place there for Mr. Aaron Chalk, and third place Mr. Stefan Oates. I mean, we had an unfortunate issue for a couple of other cars on the grid. Driver's okay, that's the main thing, but a great podium for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, it was fun, like I say, a couple of red flag, it was okay, but I couldn't keep up with these guys. They're just on another level to me, but it is what it is. I keep pumping away, keeping the results, and yeah, it's a podium, I'm well happy, so yeah.
And you've been having fun in the DS3s this year?
I've been having fun in the DS3s, yeah. Started them last year, carried on into this year, yeah, it's great, they're great. Anybody who wants to get into cheap motorsport, they need to get into the DS3s, really do, so.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a fine podium place. So that's your Silverlake Production Cup and your Silverlake DS3. So all the teams will be heading home tonight and a safe trip home for them. And it's time for our final race of the day for the Durley Garage ST150 Challenge. I'm looking forward to this one, and fingers crossed, I think the rain is going to hold off. Up to Scott, up to Andy for the final time today.
Well, one thing I can guarantee is if it does rain now, I won't be getting the blame for once. It's Rob Lewis who has very much put the mockers on that. But no, we've, to be fair, been very fortunate with the weather today, actually. It's been a very soggy week here in the United Kingdom, and we have not necessarily had the best of weather forecasts for this weekend. There could be more rain to come tomorrow, but at least for today, it has been a lot drier than I expected. And actually, once we got through the first couple of qualifying sessions, it didn't ever really rain heavily enough for the track to get properly wet. We had a little bit of drizzle in the MX5 Clubman race before lunch, and then after that, it's been pretty dry with the odd sprinkle maybe. There are some dark clouds looming, though, and heading our way. So, Rob, you're not off the hook just yet. There could still be a little change in conditions in the final race, which is for the Durley Garage Fiesta ST150 Challenge. They will have another race tomorrow, so it's a bit of an odd timetable for them. They've got qualifying and 2 races today, but in theory, by lunchtime tomorrow, they'll be on the way home, the drivers, many of whom are based up in the north of the country. And yeah, it's going to be an early finish for them. They'll be home in time to watch most of the afternoon's racing tomorrow from Donington Park, which I'll remind you kicks off at just before 11 o'clock, about 11:15ish. We'll have our first race of the day tomorrow. That will be for the CNC Head Sports and Saloons. There are 5 races before lunch, and then lots more, too many for me to count, in the afternoon tomorrow. So make sure you tune yourself back in again. I know there are a couple of other races going on out there in the world, but in this day of social media, I'm sure many of you have got multiple screens you can be watching the racing on to make sure one of them is dedicated to a day of BRSCC action.
Indeed so. Around a circuit as spectacular as Donington Park, of course, which has, I think, delivered the goods. And you say about rain, but do you spot that at the bottom of the screen?
Yeah.
There's sun poking through to the end of the day, which is interesting. Even though our view from our commentary position, where there is quite sort of mid to rather dark clouds, would suggest that it's otherwise. But it's a very cloud and slightly more overcast. Isn't the word? That's the understatement. But there are little peaks of blue sky and kind of brighter parts, and as you can see, there's a great shot here looking from Coppice. That's the kind of overlay of brighter clouds and much darker clouds. That's enough. I don't know what you call the study of clouds.
A career as a weatherman is heading your way, I feel.
Absolutely not. No. Find cars much more interesting. All respect to those who study that sort of stuff, but I'll stick to cars, thank you very much. I'm racing. But that's the free weather report, which I'll never give you again. But I get into this. What's more interesting is what will happen in this second Fiesta ST150 Challenge race. And I have to say, do we think that now starting on the front row of the grid, there was actually a genuine chance that as she put herself in the mix for in race 1, there's a genuine chance that Stephanie Saw could get a good start and maybe even take the lead and possibly, touchwood, even go on to take her first win?
Well, if she gets the same start she had in race 1, yes, because she had a much better start than Michael Blackburn, actually. In fact, she was the fastest off the line, full stop, came from 4th on the grid and challenged for the lead. She was level with Blackburn into turn 1, just couldn't quite get ahead of him, and then they were nose to tail for the rest of the race. So once the race gets going, she's clearly got similar pace to Michael. Maybe she was slightly quicker at certain points on the race. And yeah, she did get a good start the first time round, but what can sometimes happen is drivers, they get that in their head. Remember, she's been sitting around now all afternoon thinking, right, if I get another good start, I could get the lead into Redgate and I could win this race. And 9 times out of 10, you then get a terrible start because you're just thinking about what you need to do. And, you know, what she needs to do really is just relax here, I think, and try and not put too much pressure on this. But it would mean an awful lot to Stephanie if she could get that win. And even just to lead some laps in the championship, really. She's been competing in the championship for a season or so now, hasn't she? And getting steadily better, steadily closer to the front. And a lot of the same drivers still at the front of this grid, so it's not even like the quick drivers have moved on to other things, and, you know, naturally then the sort of midfield runners from previous years come up and start winning races. No, she's still up against the people like Michael Blackburn and Sam Watkins and Dan Robinson, who've been doing this championship for a little while. So, yeah, just to be up there towards the front is not easy to do. It's a hugely competitive series. And it would mean the world to Stephanie, I'm sure, along with lots of other drivers looking for their first victory in the championship, to do it here this afternoon. I do think she's got half a chance of doing so. Hopefully another competitive race as well. I suspect it will be. It normally is in ST150s. And indeed in the ST240 Championship, which isn't here this weekend, but one of 3 all Fiesta Championships run by the BRSCC. The juniors, of course, will be out at Anglesey next week. Are the ST240s at Anglesey? I forget now. I should know since I'm going to be there, but certainly the Fiesta Juniors will be out at the next live-streamed BRSCC event, which takes place next weekend on the Anglesey circuit up in North Wales, where we have the 3rd and 4th rounds of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We do indeed have the Fiesta ST240s, Fiesta Juniors, and then a whole host of Caterham Graduates Championship racing. I don't believe you're there for that one, Scott, but I suspect it's an event you will have one eye on, because that should be pretty much wall-to-wall exciting racing.
It will, yes. I also have some slight vested interest in a certain team that's competing in Fun Cup Endurance.
Which team's that, Scott?
It might well be a team that's called Clapham North.
Ah, really?
Yes,
right,
plenty so. Just had our producer Barry just cracking in saying £1. So I think you'll find it's 2, to correct you, because I said it earlier on. Anyway, so even corrected my own penalty. But anyway, it's been a long day, but an enjoyable one. So back to matters of a more immediate variety, which is, of course, the grid for this one. So Michael Blackburn, as a result of the results from race 1, Michael Blackburn starts on pole position, which Stephanie saw this time alongside him on the front row of the grid. George Foxer could be one to watch also. He's always quick in anything he races. 3rd in the grid for him with Sam Watkins alongside. Then it's Spencer Lane and Dan Robinson. Dan McQuire, and I think is George Foxer's old car. And Oliver Sweetum, who, thanks to the wet qualifying results this morning, put himself on the front row of the grid, but then kind of stayed in the lead group for as much as possible. It was then 5th row of the grid for Robbie Harrison and Colin Smith alongside him. Then it's Jake Humphrey and Mark Webb, Joseph Ming and Tommy Brewley, Mark Blunt and Jessica Fitch-Hall, Graham Mallam and Ryan Mathias, Ron Lofstad and Remy Beadle. And then we have Caroline Lofstad and the 2 cars we lost at the end, which was Alan Darlington and Aidan Vickers, who pulled up after he had a spin or an incident of some kind exiting the final chicane towards the end of race 1 at some point. So in terms of the police spot, Michael Blackburn staying in exactly the same spot that he was on, and technically the racing line moves across the circuit rather than being one distinctive side towards the corner, because you have to move across from the right to the left anyway. So ultimately, it all's down to their own personal style. I don't think they're going to get a benefit from a grippier side of the track, because ultimately, really, Andy, there isn't one on the front row of the grid.
No, I mean, often, especially when it's a side-by-side standing start, such as this one, often it comes down to who's the bravest at Redgate Corner, because on the opening lap particularly, when everyone's on quite cold tyres, often you want to be on the outside. You don't have to put as much steering lock into the car to get round the corner, and you can get on the power a little bit earlier with that slightly more open steering on the wider radius. So if you can be alongside the pole sitter going into Redgate and you're feeling brave, you can go right round the outside and then carry the momentum down through the Craner curves, where it then gets really sketchy on cold tyres. So, yeah, we'll wait and see what happens here. It could be an interesting first 10-15 seconds or so of the race. But Michael Blackburn, he's been here before. He knows how to defend from the front. Got his first win of the season earlier on. But Michael Blackburn, a perennial championship contender, it seems, these days in this championship, is not going to be an easy man to overtake. And, of course, there are plenty of other drivers keen to get involved. Sam Watkins had some really good pace in the second half of the race earlier on this afternoon. Just couldn't quite get himself onto terms with the leaders, so he's going to be one to watch. I think the second of those red cars, in fact George Foxlow was quick as well in the first of the 2 red cars that will share row number 2. Dan Robinson ought to move forward. Oliver Sweetman, of course, he lost ground, didn't he, towards the end, and I think picked up a penalty for exceeding track limits. Yes, he did. Wasn't the only one, actually. 96, Tommy Brewley also was handed a 5-second track limits penalty, so there were a few that will feel that they're a little bit out of position to start with here, and they're going to really want to try and do something about that in the early stages. Michael Blackburn there really working the tyres, warming the front tyres on a front-wheel drive car is not too much of a challenge, because the front tyres do everything. They do the majority of the braking, they handle all of the power delivery and all of the steering, of course. The rear tyres are just sort of along for the ride, and so especially in a short wheelbase car, which can be a bit unsettled at the best of times, you really do need to try and get those rear tyres up to temperature. That's why you see the drivers often throwing the car, dragging the car across the road on the green flag lap to make sure that they have a little bit of rear grip when they go down the crane of curves for the first time. That right rear corner in particular, Scott, that's the one you struggle to warm really here. You only really turn left, which is what will warm the right side tyres, once or twice on the lap, and actually the only serious left-hand corner is the exit of the chicane. All of the other sort of proper corners, if you like, are right-handers, so that right rear tyre can take a few laps to get up to temperature, so you feel like the tyres are in the window, and then you get to the crane of curves, and all of a sudden it can very easily let loose on you.
It can, particularly with these rather stiffly sprung front-wheel drive Fiestas, that can dance around a little bit because they get pushing too hard. So you watch them bouncing and bounding around. They can, if that starts happening at a place like the crane of curves, unless you find a way to really quickly correct it, as we saw in the DS3 Cup race when we saw Nick Hart having have a problem off the road, it can change very, very quickly. You know, we sort of joked about, boot the throttle, but you actually said that you're right, it can catch too quickly. And as a result of that, it's just a slide that you can't catch, and unfortunately you get out of control. So it's hopefully that won't happen this time, fingers crossed, but they're all lined up at the back of the grid. So we've had 9 races so far today, 1 more still to go, and fingers crossed this one's just as entertaining as the previous 9 have been all day so far.
It's got all the ingredients. I suspect this is going to be an entertaining final 15 minutes of racing of the day, hopefully interruption-free. The red lights then go on, and for the final time today, we're racing at Donington Park, and is it going to be Michael Blackburn or Stephanie Storr who gets the whole shot? There's someone stalled further back. Thankfully, they're avoided by everybody. It is going to be Blackburn with his nose ahead, I think, as we head down into Redgate for the first time. Yes, it is. Stephanie Storr slots in line in second position, and they round Redgate for the first time. That car that stalled is it's Sweetman, isn't it? It's Oliver Sweetman, who's still struggling to get going, so I think he's got a drive shaft or a clutch issue of some sort maybe. Can't get the car going. Meanwhile, Blackburn leads, Storr second. Who is that in third position? Is that going to be Foxlow or Watkins? It's Foxlow ahead of Watkins as they round the Old Hairpin for the first time.
Stephanie saw a little sideways. I think she probably a bit too much temperature in the tyres. In fact, she lost the momentum, and she thought the car was possibly sliding a little bit because she lost the apex and got wide. That's lost her pace and also 2 positions. She's lost positions to Watkins and to Foxlow down to 4th, and that's not going to help her as the safety car's been deployed, clearly because of the fact that Oliver Sweetman's car is being pushed away off the road, and ironically I think it's been pushed off just as that car's been put into a much more safer position. So it might well be a very quick 1-lap safety car. It does in a way benefit. One person thinks benefit is probably Stephanie Storr because she's going to stick close with the top 4. But it means now that there's going to be quite an intriguing lead group because we know Stephanie's got the pace, but she just had a bit of wayward. The car was moving around a little bit more than Michael's was, so she had a bit more grip, but just carrying a bit too much into the corner, and that's what sent it sideways and ultimately lost to the spots that she did. But Foxlow up to second now behind leader Blackburn, with Watkins in 3rd place, Storr in 4th, and that's now Dan Robertson, championship leader, into 5th position.
Yes, it is. Having a solid weekend, Dan Robinson, but not headline grabbing as of yet, is it? And he'll be hoping to put that right now in this second race of the weekend. So Michael Blackburn leads at the end of lap 1, picks up the safety car, or is picked up by the safety car. And yeah, I think you're right. They'll probably just do a 1-lap safety car period here, but better to be safe than sorry, than especially because of where that car was. The cars, you don't want them barrelling out of the final corner to be greeted by safety car boards. That can lead to some slamming on the brakes, and with the marshals on the track, that's not a good idea. So right call probably to throw a safety car, but it should hopefully be a brief one. We'll get another chance to admire the new livery on the Jaguar, which makes its way down into the Old Hairpin. And Michael Blackburn, second position. Leading. Second, I suppose, on the road, technically, with the Jaguar leading some laps here late in the day. But Michael Blackburn leads the way and is the Masters leader as well. By quite some way, actually. The next best of the Masters, I think, is Mark Blunt, isn't he? Yeah, down in 11th position. So Blackburn dominating that championship and looking good for overall championship points as well. But there's a long way to go in this one, and I think at least 4 or 5 other drivers who will feel they've got the pace to give him a run for his money here. I
do think so. Yeah, that lead group that was battling in race 1, that contained Foxlow. The top 2 was Blackburn and Storr, but the group behind for 3rd have the likes of Foxlow, Watkins, Robinson, Lane, Smith, Macquarie as well in there too. So all of them were quite quick and able to caused people problems. Robbie Harrison was in that as well. So what's going to be frustrating here, though, is that this is a problem for somebody. There's a huge gap, and there's several cars that are not sticking with the queue, which is a bit frustrating for some of the drivers in the mix. I'm trying to work out who that is. I think it's the 67 of who's that? Not quite sure, but we'll get back to that later because more important matters. Race is back to green flag, so we'll see if they can get that happen.
Indeed so. Headlights on for George Foxlow. Look as he applies the pressure to the race leader and goes for a lunge up the inside. George Foxlow desperately late on the brakes. Too late ultimately. Missed the apex though. And Michael Blackburn will go back through. Does that open the door for Sam Watkins to get alongside? It does. And so the two red machines go door handle to door handle through the crane of curves. Foxlow won't want to give this up. Hopefully the rear tyres haven't lost too much temperature. He knocks the plastic marker post down as well. That was a lively restart for Foxlow. Up into 4th place, by the way, has come down Robinson now at the expense of Stephanie Saw, who I think is just struggling for confidence slightly on cold tyres. But George Foxlow most definitely not struggling for confidence. He might not have got the lead, Scott, but that was a very good effort.
I think it was the headlight flash that did it.
No, absolutely.
Clearly, it's a clear tactic. Now he's put the indicator on. He's turning through right, and to tell everyone I am turning right. Robinson looks like he's woken up a little bit because he is now a bit more on the tail of the top three, trying to create a little bit of a gap if he can to Stephanie Saw, who now herself has got the attention of Spencer Lane behind, who was one of the drivers who held the fastest lap at one point. Down the back straight, line astern. Blackburn from Foxlow, from Watkins from Saw, then Robertson 4th now. It's Saw down to 5th position. Under brakes, no one's trying a move into the chicane as they try to play a game of who can get to the tyre stack the closest. Out they go. Whoops. That is Chris Smith going wide in the 16. This will give him the chance to possibly the opportunity for Dan McQuire to go side by side, which he does, and I'm confident that is Foxlow's old car. Meanwhile, Foxlow's current car is currently being under threat from Watkins and from Robertson. In fact, Robertson threatened Watkins, so Watkins threatened Foxlow into turn 1, and none of it worked at all. It just allowed Blackburn to maintain the lead. Stephanie's gone back onto the tail of Robinson now for 4th position, back through the crane of curves, and it's now Foxlow closer to Blackburn than Watkins is to Foxlow. And there goes Stephanie down the inside. Good move into the old hairpin. Goes wheel to wheel, literally wing mirror to wing mirror through the apex of the corners. A little touch. I think there was a puff of smoke. Spencer Lane tries to bully his way up the inside as well and almost makes that happen. And they've now got off into 3 trios. You've got the lead 3 of Blackburn, Foxlow and Watkins. Oh, and Foxlow sends it in towards Macleans. Opens the door forcefully for Sam Watkins to get through. That was a move and a half from George Foxlow. One of the moves of the weekend so far. Excellent stuff. Was not taking any prisoners and thought, I screwed up at Redgate. I ain't screwing up here. Out the way you go, Michael. I'm taking the lead. Brilliant from George.
They didn't really give Michael Blackburn much of an option there, did he? But to steer out of that, because I think he was going to be through the driver's door. Otherwise, that was a very aggressive move. It brings Watkins with him, although Blackburn is back to the inside of the 2nd place man now into the chicane. Tricky to go side by side through here. He makes it stick. Good move. But this is brilliant news for Foxlow, who is starting to get away now from this battling pack for 2nd position. So George Foxlow, the new race leader, with a very bold and brave move up at Maclean's corner, and Michael Blackburn in 2nd. It's 3 abreast then for 3rd. Robinson, Saw and Sam Watkins all debating the bottom step of the podium, and Stephanie goes rally crossing out of Redgate, but I think should be able to get back in line before losing another position. No, not quite. That is going to be a place lost then to Daniel McQuire, wasn't it, I think, who came through in the number 11, and maybe more as well. The 17 now, Spencer Lane to the inside. It's no holds barred stuff in this one so far.
They've been waiting for this one, haven't they? After the action from race 1, they think, right, let's put on a show for the last one of the day. Now it's calming down a tiny bit at the front. Foxlow has clear track, but Blackburn has his sights set on reclaiming that position. There's a scrap for 3rd. They turn their way through. A little wide for McQuire, as he now has Spencer Lane on his back bumper. I think Stephanie Saw might be under threat from losing another place because she's now having to defend from Chris Smith into the right hand at Coppice. And if anything looks like just ahead of them, Blackburn is edging closer and closer to the back bumper of Foxlow in the slipstream, down towards the chicane once again. This is on the 3rd time of asking after the restart. He is getting closer. The momentum he's carrying is really good as the car bounces around over the curves. That's how hard Blackburn's pushing. He's determined to get himself back to the front of this field as we go past the halfway distance. And with the new fastest lap of the race, he was 6/10 quicker. No wonder Blackburn's in contest for the lead again. He is on it to try and get it back past Foxlow. I think he's a bit fired up after being practically shoved, not literally, but practically shoved out of the way at Macleans through no choice of his own.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, George Foxlow, he's set the example now, hasn't he? If that's how he's going to race Michael Blackburn, then Michael will be thinking, well, I'm well within my rights to do the same thing to you. So, not saying that George did anything wrong. It was a brilliant move. I thoroughly enjoyed it, but he can't really now complain if Michael Blackburn decides to create a gap up the inside of the 144 car where there otherwise wasn't one. So, Blackburn went with good pace. Obviously, these cars, again, they're not the most powerful. They're not very aerodynamic, so there is a fairly sizable slipstream effect that you get from these things. That will be helping Blackburn, but can he use that to make a pass? We'll wait and see. Good battling going on here a little bit further back as well, including the number 3 of Jessica Fitch Hall, I believe, in this group. We've also got the who is that in the group 33, which is Mark Blunt. So this is all going on for about 10th position, I think they're battling, 10th or 11th as they crest the hill at Coppice Corner. Bit of trim hanging off the back of Mark Blunt's car, but that won't be slowing him down too much. Makes his way down into the chicane once more. So 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and the leaders cross the line as we approach 2/3 race distance, and the lead gap static that time.
Yeah, no change. Still 0.3 of a second between the two of them, but you can see Robinson's also into the fray now. Top 3 covered only by just under half a second as we're looking at the number 3 car of Jessica Fitch Hall going through the chicane, followed by the 5 of Graham Mallon. Of the Durley Garage sponsored cars, and now it's on for second place. Robinson was close, now he's going wheel to wheel. It gives Foxler a little bit of breathing space as these two go side by side for second place, and over the curb on the outside line towards the Old Hairpin. Can he get driving around the outside? Blackburn doesn't really let him do it too easily. This will now give Watkins the chance to come back at him as well, and he just arrives on the scene in 3rd position, or in 4th, going for 3rd. Robinson has his nose in front and has got second place. Question mark. He has got it now, because this now means that Blackburn's more focused on trying to get involved here. And also, I'd look at Daniel McQuire just behind in 5th position. He's also not too far away from getting involved in this. If he plays his cards right, he could be in contention, fighting for a podium. This is the top 8 altogether, but Foxlow trying to create that distance through the right-hander of Macleans and Coppice, and up now onto the back straight past the exhibition centre and down towards the chicane again. Now it's side by side between McQuire and Lane for 5th position. So Lane in black and white, McQuire in the blue car with the yellow flashes on the A-pillars, which is, I'm pretty certain that is George Foxlow's old car. You don't keep saying that, but it looks very much akin to it. To come through. And then the next couple of cars, which is Humphrey and Harrison, rounding off the top 10 as we go into the final 4 minutes of this race. And apart from Foxlow escaping up the road, second place backwards shows 0 signs of slowing down or calming down whatsoever.
Yeah, well, but will Foxlow be able to continue to pull away now that it's Dan Robinson into second place? That's the next question that needs answering. We'll keep an eye on the lap times over the next lap or so. But it's not really going Michael Blackburn's way, this, is it? He's been shuffled down now, the order a little bit, into 3rd position. And he's got Sam Watkins not far behind. He's completely sideways, Blackburn, there as he pitches the car into the Old Hairpin, where a lap ago Dan Robinson made maybe the move of the day to go around the outside of Blackburn through the Old Hairpin. That requires a huge amount of respect between both drivers to do that, to trust that the car to the inside isn't going to suddenly bang into you and knock you off the road, but they kept it clean. And Robinson was able to go through into second place a lap ago. As there, Stephanie Saw tries her best to keep hold of that position with the 11 car of Daniel McQuire behind her now, actually, so she's got into 6th position on this lap, has Stephanie. Is that lead gap coming down? It was 1 1/4 seconds at the start of the lap. Blackburn's definitely sort of spurring Robinson on, isn't he? He's not being dropped by Dan Robinson, but I think that might be under a second now, Scott.
It's looking like it's come down by a little bit, but not by a massive amount. We'll have to wait and see. So it was 1.2, cross line, yeah, it come down 0.8. It's come down by less than a second, so you're absolutely right. So down the straight they go. He was quicker by, 4/10, because the last lap was a 1:26.0 for Foxlow, 1:25.5 for Robinson, and he brought Blackburn with him on a 25.8. Aidan Vickers out of the race, sadly. He's stopped somewhere around the circuit. And Stephanie Saw there was trying to have a look at McQuire, but McQuire, in fact, actually has now put herself under threat from Chris Smith for 7th place. And Robinson is just getting steadily closer, trying to carry a little more speed through the Old Hairpin. Stephanie Saw trying to defend from Chris Smith. He does go driving around the outside and relieves her of another position. So that is now her down to 8th position as a result. And not just closing the gap, that is definitely Dan Robinson charging after George Fox. So he's dropping Blackburn and leaving him in the clutches of both Watkins and Spencer Lane. And now Lane goes into combat with the former champion in Fiestas, for 4th position. But yeah, Robinson now, as they're about to start the last lap of the race, we see this battle continue to go on between Watkins and Lane. Out in front, Robinson, that ain't 8/10 of a second anymore. This is far from over, the lap to go.
Yeah, well, he's well within slipstreaming range now, so by the time they arrive at the chicane, I think it might be less than a Fiesta's length between them. Here they come onto the brakes. He's really gapped Blackburn on this lap as well, so Blackburn falling away now from the leading two. Foxlow carried good speed there through the chicane, and Dan Robinson is now going to have just the 1 lap left to try and have a go and steal the victory away from George Foxlow, who put in a pretty feisty move of his own to get the lead. The left-hand side headlight there flashing a bit loose on, flapping a bit loose, sorry, on George Foxlow's car. Sam Watkins has slipped down the order now as well, hasn't he? He's just lost a couple of positions, I think, as they came past the timing line. So he had a poor run maybe out of the final turn. For the final time, though, the leaders head down into the Old Hairpin. Look at the way they back the cars in here, particularly Robinson, who was very aggressive over the inside curb. And there is Lane looking into 4th position. So actually, it's not that Watkins has fallen down the order, it's that Spencer Lane has gained 2 or 3 positions over the last few laps, and he's up into P4 with half a lap to go.
It really is. And I noticed on the approach to the chicane last time that Spencer again properly backing it into Macleans as he slides through to hold off Watkins. But I noticed that Robinson he braked a little early because he wanted to get a much more speed carried through the chicane to get a better run onto the straight. Didn't quite work out the way he hoped, and he's trying to get close. He might get closer by a little more down the back straight towards the chicane. But I have a feeling, Annie, if they come into the chicane for the final time of racing today, it might be a little bit too little, too late.
Yeah, not quite going to get there, is he? Oh, there's traffic ahead. This could be interesting, exiting the final chicane, but I think it should be all right. George Foxlow then, with a brilliant move halfway through the race to get the lead, is going to win the race. A victory for George Foxlow. Dan Robinson second, Michael Blackburn third, and it will be Spencer Lane in 4th. 5th on the road was Sam Watkins, but he was handed a 5-second track limits penalty on the final lap, and he'll drop down to 8th as a result. So Daniel Maguire will gain a position, as will Colin Smith and Stephanie Saw as a result of that. Watkins 8th, 9th position then for the 51 of Jake Humphrey. And Aidan Vickers, now he came into the pit lane at one point. He stopped on track, didn't he?
Yeah.
Stopped on track.
And of all places, in exactly the same spot he stopped in race 1.
Yes. Was that car there for the last lap or 2 of the race then, I wonder? Yeah, it must have been, I suppose. So Vickers then off at the chicane. And that's an unfortunate day for Aidan, who's going to try and bounce back in race 3, which will take place quite early tomorrow. Second race of the day at about 11:20 tomorrow morning. So an exciting race then. Very exciting race to finish the day. And George Foxlow with the move of the day, I would say. Up the inside of Michael Blackburn at Maclean's corner is going to claim the victory. And Daniel Robinson with some valuable points in second. Blackburn, I think, will be a bit disappointed to have ended up third there. But still good points in the bank, and that is the way Michael Blackburn tends to go about his racing, just consistently racking up the points, and he's always there or thereabouts in the championship come the end of the season. There were a couple of others, by the way, that have been given penalties on the last lap, including Daniel Maguire. So actually Stephanie Saw inherited 2 positions as a result of that, and 3 positions because Blackburn was given a penalty too. So Michael Blackburn, here I am saying he scored some good points for 3rd place. That's not the case.
And it also promotes Spencer Lane up to 3rd place too. So, of course, on top of that, it promotes Smith to 4th, and 5th, Chris Smith up to 4th place. That's quite intriguing. It's good to see him getting up the order. And, of course, Steffi into a top 5. So, a second out of top 5 is not too bad. I think someone's have to quickly tell Michael Blackburn, you ain't stopping in 3rd place, because you'd have to move him on. And you might be confused, but it'll have to be explained the reason why.
Yes, this could be interesting, couldn't it? Let's get the camera ready down in the Parc Fermé area. George Foxlow then wins, Daniel Robinson 2nd, and Spencer Lane inherits 3rd after that penalty for Michael Blackburn. Colin Smith was 4th ahead of Stephanie Saw, whilst Blackburn will be even more disappointed now to finish 6th. Sam Watkins 7th, Daniel Maguire 8th, 9th Jake Humphrey, and 10th Robbie Harrison ahead of Mark Webb and Tommy Brewley in 12th position. He, remember, got a penalty in race number 1. Joseph Ming also received 5 extra seconds at the end there. He was 13th ahead of Mark Blunt and Jessica Fitch-Hall, then Graham Malem, Ryan Matthias, Alan Darlington, Ron Lufstad and Caroline Lufstad, the last of the finishers, with Aidan Vickers, Remy Beadle and Oliver Sweetman all failing to finish. Of course, Sweetman essentially failing to start with the car not getting off the line at the start of the race. So a dramatic end to the day, and George Foxlow nets himself a race victory. He's pretty happy, I would say, and he's chatting there with Dan Robinson, isn't he, down in the pit lane area where they're about to be joined by Rob.
I think I need to take a Valium out after that one. George Foxlow, you weren't messing around there, were you?
No, I wanted to get to the front, that's all.
Goal set, goal done, great win.
Yeah, no, it was really good. Luckily, managed to get it all done off the start and in the first 2 or 3 laps after the restart. So, yeah, no real problems. It was very good.
And then enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, very much so. It was really good.
You're doing quite a bit of racing this year, as well as the 150s. You've been driving in the CNC heads as well, out in the Escort. Quite a mixed bag this year.
Yeah, no, I'm driving this weekend, and I'm out next weekend at Anglesey again in the 240. And I'll be back out in my dad's car, his Escort, at Donington Park at the truck weekend. So got it all happening, really.
Fantastic. Well, enjoy the rest of your year, George. An awesome race winner. Where's Mr. Robinson? Come on over. Great second place, not quite catching George, but that was a fun fight up at the front.
Yeah, we were well on our way. I think one more lap we probably could have got to the back of him, but then you got to pass him. So, yeah, our dry paces lacked massively all weekend, so we were hoping sort of if we could tag on to the top 5, that'd be nice. So yeah, to come away finishing second is mega.
And some of the battles there, especially going down through the Craners and then up where Starkey's Bridge would be, with Sam Watkins there as well. That looked entertaining.
Yeah, that's the nice thing, you know. I sort of, when I went around the outside of Michael, I knew that he'd leave a car's width. He's not going to leave anymore, but it was enough space. And then I think I got a little helping hand from Sam just up the hill. But
bit of a tow.
Yeah, a little bit of a push from him. But yeah, perfect result.
Perfect result, fantastic there. A great second place from Daniel Robertson. Now, our race 1 winner is here. He's on the podium, 3rd place. That was some fraught one-make racing.
Oh, that was fraught, yeah, but I believe I got a 5-second penalty, so I may not genuinely be in 3rd place, but I thoroughly enjoyed that. That was good, close racing. Yeah, it's what you come racing for. That good, close, clean, with quality drivers. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
It did look quite fun up at the front. Can you do anything tomorrow?
Well, I think I've been dropped back down to 6th place, so that'll really help me with the reverse grid. Yeah, it's not a great result now, but it might help me tomorrow.
Might help you tomorrow. Understandably, we didn't have a clue until we've literally just got into the... so it's breaking news there from...
It was on the board as it came in.
So, yeah, 5-second penalty. Unfortunately, dropped to 6th, was not quite 1st place, but you had a great win earlier. Let's see what you can do tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it already. Yeah.
So are we, and that was, well, what was our 3rd place man? Michael Blackburn, and that rounds out a cracking first day here for the Trackit Summer Race Weekend. I'm still not convinced it's summer, let's be honest. But from myself, Rob Lewis, from Andy McEwen and from Scott Woodwiss, join us back here tomorrow at about mid-morning. We've got some more great racing to come. We've got the modified Fords, we've got our Fiestas, Mazdas, all the great racing you've seen today. We've got all that and more here tomorrow on the BRSCC YouTube channels. Get yourself there, sat down. It's going to be a lovely Sunday. Don't worry about the Monaco Grand Prix. They're just going to follow each other. This is where it's at. Come to the BRSCC channel, watch some great racing. But for now, it's goodbye.